Okay, good evening, everyone. We are on the record. Today is Monday, February 10th, 2020, at a scheduled 4 p.m. start for this caucus. The clock on my cell phone is showing 4:09 p.m. May I have the roll call for the commencement of this caucus? Councilperson Ridley is not here. She will be here? Okay.
No.
She won't be here for the rest of the meeting? Thank you. Councilperson Prinzeri?
Here. No, it's in the
Councilperson Baggiano?
Here.
Councilperson Young?
I'm here.
Councilperson Solomon? Here. Councilperson Robinson is not here. Councilperson Lavarro is also not here.
Late.
Late, okay. Councilperson Rivera? Here. And Council President Waterman.
Here.
So we have 6 members in attendance at 4:09 p.m. The agenda was duly sunshined, and at its time of its preparation, the agenda was similarly disseminated on Thursday, February 6th, 2020 at 4 p.m. to the Mayor, Council, Business Administrator, and the Jersey City Reporter and the Jersey Journal, so I can certify to our total compliance with the Sunshine Law. And I'm going to turn it over to our Council President, Waterman.
Okay, well, good evening.
Good evening.
All right. Okay, let's start out with Director Shea and then Director Kears. Okay, after that, because I know they have to leave. That is 10.12.
10.12. Yes,
Yeah.
so 10.12.
Brian.
Is a resolution authorizing the execution of an agreement between the City of Jersey City and the Jersey City's Police Superior Officers Association, PSOA.
Council President, if I may, I just want to remind the council this is not an executive session, therefore our discussion will be limited to simply the terms of the actual final agreement.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Bless you. Union contract.
Good evening, everybody. So we entered into contract extension negotiations with police superiors. You have the document, the MOA that we recommend council ratify. It brings the contract in line with the POBA contract that was negotiated last year and ratified by this council. It also brings in line the PSOA with the health benefit changes that were made to the POBA agreement through interest arbitration and the extension. So we recommend it for that reason. And then also the salary increases at Top Step match the salary increases of the POBA for the 4-year extension period. So those are the broad brush terms of the agreement that you have in front of you, but those were the main changes and the reason we brought it. We went to negotiate with them for an extension and bring it to council for ratification.
Director, you said to me before, I'm very familiar with this whole thing. As far as the POBA, the 900 cops have been shafted over the last couple of years. What is going on with the POBA right now?
In what sense?
Their extension was already, you've already voted on that. Their extension's already been
Of course,
approved.
the unions want all of them. Now we see changes, health changes and medical changes with the PSOA and the fire department unions. How about the cops?
They've already got it.
It's the same deal.
They went first. It's a consistent deal across all 4 uniformed.
Not according to the cops that are talking to me.
But it is a consistent deal across all 4 uniform bargaining units. It's the POBA actually set the pattern for the other 3.
All right, well, I'm going to check with them in the
Yeah, sure,
morning and
please.
the cops, and I'll find out.
Please. And I'd just like to remind you, when the negotiations with the POBA was over, remember we voluntarily raised the starting salary and got nothing in return. That's to make sure we maintain consistent quality.
Raise the starting salary, but you cut out the off-duty work. A lot of the guys are driving Ubers, a lot of the guys just have to sell their houses. Something has to be done for the police officers, the 900 police officers that
Okay,
are in
well,
the city.
talk to them
Nothing
again and
against you, Director, but
see what specifics they have.
All right.
Thank you.
Go
So,
ahead, Michael.
me?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I see that the memorandum of agreement, there was some increase involved and there was some health insurance policy change, fine. But end of the day, we'd like to know that what is the cost-wise, or what kind of more dollars we have to spend next till 2024. I mean, cost impact. What are they? Not cost. I mean, what are they called? Yeah, cost analysis, what is that it will be? How much more extra dollars we have to spend?
So through the extension, what we agreed to was 1.5% increase at top step, top pay for the sergeants and the captains and lieutenants. So you have a 1% increase, which is well below the going market rate right now out there in the state. So that's what your increase is going to be. I don't have the number of the unit cost of the PSOA, but it will increase at about a little bit more than 1.5% from 21, which is when the extension starts, to the end of 24.
So, no, in the step 2 increase like a 5%, and the step 3 like a 6%. So we like to know, when you have a naval negotiation, they give and take. So we give them some increase for their paycheck, but we're gonna have some save from the insurance policy side, or I don't know how they work it out. But at the end of the day, we wanna know the balance, the end of the numbers, so what we gonna get the benefit out of this deal.
Yeah, I'll have Tawana put the numbers together for you before you have to vote on this on Wednesday, no problem at all. Don't want to talk about it here. One thing, though, we did increase the steps at the sergeant level, which is savings forever, in return for cutting some of the steps where they were bumping into each other at the lieutenant and captain level, which we have much less. So we'll put it into numbers for you so you can see how it not only balances out, it's beneficial to the city in the long run.
Yeah, so what is the additional cost?
Absolutely.
You know, so that is very important to us.
Okay, and all I'd say,
We'll get that to the council.
get it to the council, absolutely.
All right.
Go ahead, James.
So along those lines, I mean, I think I would recommend as a council that we have we have a closed caucus
Okay.
For the next meeting to discuss it. And I think, part of what is important to the council when you talk about this is the negotiation, there's give and trade, and we can't discuss that in public
Right.
forum, right? So we can't know, I can't ask you, right, what were the asks that you made that you didn't get? And so, and then given that this is,
Close caucus.
Would you like to do?
Yes.
a multi-million-dollar commitment from the city, and you guys are gonna get us the numbers, but we only have
Next quarter.
72 hours before the meeting, it'd be great for us to get the numbers now,
Yeah, we'll prepare.
have a closed caucus 2 weeks from now, be able to ask you all about them in a private setting, and then vote 2 weeks from now.
So,
that
Councilor
okay?
James,
I could go through some-
Absolutely, I defer to you on that, you know.
Right.
that's-
so short-term save how much, as a long-term, what kind of dollars we save? Because
Yeah.
over the increase, the 5-6% is a lot of dollars, and especially high-paid job. So we want to know, is over the next 4 years, what is the total cost? You know what I'm saying? And really we can able to pay those kind of dollars in the future. So please come up some like a comprehensive information, so at least the city council knows that what is the end of the cost for taxpayers. Okay?
So,
Go ahead.
just, I have a question. So
Right.
if they were able to get the total cost for you guys for, what it
When?
is with the taxpayer dollars, will you guys be prepared to vote on Thursday for this contract? Or do you still want to ask those other questions that we can't ask on the
I
record?
mean, just speaking for myself, I'd
Yes.
like to have a closed
Closed
session.
Yes,
I think,
me too, because not only the dollar issue,
Right.
it's a manpower issue, you know what I'm saying? Because
Because
they-
it makes
no sense for us to be here.
And that's true, it doesn't.
Right, and I think,
Let's do it now.
I didn't mean to speak off that. All I asked is from now on, when we do this, we should probably just automatically have a closed
Closed
session,
session
because
with
I doubt
contracts.
there'll ever be a time you won't want to ask those
And that's
questions.
right.
So you know what I'm saying, but
So,
maybe,
yeah.
the director, maybe our costs maybe over the 6 years, $5 million or more, but I think they give to more, a flexibility manpower to move around, the time-wise or crew-wise, so we can get the extra benefit, you know what I'm saying? So
That-
we'd like to know more detailed information, so even though we change the shift, the manpower and so on, so, but what is the cost end of the day, okay?
Absolutely.
All right, so we'll see more
So
about
we'll
it.
do a closed session
That'd
before,
be great.
all right?
Okay.
Thank you.
Want to get a resolution walked down?
Can you do that?
For Thursday?
Correct.
Do a closed session?
we'll prepare that. I'll confirm the availability for,
We'll confirm availability and do it, yeah.
Okay.
But right now, it looks like we're both available.
Okay,
we'll get it prepared for the 24th.
24th.
Presumably, we'll
Yeah,
get it prepared for the vote for
yeah, the
Thursday.
24th. That's good?
Yes. So
Yeah, the resolution will be voted on this Thursday.
Right.
Correct.
For a closed session to take place in the future.
So the closed session, do you want it to take place prior to the next caucus? Like,
We believe that's what we're gonna do.
Yes.
I just have to confirm availability.
so the next caucus, it starts at 4 PM. Will you guys be available for a 3 PM start? You think it's gonna take more than an hour?
No, no.
So if we start, because that's what we normally do. We normally
Okay.
start at 3 PM.
It's actually easier for us.
Awesome.
We're not taking other people's time.
Right, so we'll have that closed session prior to the regular caucus.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Council President, then we have another union contract up. Want to just do that at the same
Just
time?
do it at the same time.
6
Okay.
weeks.
I'll,
makes no sense to talk
about
it now.
Right.
Do it every
Director and Art, I'll work with you guys to get the info. We'll
Yeah,
the
I'll get the
closed
information they want, and we'll discuss them both at the closed session.
And moving forward with any contracts, just do closed session.
Yeah, from now on.
Okay, this way you don't have to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll see everybody in 2 weeks.
Sounds great.
Here's,
Presumably.
okay.
Ron, did you catch that?
We're gonna have a close.
Yeah, we're going to do
So there's,
10.14.
I'm sorry.
so there's only one contract on this meeting, though.
No, there's two.
It's two, that's why.
11 and
this is-
12.
Yeah,
But, okay.
Okay.
So we're going into closed session on both of them,
correct,
and they're both gonna be withdrawn from this meeting.
yes.
Good. I'm going to clarify from the POBAs, because I understand that there's quite a difference.
We're gonna talk about that in closed
And
session.
maybe the POBA and the PSOA should be here at that closed session.
No,
Session, but I think,
no.
I would say, Council, if they, if Gibby has questioning, this is public, right, they were released,
Right.
they have questions about it, they can give them to us before that session, so that we can
Correct.
talk about them in the session.
Yes,
Right.
okay. 10.14.
10.14, so it's a resolution authorizing the award of contract to Millennium Communications Group for surveillance camera upgrades at 6 locations throughout the city of Jersey City under the interlocal purchasing system for the Department of Public Safety, Office of Emergency Management. We have our famous Greg Kears here. Also, council members, Greg was kind enough to email you guys the handout that I also gave you a hard copy of right before the meeting. Greg?
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Madam President, members of the council. As you may recall, several months ago, I had contacted you via email requesting your input on additional security cameras throughout the city. I plan to do this in 3 phases, this being phase 1. This particular time, we were able to match approximately $258,000. So we had some problem spots, and what I'm trying to do as we move along, spots in the area where we have city parks without cameras, my intent is to try and cover them. For this phase, we'll be doing Palisade Avenue at Franklin Street, Riverview Park at Ogden Avenue, Central and Manhattan, and also an additional camera by Persian Field, the Newark Avenue pedestrian plaza from Grove to Bay Street, Christopher Columbus Drive and Grove Street, and Gifford and Bergen Avenue, which will be a complete camera installation.
Okay.
And that's all being funded out of UASI 2018.
So,
Go ahead, Mike.
okay, can I ask a question? So first thing is this 6 location as a phase, whatever the phase is really appreciated, and especially Franklin, Palisade, then we will be, the Central and the Manhattan definitely need, it's urgent area. But my concern is that we're going to put in the 6 location probably not more than 24 camera, cost is $258,000. So very interesting, so itemized research, because they give us some cameras item numbers. So when I do research by Google it, when they use that, the P1147-LE camera, at the current market, cost is around $820. But we talk about the 24 cameras of $250,000 means they charge to us $10,000 each camera, which is on the market, $820. Even though they include installation, seems like to me it's way high price. It's not paid by taxpayer, it's a part of the grant, but still grant somebody have to pay, the taxpayer of the United States. So can't you look at this matter? Because to me, price-wise, and this camera is not licensed to use a certain company. Actually, this camera, P1147LE, you can buy internet from multiple different companies. Probably at least 6, 7 different companies sell that. So my concern is that if each camera is for $820 in the market, then sounds like a COJC camera to the installation pay around $10,000 each camera. So I'm not feel comfortable. So we know that you, so nobody can better than OEM director in the United States. You are the best, actually. So we gotta look at this matter more deeply, because what we pay, if we did charge the reasonable price, instead we put in 6 locations, maybe we can able to put in 10 or 20 different locations. But, I mean, really, this price, I mean, way high. If we didn't print that, what do they call that, item numbers, the model numbers, I can believe that what they charge for, but I'm not really feel comfortable because like Franklin Palestine Avenue, if the cost is $30,000, but I think a 2 camera. The Livoy Park Alden Avenue, $46,000, 4 camera, that means almost $10,000 each. And the most place already 5 optic cable is there, or they can use the whatever existing. So, can you do me a favor? Can you do some research for?
Yeah, I'll explain a little bit further. These are under the GSA standards, the government standards, and this is why we use this particular vendor. Where we have current cameras, you can do a replacement. You have to upgrade, number one, to make sure the fiber's in place. You have to have sufficient amount of fiber. And then other incidentals that are associated with the camera. We're going from most of the cameras in your ward council are on analog. These are now digital cameras, so there are some additional upgrades that's required. For instance, the one camera that Councilwoman Franzari had asked for, that is at Gifford and Bergen, which is a total install. That's upwards of $80,000 because you're installing the pole, you're installing the cameras, so we have to run additional fiber. The cameras that we're using, we found now, they're far superior to anything that's been previously used. Our street crime people are using them quite successfully at different locations throughout the city. Multiple gun arrests have resulted from the quality of these cameras where they're able to monitor them. But in keeping with your request, I will watch over it. But based on my experience, particularly with this company, they always give us the best bang for our buck.
See, then let me add this one, like a Franklin Palestine Avenue, already there, we just replaced the camera. You shouldn't be have a 2 camera for $30,000. Even though they say,
yeah, I think the issue is the infrastructure. You're replacing digital, analog with digital, so
yes.
there is a difference.
So even though do that, I mean, seems like to me it's a pretty high price. So I like you look into, and then you say you come to councilman, I'm looking for searching for that. This is the only bottom line we can get it. Then I got location about it. But I like the extra effort from your side.
Sure.
Really, the price why they charge. If they say government, whatever the different specification required, but model numbers tell you what is exactly, you know what I'm saying? And I don't know what they do that, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, we're using, it's either a Pelco or a Panasonic. It's a, equivalent or better is what we,
that's
our
what I'm saying.
specs
But
usually call.
this is come up the AXIS.
Axis.
Because, yeah, Axis for the P1147L. That's the model numbers on the current market is $700 to $900. And if they use a specific, very heavy duty camera, they use less than $2,000.
You know what, excuse me, maybe you need to give him the breakdown exactly.
Sure.
Yes, I got the actual breakdown already, they provide us, you know what I'm saying? What kind of job they're gonna provide, but you will see that way high.
Yeah, I'll
So-
send you the schedule. I'll send the whole
Yes,
council.
please, okay?
Yeah, not a problem.
All right?
Okay,
So
thank you.
Not a
the
problem.
resolution there is you're just going to get more information? Is that?
Yes, we have to get them more information because.
No, but the resolution's moving forward. That's what I'm hearing. So I'm just, I'm going to be clear
Yeah.
before we go to the council meeting that.
So, I mean, how urgent is that? Because those areas are urgent, but you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, this is,
It's urgent.
Franklin Palestine, they would like to have it tonight, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
this afternoon.
We would have liked to have ours last month.
Yes.
So,
Right,
yeah.
so this is urgent.
But even though we just go like this time, but when the next time come in next phase, I'd like to you look into more, you know what I'm saying? Just
What I'll do is I'll have him attach the schedules, the actual, it's a pretty extensive breakdown on everything they go. They have to, on a GSA standard, you have to account, if you're using a screw, you have to account for the type of screw you're using.
Yes, please, okay?
So I have 2 points before we move on. So I'm going to echo Councilman Yun's request in that for this particular resolution as well as future ones. But just to in echoing his request, I wanted to be clear that I've asked in the past that this is without public bidding, right? And I don't know why we don't go out to public bid for this. We did it for one instance in some cameras last year. related to the City Hall Annex. And then in this case, we're not doing that. It's kind of neither here nor there as to why we decided to do it in one instance and then not in the other. And so I think we should be looking at public bidding in accordance with Councilman Yun's similar request that maybe these prices are too high. And I've echoed that from the start as we've appropriated millions and millions of dollars at this point on these CCTV cameras. That being said, beyond so this is the next phase of the installation of CCTV. How many more do you anticipate after this?
I'd like to do 3. We have additional, it's basically as the money becomes available. I put more money in for the 2020 UASI grant. Obviously now they're moving more towards active shooter type operations, so although they value the CCTV cameras, we have to see what guidance comes out of Washington. And just to comment on the previous issue you brought up, Councilman, we're still dealing with issues at the annex. The company that got that bid, ultimately because the first company was disqualified, through the diligence of John Young, we finally got them back to the table to finish up a job that should have been finished almost a year ago. So, and I mean, the standards that's used on the GSA is the Cadillac of standards. This is one of the reasons why Millennium has the reputation that they have, and their performance has always been above board and top shelf for us.
So why don't you just employ those standards within the RFP itself?
We did.
So then how are you having the same problem with the standards?
Because the job performance of the company that was awarded that contract is not up to par. And as a result of this, we have a system that was only recently put in line, basically almost a year after the contract was awarded.
Okay.
So my other question in regard to this is, so you said there's how many more?
We're going to try and do 3 phases.
3 phases,
Right.
6 locations at each phase?
Yes.
Okay. And so besides councilperson's input with regard to these locations, did you look at these locations to determine if there's what the public safety risk factors are there and so forth, and do you have information?
We have a matrix that we use, basically, Director Shea and myself, and we review the locations. The cameras that we had put up in the last several instances were based on ComStat information and shoot maps and things like that. So basically, we're putting the cameras in the high crime areas. Fortunately, we were able to cover the majority of them, and I had some discretionary funding. And speaking to the council people, I had heard concerns where they needed additional cameras, and this is why we're trying to address it.
So for the first original several phases, most of that was in high crime neighborhoods and so forth. So I'm sure those are older at this point, so I don't know if you still have the reports or the matrices that you decided to determine those neighborhoods. And I'm not necessarily even asking for that, but I'm asking for these particular locations, if you have the matrix.
Well, this was all from the input from
The council.
And that's my question, is it just based on council
This
input, or are you using
phase.
other,
Right.
are you using other objective criteria other than a councilperson's?
Yes, we are. Obviously, we're looking for, we want the best bang for our buck. In areas that we have high activity, obviously, we'd like to put cameras. We use them for observations of traffic routes and potential issues with that. So, I mean, as I say, the main thing in this case was to find locations that we could reasonably upgrade from the analog to the digital cameras and add the additional cameras in where we thought there was both a need for crime control and also.
So all these locations currently have analog cameras?
Not all of them, not all of them. Palisade and Franklin does. Riverview Park is a new setup. Central and Manhattan does. Newark, that's a new setup. CC Drive, that's a replacement. And Gifford and Bergen is a total replacement camera.
Greg, how many cameras are in Pershing Field?
Right now, there's 2, and we're doing a wireless setup to the one at Manhattan and Central that'll give you coverage on the west side, where we've been dealing with issues by the field house and things like that. We actually had to station a temporary camera up there over the summer for some issues.
Central and the Manhattan Avenue already, they have a CCTV already,
Yeah.
so probably it's belongs to upgrade. But the director, we're just looking for the limit of fund. We try to stretch it out as much as we can, so we can put more CCTV camera in the different places. That's our thing is this one. So please Can't you look at the matter? And also, the way Councilman Roberts say that it's not actually proud to bid, it's more like really RFQ, and there's certain license that, things not involved there, because when I see the camera available, a lot of different multiple the vendors, what I'm saying? So the price-wise, I think we should do some research, what I'm saying?
Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, you can.
Rich. Rich, you have your hand up? Rich.
Greg, sometimes they spend less money and they get crappy results. I think you're better off, a lot of this, what they say, go for the lowest bidder.
No,
Have problems with the lowest bidder on a lot of
Yeah,
things.
that's true.
But this is not the case, because
Okay.
camera AXIS,
Anybody else have a question? Go ahead, Rolando.
So you noted as well in your comments, Director Kears, that these cameras have been instrumental in getting guns off the street, maybe solving crimes. Do you have a report on that with regard to kind of the cameras and how they've contributed to either arrests or other
Director
activities?
Shea's office is, Chris Kearns is the person he has administered the program.
Yeah.
Quite sure Chris has something.
Okay.
I'd like to request that from the administration, if there's any measures or information with regard to reports related to these cameras and how they've helped to solve crimes or get guns off the streets or anything to that effect, where we can point to and demonstrate that the dollars are being well spent in these areas.
Yeah, we'll try and get some information. I don't know how much of that can be made public, but yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
thank you, Director.
Greg,
Melissa?
hold it.
Melissa?
No, I just want to say, the other day at the fire at 5:30 in the morning, your guys, the fire department and police were great.
Yeah.
Good job.
Good
Oh,
job.
this is one thing I like to bring up issue, because I appreciate it. The business administrator,
What's up?
because of December 10th, when we have some major, the incident happened, the Martin Luther King Drive. At the time, I was scratching my head. At the time, actually, all the schools, closed, actually citywide emergency situation, that happened. But we pay business administrator, we pay around $30,000 to $40,000 a year. We have a special emergency notice system we have. Why it doesn't work at the December 10th?
Well, we've gone through quite a few changes with it. Since that incident, I can go into some detail. Obviously, the initial notification went out to the Board of Education. They had their own internal system for the school closures. We come to find out that we have approximately 85 non-public and charter schools, many of which were not a part of the system. I've taken over now. I was not the administrator previously to December 10th. I am. We've been having extensive meetings with the BA and his folks. There'll be an enhanced system that's coming in. It's the basis of SWIFT 911, but it's going to be able to offer a tremendous amount more availability of how we notify people. One of the things we found, it's like anything else, good input in, bad. If it's good input in, you get good information out. If it's bad input in, bad information out. Out of our city employees, there was only 238 people on the city employees list when we probably have close to 3,000 or more. That's since we're going through a complete review of all that system. I set up a separate portal just for the non-public and private schools. So they say the ones that are handled through the Board of Education, that's a separate system that goes out through their folks. I'm happy to say that it looks like the Board of Ed will also be using the SWIFT 911, the RAVE setup, which is what we have, and there's a possibility we can integrate information with them too. It's getting people signed up. That's the big thing. Now we've just added another several hundred city employees into the system. I've been doing active shooter training for the folks down in the annex, and we'll be continuing that in the next couple of weeks with the assistance of John Lynch here. And every person that's signed in, we ask them for their information. What we've been relying on more and more is the SIMs or the text messages, because a lot more people want to be notified of that as opposed
So
to
then,
voice messages.
let me clear for that part of it. So, if I remember correct, I think we paid $30-some thousand. The emergency notice system, the contract. The only emergency system notice notice is possible people signing the system. As I understand, I thought that able to notice the citywide. Doesn't matter you signing that the system went up. I thought we get the notice general public
in the whole city. That's what I understand, because if we pay $30,000, we only able to possibly notice of them, people sign the system, then we pay $30,000, maybe 200 people sign it. It's cost us a notice of 20 people like a $30,000 city tax dollars. That's unacceptable.
What happens is that we subscribe to the Verizon hardline phones. The problem is you can't get a text on a hardline phone.
You can't.
The same thing with the businesses. If they have their own internal system, if it's not a text or SIMS message set up, you can't get it. So what we're asking now, Councilman, is to bring the system back down to ground zero, where there's other parts of this system which I think is extremely beneficial. We're also adding a component in there when somebody signs up on the system as a new subscriber or a current subscriber. You'll be asked to update your information. For instance, if you live and you're oxygen dependent, or if you have hearing problems, or if you have sight problems, there's a special needs in there. All that information will be integrated into the police and fire CATs. So when they're responding to that location, they already know what type of a situation they're dealing with and any extra measures or precautionary measures they have to take to ensure that the person's needs are addressed. So I mean, there's some of the other things that this new system will do. The kiosks that are around the city, the city kiosks, that'll pump that information out into them. It'll automatically feed to your cell phone, automatically feed to the social media pages. So I mean, there's a lot of information that's going to be able to fed up. More and more, they're getting away from the voice communication because most people don't want it. They want to be. And this is data that we're receiving from.
So let me clear for that part of it. When I say yes for that hiring the public notice, the emergency notice system, because I expected if any terrorist event, any natural disaster in Jersey City, even we going to be subscribed or not, I expect to get some kind of notice from the city of Jersey City. That's why I vote for that. But now I find out today, you only get the notice by people subscribe. I think we got to look at it a different way, because it's a subscribe for the emergency, whatever is. I think you only can reach so many people.
Well, I mean.
So then let me ask you this one. December 9, last year, how many people subscribed to the public emergency notice system?
Approximately?
Yeah.
There's about 53,000 numbers in the system, but out of that, how many of them, you break them down. If they're hardline phones, if we send out a text and say you are using your hardline phone at home, we're not going to be able to receive that information.
Yes.
Only if we send out a voice message.
Okay.
So what we're asking now on the new sign-up, 87% of the people in the United States use their cell phones as their primary means of communication.
Yeah.
More and more, Verizon is now in the process of trying to eliminate a lot of the hardline copper phones. And, there's legislation pending, whether it passes or not. A lot of the older folks, they want that hardline phone. But we've also found that with the new sign-up procedures that we're putting in, and this is the company that does the Swift 911, they're working with Kim Scalzione and myself and other folks that's involved in this setup. How do we get this information out where people want to subscribe to it and make it beneficial?
The fact is very simple. If we have an app downloaded, the weather, even though you have a heavy raining going to be hit that, they come up with the emergency beep and they're going to be hit the heavy rain in your area. I expected those kind of service.
I guess that's something we can look into, because I
really,
understand
please,
what he's
even
saying.
if
Like
that's
the
not
weather
the case,
alert, like
yeah.
you get the weather alert on your phone. So maybe we need to ask that system that you're working on now,
So-
could it accommodate us in that way?
Director,
Yeah.
every cell phone
I can see
provider
it, yeah.
able to send to that emergency
Right.
notice to cell phone holder, doesn't matter that subscribe or not.
Right.
If you limited it to subscriber, I'm the first one saying we should revoke the contract first, because it's useless.
What you're referring, it's a federal communications law that there, any national emergency event, they're obligated to do that. They're by
But
federal
local
communications.
raining in this area, not even like a national emergency, anything, nothing to do with that. But still we get the text message of AT&T, your area, current area have a heavy rain, heavy snow, we can get it.
That's
I
what
mean-
he has, I agree with you, Michael. That's
So-
why he has to look into that.
Please, okay?
Okay, look into that. All right, come on, Melissa.
And if they're not able to provide those
this
kind of
with
services, tell them goodbye, that's all.
Because we don't, go
No,
ahead.
I just wanted to know, I don't know if I missed it, how many cameras at the 6 locations?
There'll be a total of 24 cameras. What we're doing omnidirectional, northeast, south, and west. And then, for instance, at Persian Field Central, we're adding one PTZ mode in there. So you'll be able, in addition to, that's to pick up the avenue in addition to the parks. Same thing with the camera we're proposing down at Gifford and Bergen, 3 with one PTZ. The PTZs are good. The unfortunate part about it, many times they're moved for whatever reason, and you miss the event. So with the other cameras, you should be able to pick up on it.
Right. Thank
So
you.
24 plus 1.
24 plus 1.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
1053 and 1054, Joe.
So 1053 and 1054. 1053 is a resolution
Oh, yeah.
authorizing the
Talk about that too.
Sustainable Jersey City grant application for Sustainable Challenge project by the City of Jersey City. And Resolution 1054 is authorizing the Sustainable Jersey City grant application for waste audit by the City of Jersey City.
Go ahead, Melissa.
So the first one, we can start with 20-129, which is they're both grants are for Sustainable Jersey applications. 20-129 is for a $2,000 grant for the Sustainable STEAM Challenge. That's the grant that the young people, grades kindergarten through 12, are working on climate change projects that will occur in council chambers on 4/24. They'll be creating and presenting a solution of their choice, and the $2,000 will be used for outreach.
Any question? No. Okay, thanks.
The next one is 20-130, which I'm working with Sonia Dublin's office on. It's a Sustainable Jersey grant to complete a waste audit. The waste audit we would hire a consultant to do that with us. It's a $20,000 grant, which with no match. And that would help us to pursue composting and other diversion tactics to lessen our tipping fees and create a greener waste stream.
So we're gonna spend $20,000 to hire the auditing company?
Correct.
That's what it is, right?
Go ahead, Rolando.
To audit, what, our waste?
Waste stream,
City's
yeah.
waste?
Mhm.
Okay. And what does the report look like for that?
So it depends on how comprehensive we want it to be. If we're limited to $20,000, then we would probably stick with city buildings and looking at the way that we're managing those. And also, if we wanted to spend more money, then we could talk about incorporating the schools into that. And then if we wanted to really do a comprehensive waste audit, we could talk about the way that we are managing the residential waste across the city.
Any questions? That's it.
She said good.
That's
She
it.
said good.
Okay. You good? Sonia?
Thank you.
Sonia, that's 1028. And
1028
then 10.
is a resolution authorizing the refund of overpayment of cleaning charges authorized by the municipal council affecting 121 Carteret Avenue.
And 1031 she has.
And 1031 is a resolution authorizing the award of an open-end contract with Lincoln Recycling Services LLC for disposal of various waste types for the Department of Public Works Division of Sanitation. Sonia?
So I'll start with 1029, which is we have to refund back this money that was paid for cleaning.
28.
Yes, 1028. Unfortunately, they were charged twice, and we have to refund them back the money. That's basically it for that.
So we charge too much?
Yes, no, we didn't charge too much. We were in the process of putting a lien. We do clean and liens when there's abandoned homes or abandoned lots. They've already fulfilled their obligation by paying the amount, and I guess must have just been an oversight of the tax collector's office, maybe a combination with both my office as well before I took over, but they were charged $230.73 twice. We need to refund back one.
Okay. Go ahead. Next one.
The next one is the Lincoln contract, which is where we take our white goods, and that would be refrigeration, our stoves, and what other stuff did we send? Refrigeration, air conditioning, and stoves, and that contract we're now paying $80.21 per ton. Versus when we were taking to DART, paying 103.
Let me ask this one. 31, right?
Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, just, no, other council people can ask.
Anybody
first,
else?
yeah. And I'll ask.
We're paying for, what was it that's being?
White goods, this would take, this is where you would take your refrigerator, your air conditioner, the stove, wood, tire, those type of items, would go over to Lincoln. They were $79.21, they've now increased to $1, so it's $80.21. We've also, by taking it here versus taking it to DART, we would pay $103, would save about $100,000. So far, that's what we've saved.
So we save it?
Yes, we have. By taking it out of the waste stream and not taking it to DART, which is where the garbage would go, and taking it over to Lincoln, we are saving, even though we have a $1 increase.
So now, when you look at it, 2017, we paid $386,000. 2018, we pay $462,000, so we pay $76,000 more. You know, so there's some 20% increase. But 2019, we pay $480,000, so the price increase 18%.
Right, that's because it was going to DART, it was not going to Lincoln. We are now taking those items to Lincoln. We were paying before $103 a ton to dispose of those items. We are now paying $80.21 to dispose of it.
But still, we do that, our price keeps going up. 2019, we pay $480,000. Now, 2020, there's go $544,000. It's like a 13% increase.
I would have to be able to look back and see where they were taking it beforehand. I could only answer when we were taking it from what I have in front of me.
So
and
this is
since I've been,
like a renewal contract.
2007, say it again?
2019, we paid $480,000.
It was being taken to DART.
Yes, the 2020, we paid $544,000. In other words, we pay $64,000 more, like a 13% price, 13% increase.
Right.
Higher.
It's gonna drop now because we're only gonna pay $80.21. These items are all being taken to the waste stream. We're all being taken to landfill instead of being.
That's the case, why they ask that $544,000 if we say they should come out less than 2019, $480,000.
I can get you the breakdown, Councilman Yuen, and we can see where the difference is.
So, you understand, so now,
Yeah.
through this one, we save the dollars, fine. But at the end of the day,
saving
we
more
paid
than
for this company, 2019, we paid $480,000. But 2020, you guys asked the city council $544,000, 16% increase price-wise.
Well, we would have to see how many items were actually taken there to see the increase. I can give you a breakdown of that.
Okay, so, all right, so now.
Because that all depends on how many items were, because how many refrigerators, how many tires, how many air conditioners, that all depends.
This is the things that's bothering us. Even though open-ended contract, in other words, we pay for what we use for. 2018, we paid $462,000, and 2019, $400,000. So in other words, the price increase of 4%. 2019 to 2020, price increase 13%. So in other words, even though open-ended contract, what we pay continue price go up.
I understand what you're saying. I'll take a look at it and I'll
Yes,
send
please,
you a
can you
complete
get
breakdown of it, of items from versus 2018 to 2019
Yeah.
and the increase that you're seeing. I can send that to you.
Yeah, so because that, you try change the company, whatever you do that, try to save taxpayer dollars. End of day, that's our goal.
Absolutely.
But price-wise, we continue to pay more than what we paid last year, you know what I'm saying? So,
Which could be just because of, depending on how many items were taken there.
yes.
But I'll take a look at that and
Yes,
I'll give
please
you the
look at it.
comparison from 2018 to 2019.
Okay.
Okay?
So in other words, if we price to continue to go up, then my asking is that anybody auditing, anybody actually look at it, business side, to check that really they charge what we drop the garbage in their place.
Absolutely.
Right.
You understand? I don't want to they put their own weight other than our weight.
Absolutely.
So before our trucks, before left to DPW, we want to make sure that how many pounds in our trucks. You know what I'm saying?
We do. We have inspectors out there 24 hours a day, and we are checking those trucks periodically.
please, okay?
But
Yeah.
I'll take a closer look at it.
Thank you very much.
Rolando?
So this is not in, it's a question in relation to the contract itself, but not in this particular contract. This is done, right? So this is.
Yes.
we need
Finish with
contract. So my question is, have you looked into how other towns handle the disposal of this?
Yes.
Do they do it differently or the same?
No, it's but pretty much the
All the
same,
same.
which is the purpose of doing the zero waste audit was to be able to see another way to be able to dispose of these items or recycle these items into smaller, bigger material.
So the audit will uncover
help.
that? But currently, you've looked into that and.
I've looked into municipalities in Hudson County as well as Burlington County, and they're pretty much disposing it the same way we are.
Okay.
But I am looking at other avenues on being able to reduce it. So,
And
well,
also-
I'll be piloting other things.
Let me ask this one.
Can I just ask, does this service apply to all households and is it my understanding that trash collection, for example, for businesses that are, I mean, so for businesses as well as for buildings, that they have to contract for themselves, right?
Absolutely. Only people
Does
there.
this service available
Yes,
to them,
it's the
or is
same.
it?
No, it's
No.
the same way how we dispose of our garbage and our recyclables. You get 2 in 1, 2 solid waste and 1 recyclables, and if high rises, and of course, private businesses have to get private haulers.
Go ahead,
So
Michael.
last question is that this is a good business, you know what I'm saying? But why, when we put the bid, only one company is,
Unfortunately, that's who's bidding for it.
is there only one company interested?
Well, it could be 1 or 2. I mean, unfortunately, it's an open bid process, so you have to download it on BidSync. They're not bidding, I mean,
All right.
okay.
James.
Sure.
Responsible for Christmas tree pickup, I see that's in the contract.
That's there as well. Christmas trees get taken over to Lincoln.
So, but do we pick them up?
We can't, we also pick up Christmas trees as well as the private contracting company, which is regional.
Okay. I mean, my just experience with it, with you guys was that they were supposed to be left out on
Right.
like Wednesday night, pick up Thursday morning, just walking around the neighborhood.
Yeah.
You put out Wednesday night, Thursday morning that I'll be there, and then they just pick up in the regular trash, if the trash is Thursday night or if it's Friday night.
I noticed that we did have that issue. I will be addressing that issue now that this is under my new division, and I will be handling it differently. I'll make sure that is
Okay,
better handled.
I saw that the Christmas tree, could you, as you're going through the numbers the company asked for, are you able to just tell us what tonnage of Christmas trees were
Absolutely.
recycled last year?
Yep.
So we can, because I just, again, this is anecdotal, but it seems as if a lot of the trees just got picked up in the regular trash, and if it's cheaper for us to send them here, then.
Yeah, I can give you the complete breakdown of all recyclables.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret?
Thank you.
Hello.
Alrighty. So I have a few items. I'm going to be starting with item number 1019, which is a resolution authorizing a change in the custodian of the petty cash fund for HHS because our fiscal officer, Vivian Webb, is now working in the new Division of Finance, Department of Finance. That is important. So we were very sad to see her go, but she was our petty cash custodian, so now it's going to be Christian Bushell, who's our new fiscal officer, and I have now transitioned into the fiscal office at HHS in addition. I'm still going to be doing resolutions and coming to see you guys, but there's going to be fiscal work under my umbrella now as well. So going to that end, one of the first things that I had to deal with when I started in fiscal was a stack of invoices from Multimedia Solutions. This is going to be a late item. They host our healthierjc.com website. I don't know if you want to pass this on. There should be enough for everybody. So this is currently working its way through the iCompass system. It's already been cleared by the law department and purchasing and compliance. It just needs to go to Lubna and then to Brian. So it's almost done working its way through all the signatures, but they haven't been paid since last May. Their contract wasn't aligned with the calendar year, and when their contract was set to expire, the director decided it should align to the calendar year, and instead of submitting a partial year contract, we just waited until December, and now next meeting, we're going to be submitting a new contract for multimedia, and the payment for that will be on that meeting. The money was already set aside. It's in last year's budget. We just need you guys to authorize this claim in order to pay them. So there's that.
So the question that comes for any
Yeah.
claim is, who was responsible? It's a bill that wasn't, the contract that wasn't approved by the council.
Exactly. Well, the contract, well, yes, so the contract was up for renewal and nobody realized that. Mary Ann Kelleher is the director of the partnership office, so it was under her purview, and she's the one that signed the affidavit saying that, the vendor did complete all of the work and, can verify that they are deserving of these funds.
Is it Mary Ann's responsibility to have the contract renewed, or is it somebody else's?
It should have been either her or the fiscal office, at that
There's
point.
a lot of room.
I know, there is, yeah, so,
And now it's you.
yeah. So now it's me, yeah.
Going forward, it's you.
Yeah.
The buck stops with.
It doesn't stop with me, the fiscal officer is Christian, but this is one of the files that I was given because I do the resolutions and fiscal stuff, so they said, oh, this is great because it requires a resolution. Super duper. So.
Well, maybe 1075?
It should be, pending, you guys' approval.
Maybe that question should be more directed to the business administrator. Who does the buck stop with these claims?
Contract renewals are typically the people that engage with the vendor on the contract, so,
Go ahead, James.
So if claims are not, so the person who's interacting with the vendor is ultimately responsible for the contract renewal.
Yeah.
So each of those claims, how do you hold them accountable when?
Correct.
Because we've seen an increase in claims, that's undeniable, right? So there's been an increase in the number of claims that have come before this council, which means contracts aren't getting renewed and they're not coming before the council, and we're being asked to rubber stamp them after the service has been rendered. In most cases, we would approve them going forward, right? So, but still, there could be instances where that's not necessarily the case, and it's supposed to be our job to provide that due diligence, and yet it's kind of, we're not allowed to exercise our authority in these cases. So who do we hold responsible, and how are we doing that, ultimately? Because it keeps coming up, the claims just keep coming back. Pretty much it's a regular occurrence with every meeting, and that wasn't the case previously. So I just want to be clear about that going forward, and what will you do to hold them accountable going forward?
Yeah, it's case-by-case basis. We investigate each of these, but I wouldn't say that this is a ongoing, recurring problem, and we're not asking the council to rubber stamp anything. Use your discretion. We have conversations about how to move forward on each of them.
Okay, go ahead, James.
Question here.
Sure.
So I think we talked about this in the last budget cycle, but, and it gets into kind of a contract, but isn't it fiscally better for us to just have our website provider host all these websites?
Yeah.
Shouldn't we be transitioning away from
Yes.
spending extra money to have someone else host the website for us?
Absolutely. We expected the current website vendor to do just that. We're still going through some issues with them, and we're actually back and forth now on working with them on some upgrades, and if they can't make those upgrades, then we're going to have to start a whole new procurement process. I totally agree with you.
But so when they come back for renewal of this contract, do we have to renew it? Or
Yeah, we do, just because it would be a long enough period of having to build this site or any of the sites that we just need to keep going for now until we figure out what we're going to do with the current vendor.
And this website isn't just the website for the Department of Health and Human Services, it's actually the website for the Partnership for a Healthier JC, which is created from a grant from the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation in 2014. So it's actually representing a coalition of a core team of partners, which is the Department of Health and Human Services, the Jersey City Medical Center, the Jersey City Housing Authority, the Parks Coalition, and I'm going to forget the last one. But there were 5 core partners, and this website was for all of them to share. Yes, NJCU, yes. So that's why this was not part of the city website.
Are we still getting grant funding for that?
The grant, the last year of the grant was 2019, so this claim will be paid out of that last chunk of grant funding.
Okay, so this is being played by the grant, but then next year it would be.
Right, and the contract's coming up for renewal, so that's kind of why it just made sense, like we were unloading that grant, it didn't align with the calendar year, so now we're just sort of turning the page and we're gonna just hit reset on this, and then that way it'll also give us the option to renew year by year. So I think this will kind of be better, it's messy right now, but, you know, we're cleaning it up. Yeah, so I'm sorry, this is the first thing I'm presenting to you guys in the new year.
We just got the position. So.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Okay, 42, right?
Yes.
What number?
So, 40.
Number 1042.
Yes, so 1042, 1045, 1046, and 1047 are all memoranda of understanding with various sites throughout the city where our Division of Senior Citizen Affairs and/or our Division of Food and Nutrition are hosting senior congregate meal sites and/or senior recreation and socialization sites. So this is just formalizing the understanding that we've had with each of the senior meal and recreation sites. Just putting it in writing. There's no cost associated with this. We've been hosting events at these sites forever. We just wanted to have something more formal, just saying like, you will agree to do X, Y, and Z, and the health department agrees to do X, Y, and Z, and you sign here and we'll sign here. We already had an MOU with the Housing Authority to use their site at Holland Gardens for senior congregate meals. So this is just, it's the same MOU, we're just giving it to everybody now just to standardize the process. All right.
What about 1060? Right?
Well, there's a couple other kind of that were scattered throughout. There's an amendment to a grant from the Office of Local Public Health. That's for the city's STD clinic. It's an additional $50,000 from the state of New Jersey for the Division of Disease Prevention.
What number is that?
I'm sorry, that was 1043.
Okay.
And then right next to that is 1044, which is, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, just going back to these congregate sites.
Yeah.
So, let me see where it is. In the MOU, under page, I guess it's page 3, item number 16, political events. It says the host site agrees they will not host any events with candidates for elected office during the congregate senior lunch site hours of operation. The host site acknowledges that it understands that if such political events occur during the congregate senior lunch site hours of operation, that this would be a violation of the Hatch Act, which prohibits any political activity in connection with the administration of federal programs, which is fine. But I would ask that you add something to that that suggests that that they can, in fact, still host political events, just not with congregate meals.
Right, not from
being
like 10 to 1. Yeah.
But just to make that clear, so that,
Okay.
because the way it kind of sounds right now, it almost suggests that you can't do anything.
Okay.
And that's never been the case historically, to not allow political candidates to be able to speak at their.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, that's
Can
reasonable.
we have that included as an amendment to
Yes.
the?
Amend that motion.
Sure, absolutely. So I'll put that into all of them because they're all substantially the same. Okay. And then there's also 1044 is a grant from the state for the Hudson, from the Hudson County, a grant from the county, from the Department, or the Office on Aging. And that is to fund a variety of senior programming, and I printed it out because I knew I wouldn't be able to remember it all, but it's attached to the resolution in the agenda packet. So this is the grant that funds our senior congregate meals, in addition to educational, nutrition education, home delivered meals, so that's Meals on Wheels, the socialization and recreation grant, and then our, and the staff and the equipment necessary for that. So the home delivered meals and the weekend home delivered meals is what the HDM and SWHDM stands for. So that's just
You
money.
provide, the previous cycle, under the socialization recreation, what was funded previously?
Yeah, sure. Yep, I'll get that from June. Okay, senior. Right.
Can you just explain these other services, HDM?
Sir, home delivered meals, Meals on Wheels.
Home delivered meals.
Yep.
And then SWHDM?
Senior weekend home delivered meals. So some people get 5 meals delivered at a time for the whole week, some get 7. they're two separate grants, not sure why.
Okay.
So that's that. And then there's one final one, it's 1060. I'm sorry, these are all spread out and jumbled up.
We got 46 and 47.
Those are just more MOUs for recreation and senior meal sites. Yeah, they're all substantially the same. 1060 is a resolution authorizing a renewal of a professional services agreement with LifeMod LLC. That's Dr. Gonzalez. He's been working in our child health clinic and the immunization clinic. The immunization clinic and the STD clinic. He's sort of the clinical doctor that's on site. He's been with us for a few years. His contract is exactly the same as last year, including the cost.
Okay. Questions? Thank you, Margaret.
Thanks.
Mayor?
Margaret, make sure you take care of those seniors.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you.
Which one, Christine?
Should I start? Yeah, we just wanted to stop in and ask if there's any questions regarding the Open Space Arts Fund that's being proposed for a first reading. This was something that we worked with the Arts Council for the better part of 2 years now, is trying to find a solution to support arts and nonprofits in Jersey City with long-term sustainable funding. We had a group of probably about 80 organizations in here on Monday?
Last Monday, yeah.
Last Monday, with the Councilwoman Prince Airy, myself, and Christine. And this is a permissive tax, and the Arts Council is working on, later in the year, setting criteria similar to the Parks Coalition on how these grants would be given out, and this would be something that the council sets the rate on. We figured that it would be similar to the Open Space Trust Fund. So we just wanted to stop by, see if there's any questions.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to ask you, you said 80 organizations were here on Sunday. They can't raise money to fund the arts?
Correct. Like a lot of them, I mean, Christine could probably speak to this better, but a lot of them don't have the infrastructure to write the grants. They spoke about the challenges around that. And they spoke about how difficult it is to find funding, and a lot of them ultimately go out of business, right? And this is a challenge that arts groups face, throughout the state and really around the country, and we think it's important to try and help them out because they are really crucial to, a city that people want to live in. So here we are with a proposed solution, and I don't know if you want to add anything additional to that. On the funding, I mean, you ran one.
Yeah, I mean, just to build on that, it's not the first time I've spoken to this, but there is certainly a severe and pervasive funding gap that our nonprofit arts organizations face and have faced for a very long time. That begins on the state level with us being at the very bottom of the funding list. 4 counties across the state where you have Essex, a comparable county, pulling in $5 million in funding. The entire county of Hudson gets $200,000 to share. So there's a huge funding gap, and then the struggles really go on down the line when it comes to corporate giving, individual giving. All of the numbers are way below our counterparts across the state.
Christine, what are these art organizations going to do for us, the taxpayers?
Well, I think there is, the story of what they already do for us, which is the year-round programming that serves the residents. We have theaters, dance companies, but also we like to talk about the story of arts education and how this sort of funding stream can really help build programming that reaches children and young people and exposes them to art at a greater rate than they're being exposed to now.
Okay. So what is it? What kind of dollar are we expecting? If we put your 0.0s?
Open Space Trust Fund, I think, is half a penny today,
Yeah.
right?
Tenth.
A tenth of a penny,
Yeah.
right? So a tenth of a penny is what's a dollar on $100,000?
This is like 2 cents per $100. So how much do we expect the total?
It's more than 10 pennies. So we're going to try and match. Well, it goes up to 2 cents. We're not going to do 2 cents. So it's the council is going to set the exact rate, and we're going to try and make it comparable to the Open Space Trust Fund, which yields about $800,000 a year.
Yeah. So we expect around $800,000 a year, right? Yeah. So Mayor,
yeah,
actually, it's a great idea to funding for some kind of art and culture. I got no problem, but My major concern is that if anybody receives a tax bill, we have so many special tax now. You know, I think it's not the right thing to do. So now we have a Hudson County open space tax, Georgia City open space, and the Georgia City library tax, and the Georgia City school construction tax. Now we put another one, it's a Georgia City art and culture tax. So if we continue creating a special tax, so end of the day, the taxpayer going to ask themselves, we pay tax, what we going to pay for what? You know? And the sooner or later, we're going to put you different, all kind of tax. So when I was at school, the first things the professor teach me that when they govern the continuous special tax, it's not right things to do. More likely, one of our colleagues will say that it's the amount we contribute is very little, but average homeowner in Jersey City, $500,000 assessment, that means that they have to pay around $100 per year. When you look at $100, yes, a whole lot of money, but it's a yes. When they're owned by fixed income housing owner, extra $100 is a lot of money. If it's not one time, it's every year they pay another $100, you know, so we better do something, it's my personal opinion, we better find out if it's around $800,000, we should take those kind of funding, as I said many times, that we increase efficiency of government, we should be, instead of create a special tax, we should be somewhere our general fund to funding for that, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean,
So I would say two things to that. First of all, if you do half a penny, right? Half a penny would equate to, on a house of $500,000 assessed value, about $20 a year, right? So it's not big money, right? Relatively speaking. And each of these permissive taxes are controlled by the state legislature. We can't layer these on without oversight from them. And so the arts community lobbied for this with our help, and got the state to allow a permissive tax that just all we're asking is goes to the ballot and let the public decide. Once the public decides, you can ultimately fluctuate and change that. So if, I would just argue that if the public comes out 90% voting yes, and they say, yes, we really want to support the arts, then you know that maybe there's a tolerance for a greater number on that. And inverse, if it's not, then maybe there's a tolerance for a lighter number. But I do think that, you know, these groups struggle, and we all agree that they are crucial to the city. And asking the voters how they want to support them is, I think, a fair thing to do. And that's really all we're doing today.
So we not decide actually, November, our general public will decide.
They'll decide.
So I got no problem with that, you know what I'm saying? But so just to look at it, we continue to create a special tax. It's a very uncomfortable, unpleasant thing, actually.
Yeah.
But let them decide the public, you know, so they're willing to.
Look, I think you'll get a good picture in November of how the public feels about this, right? I think you'll see what the results are, and if it's 80% in one way, you'll get an idea, and if it's 51-49, you'll get an idea of what they feel about it. So I don't know, Mira worked on this with us, so I don't know if you want to add anything.
I know this is something that the arts community has been working on for about 3 years, and they did model it initially after the open space trust fund that the city does, but because there was no mechanism in place at the state level, that's where they had to go and work with the Assembly and the Senate. I think for somebody who does do arts events in the city, there is dire need for money for programming, for operational expenses and things like that, just for these organizations to keep the doors open. And I think that if you're looking at something that's maybe $20 a household a year, that's not even the cost of 2 movie tickets to go see something at the theater. So I mean, I think that the benefit of this is that it's going to be able to distribute funding across the city for all arts organizations to have a healthier, more vibrant arts community.
So, but now this is our major concern, because when we create open space tax, and I see that not only my council members see that where they spend the money, more likely open space dollars we collect. I thought we used it a different way, but more likely that we spend the dollars for the, like a daily maintenance items, like a fixed fence, fixed roof. I mean, we pay taxpayer. I can make a very clear statement. When the people of Jersey City, when they pay open space tax, not for the tax for maintenance, we create more open space. we kept more of the park, not putting the fence, not putting the fix the roof. That's what not the purpose of that. So now this one too, with the leadership with the director, we have to build the right direction to go. It's not just give to them like a slush fund to spend their own things. We should be some kind of, this one is actually build up some kind of foundation, culture, and the art for our community, you know.
But Councilman, I would say though that all of the projects across the city were vetted by the committee, and we stipulated and made it very clear that it was not repair and maintenance. That's the city's job. So that's why you're seeing things that are actually upgraded so they can have something bigger, better, more, and for parks that actually need things like AstroTurf and things that are maybe, 10 years down the line with the capital budget, now we can do this. None of the requests we got in the Open Space Trust was for land acquisition. That doesn't mean we're not going to get one next year. And I think what's going to be key is, as they're building out the committee, is a conversation around how this money is going to be spent.
Yeah, the committee's going to be back in front of you,
Yeah.
Councilman, in the next couple months. And the Arts Council was gathering feedback from all the different arts organizations on what types of needs they have, what the process is, what the potential grant it can be, what the thresholds are, what type of projects qualify. Are we focused on children? Are we focused on public art? They were setting all that stuff up. That's going to come back to you guys to decide. They made it clear that they didn't want the city to be able to apply for those funds. They wanted it separate for them. And I think I think it's ultimately a choice where these community-based arts groups, in 5 or 10 years, realistically may not be able to survive in a city like ours, right? Just because costs increase and they struggle around dollars. And I think that we need to find ways to help them if we want them to be here, and they are important. So this was one potential option. I don't think putting them into the budget with line items would have worked. I mean, we're struggling with that right now. And then a lot of them don't have the ability to apply for CDBG, CSBG. A lot of them don't qualify, and those that do qualify don't have the wherewithal to be able to focus on that and do it properly, right? Because you're dealing with federal dollars now. So it's a tough situation. I appreciate it. Nobody wants to add an extra tax onto this, but you're going to have a challenge in a couple of years of supporting these groups. There's less today than there were 3 years ago, and there'll be less in 3 years if you don't do something.
So if okay.
Why is it $5 million in Essex County and only $200,000 for Hudson, and what can we do to change that? Isn't that something that we could have went down to the state and lobbied for?
Yes, and to the mayor's point, I think what we're seeing is these organizations are not competitive on the statewide level because they face really critical capacity issues that don't allow them to do this kind of reporting, that don't allow them to have the kind of momentum within to be able to go and apply for these grants, to follow up on them, and to be able to do the proper reporting on them. Really looking under the hood of every single nonprofit arts organization in the city has been part of my job, to see what their long-range plans are, what their financial plan is, and how I can help in my role get them stronger and get them more competitive. But there's still a real fundamental problem that they're facing here.
Go ahead, Rolando.
So, going to the funding itself and what's eligible to be spent there. So, does the law prescribe anything, if it should be adopted as law, prescribe any restrictions as to whether it be capital dollars being used for capital cost, direct programming, or anything of that nature?
No, the law, so the law as proposed by Jersey City was stricter than what eventually was adopted by the state legislature. The state legislature allowed municipalities who implement this to have a lot of release valves so they can use the dollars for other things, okay? And the Arts Council in Jersey City and the statewide Arts Council decided to support it because they decided that something was better than nothing ultimately, and this took 2 years to get to. Everybody feels comfortable in Jersey City that we're going to set parameters around it and they'll be clear, and that they feel comfortable with the council and our office that there are protections in place. I can't speak to everywhere else in the state, but the state legislation is very loose.
Mayor, you said it's only going to be an average of $20?
Yeah, I mean, you set the dollar amount. You're not talking, like, we're not talking about big dollars here, similar to the Open Space Trust Fund, and it adds up to, again, what Christine said is you have every arts organization in the county fighting right now for $200,000 total, okay? So this, if we match it to the Open Space Trust Fund, which you don't have to do, that's about $800,000 per year just for Jersey City with a nominal fee, right? So it's a game changer for a lot of these organizations, right? It really is meaningful to them and helps us long-term as well to keep them alive here.
James, you have something?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I agree with everything you said about why we need to fund the arts. And in that case, why even go to referendum? Why not, so we have the authority to implement this, if we believe this is to be the right thing, and, we don't propose an account with people, why not just develop the system, redo it, apply.
That's a good point.
Referendum, right?
Yeah, I mean, that comes from the
The
state.
law requires
It does, because the ordinance is a non-binding referendum.
Oh, no, it should be.
It's a non-binding referendum.
So, no, so that language, my understanding and we should clarify this, Peter, but the state law was very clear that, and it was Raj who championed it, that it is replicated replicated to the Open Space Trust Fund, which has to be implemented via referendum.
Okay.
So we should look into that, right?
The ordinance itself just is non-binding, so if you guys can clarify that.
Yes, we will.
Okay, great. Sorry.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Okay.
All
That's
right.
it, thank you, Mayor.
No,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you was finished.
in terms of the law itself, and maybe this is more for the law department,
Okay.
in terms, we can set the dollar amount around it. Can we also set, vary it within population? So for example, if you're a senior who qualifies for a senior discount, or a veteran who gets a rebate, can we set lower rates for those populations as opposed to the same rates across the board?
No idea.
Yeah, I don't think there's any language that specifically allows for that. We can look at it and we can get back to you before Thursday to see if it's possible.
Well, veterans benefits are fantastic.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
Good night.
Thank you.
John? He's 2016, so that is 10.4.
Sorry.
Okay.
So, 10 point,
No, 2116.
2116? So that is
You have
10.40. 10.40.
Oh,
So 10.40 is a resolution awarding an emergency contract to Gateway Security to provide armed and unarmed security guard services on a month-to-month basis, not to exceed 6 months, to the Department of Public Works Administration Services.
No, this is just Department.
Yes, good evening, thank you. So, right now, the city's going to be preparing to go into bid specifications for new security guards. So we're going to be putting a new contract out there. But in the meantime, we need to keep the ongoing contract so we can have armed security guards, especially over at the annex.
Yeah, but their cost is a fortune, is it?
Yes, it is.
I mean, really?
It's expensive. Yeah, as you see the increase for the years, each one going up, that's because we had to add guards as the annex buildings came up.
Yeah, but annex building is one thing. If we see that they analyze the cost year by year, 2017, we spent, 2017 means now not much we have, the facility actually not changed. 2017, we spent 1.4 million. 2018, 1.7. 2019, 2.3. But 2020, we talk almost $3.2 million. Is the price going up? I mean, really unacceptable. I mean, what kind of service difference between 2019 and 2020, and the price go up 39%? You tell me now.
Well, the main reason is because we had to add armed security guards down at the annex because of the issues that we're having. Right now, we're working on correcting close to 25 issues, and correct me if I'm wrong, Brian, I think we got about 20 of them.
Yeah.
And it was from the PSX company. Everything from the turnstiles not working, X-ray machines not working, the metal detectors. So we have gotten a lot of this corrected. So over time, as we get more and more of these issues corrected, the less armed guards we're going to need. But we've had to bring
Mostly
in,
because we have these new buildings that came online in the last year.
Annex building?
yes.
I mean, we put in the armed guard, we're not putting the half dozen of armed guard in the City Hall Annex building. I mean, the price increase almost 40%. I don't think so. You gotta calculate
Can you
right.
provide a breakdown of that cost?
Yes.
So we can see well that,
So here,
where the increases were?
yes,
Substantial.
Yeah, the 2017, from writing, 2017, $1.4 million, 2018, 1.7, 2020, 2019, 2.3, now 2020, they talk about $3.2 million. That's a lot.
It is a lot. No, it is, and I agree, and we all,
When I say a lot means that you gotta come up plan to reduce the cost.
well, one of the things, as I said, we are going out to bid and see what else is out there with regards to security guards, but gateway, security and armed guards are expensive.
To Councilman Young's point, I just would like a clarification as to why the increases are so substantial, right? So we consolidated facilities, so there should be, theoretically, fewer
less.
need. Yeah, a need for less security as a result, because there's fewer places to, so if you can break down how many security guards over the years we've had, at what locations they've been located at, and then kind of where we can identify where the costs are increasing here, because it is substantial to this point. It's
So do me a favor.
like a 33% increase, right?
Yeah, no, 39%.
39%, okay.
So let me ask you this one. 2017, how many security guard, armed and the non-armed, and which location they provide? 2018, how many armed, how many non-armed, and how many places they give us by manpower and the location, and each location, how many people assigned? Because when you increase those kind of security service, 40% comes at $3.2 million. I don't think so. It's a whole, too much money.
John, my suggestion, I don't know about the council member, that they should give us that information, pull this until you get that.
Yes, I was going to say you should just pull this, table
Yes,
this.
it's
yeah.
too much money to,
It's too much money.
yeah, just say yes to one
That's
line.
fine.
Okay.
All right?
All
So
right.
regional, right?
10
Wait, but
for
this
it.
is a month to month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what happens without?
Well, we'll probably go a month without paying them, and hopefully that doesn't cause us an issue.
That's,
Can't do that.
this is a month to month. So you're going
Is
to
this
bid.
24
Yeah.
hours? Is this 24 hours?
Yeah,
Well, it's
So I
some
think it
locations.
has to
Some
kind of move
locations at
forward,
the
I
annex.
guess, in that sense.
Yeah.
Because it is month to month. But when you go to bid, you have to look at, to Councilman Young's point, right? Where's our increases here? So we need to be able to figure out if there's some way to put this out to bid that doesn't
Okay, John.
substantially increase our
Yeah,
costs.
it's about
John.
100 and something thousand a month.
John, fine, because you have to pay the bill. I don't want you people provide service to the City of Jersey City, city not, we don't want to hear that, pay the bill. But meantime, till this Wednesday, right, the Thursday with council meeting, till that point, you gotta provide information, something. So in other words, if somebody cheat the City of Jersey City, well, even the waste a taxpayer, we want to know how much they wasted. Just like a dumb, like just insert the waste, we want to know how much we waste, okay?
Well, as I said, 2017 was one cost, but 2018 is when the annex buildings opened. That's when we added armed guards down there. And then in 2019, because of the issues we've had at the annex buildings, that's where we added more armed security guards.
What issues, John?
Issues, as I mentioned, everything from the x-ray machines not working, the turnstiles not working, the camera's not installed yet. Because this PSX company has caused us a lot of issues.
What company?
The PSX company, the company that put in some of the security measures in the building, there were so many gaps. And
One of the issues why we have extra guards is because we don't have the right security equipment in place, which we're trying to resolve now. For whatever reason, somebody was left out of the building when it was built, a couple of the buildings, and we're installing it, it's almost done. Things as simple as alarm systems and metal detectors, we're almost done with.
So if it's done, the total cost will be down.
yeah, when it's done, we're going to be eliminating some of these armed guards.
Yeah, we're gonna eliminate a good amount.
Okay, great.
So, but, yeah, this is a month-to-month piece.
Okay.
Yeah. But I will get you, of
Yes.
how many guards we had in 2017, 2018,
And
2019.
their locations.
Yes, and the
Where the
location.
armed ones were. And to that point, the armed and unarmed, we had that debate in the previous council about armed security guards at the courts. I just want to make sure and confirm that we're still continuing that practice, and
Yeah.
that we're looking to do that going forward into the, I guess as we go out, we're going out to bid, I assume, right?
Yeah.
And then to your, since you raised that issue, I didn't know that about the security issues at installation. Are you looking at, given their poor service, as to what you can do to reclaim some money there, or some sort of refund, or were there cost overruns as a result, or anything like that that resulted from
The security, yeah, we're trying to resolve the issues first, and then we're gonna understand what our options are there.
Right, and we've held payment right now.
Yeah,
until
yeah, that's right. We haven't paid them in months.
The only reason they came up here, it was because we held payment and they came up from Philadelphia to meet with us. Other than that, it was, we couldn't even get on the phone. When we had an issue, they sent us a 1,200-page document and said, reprogram the system yourself.
Oh,
Okay, John, you're a very smart person, so I'm gonna give John the homework.
okay.
If we, the way you say, security guard, what metal detector, whatever was said, that give us those, that what kind of dollar project to save, you know what I'm saying? So we will feel comfortable. Other than that, okay? So the way you say, if you all those done, that the price will be down because we will have to reduce the armed guard. So then give us some kind of project to cost saving, you know, right? That's why I need to add it to
Show us
your
cost
report, right?
savings.
Okay, yeah, right.
Okay,
Okay.
go James, no, no.
So is there a way for us to not authorize a 6-month extension, but maybe to make 3 months or something shorter? Because I share the same concerns as my colleagues on the high cost of this contract.
Yeah, well, it's probably going to depend on how, how quickly we're able to bring in another company, or if we rehire them, so as we go out, for
We
bid.
need to bring in another
I
company.
know, but I think, from our perspective, doing this for 3 months and kind of trying to, just force us to really, get to a resolution quicker rather than later.
I mean, if you're fine with that,
We could do that.
yeah.
So no big deal.
Yeah.
3 months.
3 months.
Okay.
3 months enough to put out the bid, you know?
So let me throw out something new, if you bear with me for a minute, colleagues. So I wasn't at the last meeting, and I see that we have first reading. This is in relation to your resolution. So 3.1 is about the security at senior buildings, 75 or more units.
Right.
I thought that passed last week because I wasn't there, but I guess it hasn't. So does this still apply to, this new one still apply to senior buildings and how?
No, it's a separate.
Separate, it does not apply at all.
Not with this one.
No.
It's nothing to do with this contract. This is a.
Yeah, I know it doesn't apply to the contract.
Yeah.
I'm saying, does it apply to senior buildings and Jersey City Housing Authority buildings?
Yes, but they called it, they changed it. That before was the uniform security guard.
Right.
We changed to attendants, you know what I'm saying? Uniform or attendant. We give the more flexible room to
the
the housing authority so they can able to provide 24
So
hours.
two things I would like to, for the council to consider, because I do agree that we do need 24/7 security in senior buildings throughout Jersey City, and that certainly is helpful on the south side in particular, where I heard shots ring out over there at 94 Union and other folks right in their lot, right? Like literally. And so could we consider, as you look to go to RFP, a shared services agreement with the Jersey City Housing Authority to consider picking up their security costs around this, or helping, getting into it together so that we can provide 24/7 security for our senior buildings throughout the city as part of this bid and this contract. Secondly, and I don't know, I've heard that there's a shared services agreement potentially in the works with the Jersey City Public Schools, and perhaps the business administrator or yourself could talk about that more around maintenance services. I don't know if that's been contemplated here for security services as well. I don't know if they do that in-house or if they use an outside security company as well. But if there's cost savings through, what's it called, when you just have larger volume around it, that might be something to look at as you explore
The next contract.
Next contract, yep.
So get ours first, based on our price. If the price is reasonably cheaper than what the board will add, or housing, authority, or whatever, then we can talk about the future plans, you know what I'm saying? Right? So bottom line, load our price first.
Okay.
Good luck.
All right, thank you,
So,
John.
John, so are we withdrawing this and you're coming back with a new?
No, we're
No,
extended
we're
3 months.
We're just gonna
So you're gonna make that change in
Pay the bill.
in the system, John? Did you
3
upload
months.
the?
No, Danny did.
Okay, so
Yeah.
just make sure that change is done for for Thursday.
All right.
Thanks, John.
John,
You're welcome.
John, thank you for taking care of that problem the other day. I'm sorry to drive you crazy, but you're the best.
Matt,
No, no.
Matt has an ordinance 3.2.
All right, good evening, afternoon. 3.2, ordinance to the Municipal Council adopting amendments to the land use map of the Liberty Harbor redevelopment plan. There was an amendment made by a property owner.
Sorry, 3.2 is First Street Park.
3.2?
Ordinance 3.2?
Yeah. Yep.
Liberty Harbor is 3.3.
Yeah, they have a wrong number towards it.
Right.
Oh, my bad.
You got
It says it on the
3.2
top.
or 3.3? Which one?
It says it on the top, so I'm not sure why,
3.1
but
actually, it's a 3.2.
So you're doing, you're
Might have been
We don't have
updated.
3.2.
doing 3.3 Liberty Harbor? Or are you also doing 3.2?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
First
Agenda
Street
number
Park?
on item 3.3 is
oh,
3.2. That's
they
weird.
don't match my, I'm sorry, I printed this out, I'm
Which
referencing.
one you doing?
I am doing 3.3 and 3.4 per the agenda,
Okay.
okay?
So 3.3 is Liberty
So,
Harbor, and
yes.
3.4 is the Morris Canal.
Yes,
Okay, that's what we're working on.
yes.
Sorry for any confusion.
No problem, I apologize as well. So there's an amendment to the Liberty Harbor redevelopment plan. If you turn to one of the attachments in the ordinance, there's a map with a call-out that says, that calls out the proposed map change. There's no language being changed in this redevelopment plan. It is simply a petition by a property owner that has a existing business. I believe it has to do with cement aggregate business that has been operating for years now, that was in the park zone and wished to be rezoned to the industrial district of that redevelopment plan.
Now, is this Liberty Harbor or Morris Canal? Because
It's Liberty Harbor.
Liberty Harbor.
so it says Morris Canal in the language over here.
Did I
And the purpose.
This is 3.
Which one?
Wait, amended the Morris Canal redevelopment.
We are on agenda item 3.3. I'm speaking on a Morris Canal amendment on 3.4. I apologize.
In 3.3, in the purpose, it says, the council
Oh, on the,
Morris Canal
fact sheet.
redevelopment plan.
All right, I will amend that. I apologize.
Is that the fact sheet, Council?
Yeah, on the purpose
Yeah,
and fact sheet,
okay.
yep, on the back.
Matt will amend that.
And
Okay.
the December 30th, 2020 meeting. 2020 meeting. I think it's supposed to be 19. I don't think it mattered much, right? Right.
Okay. Any questions on the,
So are we just saying that they were basically improperly put in the park district?
yes,
Like that, those lots should have never been included in the park district?
that is what they're, yeah, that's what they're petitioning for,
And
yes.
would you agree?
Yes. It is privately owned. All the other lots around it are owned by the NJDEP and part of Liberty State Park.
Okay.
But I think the question is, was it a park district and then somebody built something at some time, or?
I believe that it was always privately owned. I haven't done the research back to when the park was initially created, but it's privately owned and it has a legitimate business on it, an operating business on it.
Have we, there's a word after, we just asked the Friends of Liberty State Park about this change?
I have not.
I assume it's again, if it's just what it is, where it was improper ordered or properly.
Yeah, they're-
Everyone would be fine. I just want verification that that was the case, basically.
I can send it to them. I don't know if they'll have that basis of knowledge, but yeah, I mean, I can send it to them.
Yeah, I assume they won't if it's been in business there for decades. Then
Right.
It won't be an issue, but I just want to confirm before we vote on it.
Okay.
3.4?
Can I reach out for a contact?
Yes,
Okay. Sam Pesson, I probably have shared an email with him at one point.
Sam, he'll know.
Is it, in the map, it's those two red,
Yeah, there's two lots, actually. They're irregular in shape, so that's why it's kind of strangely represented, but there's two lots.
no, that makes sense.
One has a short sliver along Thomas McGovern, and then one is actually, they're under the same ownership, but one doesn't front on Thomas McGovern because of that sliver.
I mean, not to get off topic here, but looking at that map, then Theodore Conrad Drive looks like half of the lower end of that is in the Park District as opposed to the Industrial District.
Yeah, it's pretty normal for us to draw boundaries of districts down the center line of streets and along property lines. Okay?
Okay.
3.4 ordinance to create the sewer easement heights bonus in the Morris Canal redevelopment plan. There are a number of attachments affixed to this ordinance. One being a letter from Rich Haydes of the JCMUA, who is actually the petitioner. JCMUA is the petitioner for this amendment. You may remember a recent amendment to 262 Johnston Avenue. It was discovered that there is a 84-inch interceptor sewer that runs under this privately owned parcel. And what this amendment is doing is requiring a setback from that sewer main. And then it says, should you do that requirement, or should you redevelop the site, there is a sewer easement heights bonus that allows for the bulk that would have been permitted in that area to now be added to the top of the building. Regardless of whether or not they use the bonus height, the setback is required. In addition to that, just one more second. In addition to that, a map is also being added to the redevelopment plan in this ordinance, map F, which works to make aware the general public of the existence of that sewer main. It traverses other properties in addition, the largest being the commuter NJ Transit lot that you can see. It's a teal color that runs across the frontage of that parking lot, almost like 60 to 70 feet in from the street.
So this was initiated by the JCRA?
JCMUA.
JCMUA.
Yeah, there's a letter from Mr. Haydes, Goviello, to Anicia Chiloni.
So the height bonus, is that increasing any density or?
No, the purpose of it is not to increase density, it's just to allow for the bulk that would have been permitted in that area to still exist, but exist and result in a taller building.
I'm sorry, can you hear?
To exist and result in a taller building. It's not to increase density.
Just to make a building taller,
Yeah,
so it has a better view.
it will, I assume it would result in a better view, yeah.
That means
Or
that the total that the property.
more
owner
taller
higher.
views.
Simple. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and there's also a kind of a preliminary site plan about that setback would look like.
So then, what we get City of Jersey City, because of those kind of zoning change, what high change without density, is a big bonus to the way they say it. It's a bonus to developer. Then what do we get return from
Well,
that?
we, the
When I say
JCMUA,
we means the City of Jersey, what we get back? Or what
so the
kind of-
JCMUA, who is our municipal utilities authority, wrote in their letter that to relocate even a small section, it's estimated to be approximately $12 million.
But they don't have to be relocated to the sewer line because they have a sewer line 10 foot this way, 10 foot that way. They can do nothing to open to public, right? They have
This
to-
is, there's no covenant on the deed of this property that speaks to the existence of this sewer main.
Matt, didn't we get like some affordable housing? Because they came to us before about not changing the density, but the number of doors.
That will still,
This was
that will
approved-
still exist.
But that was approved when? And I think we got
I
some
don't
affordable
have
housing
that,
because of it.
I don't have that number in front of me, but that requirement and that result of affordable housing will still be a piece of any development
No,
on that
because the
property.
councilman is asking, what do we get? And I know we got some.
That's right.
6.5%.
6.5%?
Yeah.
So we got some
This
affordable
doesn't-
housing when they ask for the doors, not
Yeah.
the height.
This change doesn't remove that.
So we give to them, they're not density, they change the height, but we're gonna get to 6.25% of affordable housing, right?
That's pre-existing.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Yeah. And that's still elective, I believe. That's still elective.
So 6.5,
While
how
this
many
one, the sewer main easement setback is actually becoming a requirement. It does allow for bonus height, should they elect to use bonus height, but it is a requirement, the setback.
So 6.25% is how many units is it?
I didn't bring the last ordinance information, so I don't
180,
necessarily
so
have
then you
that
have
in front of me.
The 4 units?
It's about 4 or 5 units, if I remember.
So if it's 140, how many units?
I forgot the exact, I don't know.
Anybody knows?
The council may be here for that,
Yeah,
that
and to
property,
answer to us,
that might be able to speak to the
Yeah.
past amendment.
Yeah.
No. Is he here?
Yes.
You here to speak
Come
on
on
this
up.
ordinance? Is he here to speak on this?
Mr. Curley represents the property owner, not JCMUA. That this, where the
You just want
The
him to
sewer
speak on
easement
this. That's it.
transverses. Do you want to speak up there?
Stay with him, man, because we just want you to speak on the property, like, what are we getting from the city from giving you the extra height? That's what he wants to know, the councilman. You got a seat.
Yes.
State your name, so.
So those areas.
Wait, Michael.
My name is John J. Curley, C-U-R-L-E-Y. I represent the contract purchaser of the property who has made the application. During the course of getting land use approvals, we discovered that there was a sewer line that blocked our otherwise as-of-right type of development, which the city council had already approved through an amendment of the Morris Canal redevelopment plan. It did not show up in our survey originally. It did not show up on a title search because there was no recorded easement instrument. It was just there. So thank God we discovered it before we did any pilings. What you would say, the party responsible for the pipe is the Jersey City Municipal Utilities Authority. And we contacted them. They admitted that they had no legal document to establish the existence and the extent of their easement and the uses and things of that nature. So they were quite eager to get from us an ability to get access to the sewer and also to have a recorded easement. The design of the project had to be redone, and we knew that the city did not want any greater density at the location, so we kept the density consistent with what had been allowed under the Morris Canal redevelopment plan. And what we proposed then was to go a little higher on the height in order to keep the density the way it was. So there is no increase in density. The other aspect of this is that right now there is a building on top of the sewer line, and the JCMUA cannot get access to that sewer line. It's an industrial type building. It's been there for quite a long time. So this would cure that problem. That area over the sewer line would be completely clear and accessible. There may be some paving for parking or something like that, but there would be nothing that would obstruct future access by the JCMUA.
Okay. Any questions? Go
I
ahead,
think-
Jermaine, and then
So
Michael.
what the councilman wanted to know is the original number of doors was changed in the past. and he wanted to know what we were getting back for.
I believe the difference calculated out to approximately 11 affordable units.
11.
So 11 affordable units. It was, do you remember the original, the Morris Canal original plan? How many units were there? About right?
I don't recall. I do know that we had done a feasibility analysis with NW Financial to support the plan amendment that was done at that time.
All right. Okay.
He don't remember.
I mean, he doesn't remember, so what else could we do?
I mean, we did, but we passed that maybe 6 months ago.
Yeah.
We passed the extra amount of doors, and then they came back to me. I met with them a few times about, in the MUA, about the sewer line.
So they're having a problem?
Simple. Yeah, that it also runs under like the lot over there, the New Jersey Transit lot, the park and ride lot. So I think we already talked about that. We're planning, like anytime anyone looks to do that, we should kind of make some adjustments now about that area because the line comes directly under like the parking lot there.
So why don't we do this? So this is our first reading. So maybe this Thursday we introduce it as a item. But till time, can people provide us some information? You know,
What
how many
information you
plan
want?
that what is that the affordable housing units will be provided?
Total number of units, affordable housing units.
Yes, we'll have that
plan,
available. I mean, I have that available out in the hall. I have the architect here.
Out in the hall.
Just provide us something in writing.
Just provide us in writing.
Okay.
That's it, okay?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tim? Okay. Tim has 023, which is ordinance 3.12. 3.12, right? Tim, that's your ordinance. You have an ordinance and a resolution.
The late item, that's the late item.
Yeah.
So it's the amendment to the block 239, lot 47 redevelopment plan?
Yes.
You're with the redevelopment?
Let me read the rest and finish.
And then-
No,
Where are you from?
Go ahead.
my name's
He's
Timothy.
from planning.
Yeah,
I've never seen you before.
He's been here once.
we've talked on the phone before.
He's been here once or twice, though.
My name's,
Do you know her?
Oh, I don't want to know.
Okay, go ahead, Tim, with 3.12.
yeah, ordinance number 3.12, which was an amendment to the Block 239, Lot 47 redevelopment plan. It's a one-property redevelopment plan. It's just one parcel. And the amendment that's made is primarily to the use, to provide a use for a hotel, and that the hotel use shall not be permitted to be mixed with any residential use as part of the development, and some signing changes along with the hotel use.
So this would be, this will be completely hotel, not mixed in, because I know one time.
Yes.
Okay.
Tim, can you give us a physical address? I mean, we got lot and block numbers. Where is it?
170.
109. 109 Columbus Drive.
Yeah, 109 Christopher Columbus Drive.
Because it wasn't on there.
It's downtown.
Yeah.
What's there now?
It's 109 Columbus.
Where is that?
I think it's just the
Corner of
park.
Columbus and Grove.
Instead of, yeah, it's just
Is
a
that
park.
already a hotel?
The parking lot?
I just wanted to make
Apartment
sure it
building?
was just a hotel.
It is.
It's
It
not
is.
current.
It's current.
What
What is it?
It is, I mean, my understanding is it's residential units, but my understanding is our vote on the short-term rentals may have affected what was actually happening in there. So, our short-term rental ordinance was, potentially was allowing for use in the building, so.
So now the building have to be a complete hotel, not mixed like residential
Yeah.
hotel. It cannot be.
No, it cannot be.
Because that'd be a problem. I know
So
it.
this was a residential, right?
Sorry?
They're tearing this building down?
No.
We don't have the ordinance. I don't have to pay
So
for it.
that's the question. So
It was given to you
So
with
what
the
I
items
have,
that I gave you.
what I have online
Go ahead,
is just
go
the
ahead,
resolution. Are you amending the text of the redevelopment plan, or is it just the resolution before us?
I have an order, are we talking about an ordinance?
I don't know, if the council president.
Go ahead. We need somebody to explain what's happening with this project.
Yeah, because I think I could hopefully add something to it. This is the handout that we gave at the planning board. So the report that we provided in support of the proposed amendment. So the property is located at 109 Christopher Columbus Drive. It is an existing 5-story residential building. Mixed-use ground floor is a commercial use. So 5 stories, 24 units. So the proposal is to amend the redevelopment plan to add hotel as an additional permitted use. But as you'll see in the ordinance, the stipulation is that if you want to do a hotel use, you cannot have a hotel use and a residential use.
Right.
You basically got a fish or cut bait. You have to do one or the other. So that would just be, it's the hotel use the whole building would have to be converted to a hotel use. You can't leave residential uses in there. That's it. There'll be additional amendments for signage, because in the event you have a hotel use, you're going to have signage associated with it.
Is this a tax abated development?
It was previously. I think the tax abate
expired?
It expired, yeah.
Hey, Chuck, you just said you can't mix the hotel and the residential?
Yes.
Then how are they doing 15 not going place?
No. For this amendment here, what's before you, if you want to have the hotel use at this property, 109 Christopher Columbus, you have to do all hotel. It's an existing residential building now. So you can't mix it, you have 2 floors of residential and 2 floors of hotel. So it has to be one or the other.
Remember that in 15.
This is what, Council President,
Go ahead.
when we created the redevelopment plan, there's the community involvement, public hearing, all kind of things is involved. But after that, when they amended the redevelopment plan, actually neighbor didn't get the proper notice, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, sometimes that's the way big major developer get away to resist changing against neighbor, So now let me ask you this one. This is Ward E, right?
Yes.
James,
Yes.
you were there, right?
So I had
Your resident?
Well, yes and no, right? So I had a conversation with the applicant in the fall, and they said, this is something we're interested in. I was not aware it was coming back until, I guess, Friday, when I got a text from Mr. Harrington that it might be on the agenda. So it's new that it's coming back, and so the idea I know about, but not the fact that it's happening and it wants to be executed.
But the neighbor, residential area, they didn't get any proper notice for that, they will it?
Not as far as I'm aware. I mean, so it's right on the right. So it's in more of the kind of, so to speak, business district here. But obviously, it's on the corner of Van Vorst Park, so Van Vorst folks there may have an interest in this, as well as the SID. I don't think it's technically in the SID borders, but it's the SID obviously may have an impact on them as well. So those are 2 groups that we want at the minimum to at least alert and get their opinions on, which hasn't happened because I didn't know this was coming until Friday.
I think it's based on Councilman James Solomon, he not able to get time to proper notice that you get the response from the neighbor. I think it's not right to him.
Circumventing the public, complete processes of...
Yeah.
How many people
if I can speak to that.
what percentage is occupied with residents in this building?
There's 24 residential units. As far as I know, there's 24
Residents.
units.
I'm just curious, if this passed, what will happen with them?
Well, that's why my client is looking at that because leases are expected to expire soon. So if this is an option, they would change the plan to convert to a. I mean, they have rights under the landlord tenant law, so they'd have to work with them. There's laws that protect them, but this would be an option going forward. And if I could speak to the idea of the hotel use, they about the idea, I guess a number of months back. I know personally, I've met with the Van Boris Group in the past. We had a similar proposal for 190 Columbus. That's down the road, there was a building that was converted. And at that time, that was probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and it was really well received because it's a boutique hotel concept here, similar to here. That you have a hotel that's in the community within walking distance. It's not within the guts of the community, but it's on the main drive. It's on Columbus Drive. So I mean, if the council would like me to go out and speak to the representatives between that.
Yes.
Yes. Request that if it can be presented as on a first reading, and we will go out and talk to these people. So I'm pretty confident we're gonna get
I would just sort of say, so one, just so I understand it, because did the planning board vote on these specific changes?
Yes.
So at council, we would basically be sort of approving these changes to the redevelopment plan.
Yes.
That you put in front of us. Okay, I just wanted to be clear because it wasn't in the online packet. Yeah, I mean, I think if council feels kind of indulge me, if we could spend the next 3 days, meet with community, see what their thoughts are, and then I can come back to you on Thursday on first reading and just give you a sense of what the response I got back from was.
Yeah.
I'm happy if that, you're okay with that.
We can do that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
So you got like 10 days extra, so to a second meeting.
You got
So
three
if
days.
it come up,
First
we
reading,
want to figure out.
yeah, let's,
We
I'll
wanna figure
come back
this
on
out.
first reading on Thursday and be able to give everyone an update based on the conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Regardless of what the result of that is, what I'd like to know is definitively whether there was a tax abatement on this property.
There was a tax
And then it expired.
And it has expired, yes.
So before we were even to move forward, I would want to know, given that, do you know when it expired?
I don't know specifically. I think it was a couple of years ago.
A couple of years ago. So given, and I don't know, is there on the agenda, I don't recall seeing it, but the auditor for the tax abatements? No. It is on this agenda?
There are 3 on there, yeah.
There are 3 auditors.
No, they're hiring
They're hiring
firms.
three.
Three different firms.
Hiring 3 firms.
Yeah.
That was a 5-year abatement on this one, not a long-term.
5-year abatement. Okay.
Oh, it's a 5-year.
So I would still want to see us to verify the compliance with regard to the revenues, any sort of tax abatement compliance around the
Yeah, we could talk about our
project
auditing
labor
process when we
agreements,
get there.
because
Yeah.
all that
Yeah,
stuff
yeah.
before even moving any of this forward. So, and then I'd like to see a financial analysis of converting it from residential units, which it was originally zoned for, and then what the hotel would look like in terms of the conventional taxes for both, as well as the hotel tax, to see what the ultimate bottom line is there.
Okay.
And that should be part of the analysis on anything like this.
Okay. The next one? Next one?
Okay, next is Resolution 10.27, Resolution 20-103. It's agenda item number 10.27.
What is it, 10?
10.27. So that's a resolution of the City Council of the City of Jersey City designating the property known as Block 111-501, lots 1 through 39 on the tax map of the City of Jersey City, State of New Jersey, as an area in need of redevelopment with the powerhouse combination pursuant to local redevelopment and housing law.
Okay, so back in April of 2019, the City Council adopted a resolution authorizing the Jersey City Planning Board to conduct an investigation to determine whether the study area satisfies the criteria set forth in the local redevelopment and housing law from New Jersey to study whether the area is to be designated as an area of need redevelopment, and the designation would permit the city to utilize all redevelopment powers, including eminent domain. So after the resolution was adopted, city planning authored a study, which is called the Report Concerning the Determination of the Laurel Saddlewood Block 11501 Study Area as an area in need of redevelopment with the power combination. We presented this before the planning board on January 7th, 2020, and the report outlines the different criteria that are in the local redevelopment and housing law, and we cited different criteria that pointed to structures being dilapidated, obsolete in design, and in general, considering it a blighted area. And it was went before the board, and it was approved unanimously that evening.
So I can probably provide a little bit more context, right?
Yeah.
So I can't speak to the kind of planning technical side, but just to offer a little bit of context so everyone's sort of fully briefed on this. So as I understand it, so first of all, the area had a redevelopment plan. It was redeveloped under that plan. This was decades ago, I don't mean decade, and that plan has since expired. So it's sort of sitting there with the old plan there, but it's been expired. The homeowners, or group of the homeowners, approached the city years before I was on the council about potentially redeveloping the lot, or developing the block. The city, in essence, told them that they had to work with a developer partner to come up with a potential proposal. Those homeowners found a partner that they thought could potentially work with them. It's a company called Lennar LMC, and they are the ones who developed the live lead. They met with me when I started in 2018, so my first year in office. So that was my first introduction to a group of homeowners, and they basically said, look, this is something we want. We have someone who's working to develop. We have to work with you guys to develop something. Those conversations have been ongoing, and they're much further along now than they've been. And there should be, hopefully, a potential, kind of proposal that can be fully shared with the council in the near future, which would ideally potentially create a public school as a big community benefit. That's obviously still being worked on, hasn't happened yet. But the first step before anything like that can happen is you have to redesignate the area as an area in need of redevelopment. That's where the planning board comes in, and the planning board obviously argued. But I think the key thing just that's important to keep in mind is that, as I understand it, and I can always be corrected if someone has different facts, but my understanding is that 37 of the 38 homeowners on the block, on that lot, have said that this is something they want. Laurel and Saddlewood Courts, right? 37 of the 38 have said that, and the other who hasn't isn't like a homeowner who's been there for 30 or 40 years, but is another developer. So, that obviously I don't think applies directly to the planning criteria. I don't think you guys consider that at all. But that's my understanding of where we're at with it. So now, there's obviously the study, there's the planning criteria, but that is the sort of context that I think is important for everyone to have some sense of. Yeah.
Go ahead, Rolando.
So my question to planning, and James, if you want to address it as well, it's fine. So as part of your study and your report here ultimately, I didn't see any reference to affordability. And I don't know if that's encompassed in these sort of things. It's never encompassed, just the physical conditions?
No, not in this study.
Not in this study.
It's not part of the criteria that would be looked at.
Right.
It's not part of the,
No.
the law doesn't allow for that criteria to be looked at?
Not in this
affordability
situation.
issues in terms of, okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at 414 Baldwin Avenue. I resent the fact you say an area in need of redevelopment.
They're just separate. This is for
This is-
this is just Laurel and
You're
Saddlewood.
finished with that.
No, this is just Laurel and Saddlewood.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you still on that?
Yeah.
So then this serves as a basis for ultimately a redevelopment plan, correct?
Yes.
So, I don't know, again, if it's not part of the study, so I don't know how it gets incorporated into the ultimate construction of a redevelopment plan. But of the 37 homeowners who have agreed to sell in some form or fashion, part of that, I'm not saying all of that, many of that is motivated by the idea that many of the residents can't afford to continue living there, right? Taxes have gotten too high, they're getting essentially priced out. Some of them, they just, at the twilight of their lives and their careers, and they're ready to, this is their retirement, and the market is where the market is. And so I don't know how that gets ultimately included, but I think I just want to express it on the record to make sure that the redevelopment plan itself accounts for that, because I think you can't ignore the fact that these residents, while they may have agreed to sell, at the same time, they can't afford to continue living there. And I'm sure many of them would attest to that as well directly themselves. And so I would ask that that be incorporated, because I think that's important ultimately in developing the redevelopment plan and what ultimately the recommendations or whatever the plan itself will ultimately put forward. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah,
Question?
I
On
just
this,
resent
Rich?
the words using an area in need of redevelopment. When I look at 414 Baldwin Avenue, it's a little empty lot. That area doesn't need redevelopment. The lot has to be built on, period. The choice of words there is hard, all right? Because that's a nice neighborhood up there.
Which one?
414 Baldwin Avenue.
Okay.
It's
Thank
not.
you. I know.
414 Baldwin Avenue?
Does
Any other questions?
Does area in need of rehabilitation allow for eminent domain or no?
No. All right. Anybody else? Okay.
Tim, will you be able to upload the redevelopment plan to the ordinance?
I think it already is.
Is it up?
There's no plan, it's the study.
It's just a study.
Oh,
The redevelopment, we haven't gotten to that stage yet.
Correct.
We just want to study.
This was just a handout,
No, that's for the,
That's Charles, the one that Charles was presenting on the ordinance.
there was a mix-up in the system and it got on late, so that wasn't attached for some reason.
but you'll be able to, I'm so sorry, I forgot.
No, I can, yeah,
You'll be
absolutely.
able to upload that.
Yeah, not a problem.
Thank you.
All right. Doug?
Can I ask one more question in relation to that? I'm sorry, just as everything by. So the eminent domain applies to all the properties as opposed to just spotting a couple of
No.
properties or something like that?
Apply to all of it. yeah.
But my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that when the plan is written, the city council would have the authority to
Correct.
set the terms under which anything could happen. So we could
Right.
say, for example, eminent domain can only be used for a public purpose,
Yes,
such
you
as.
can set that as a council.
So that's my understanding. You guys can tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
So-
no, you're wrong.
Right, so we could set the rules under which the JCRA could execute that authority, which I think is important, because I don't think we
Right.
want to write a plan that gives them unlimited authority.
That's right.
To do something like that.
Let me ask you this one. It's a, 38 units, 37 units of people favor to have a redevelopment plan. Then my next question is that the 37 units owned by one company now, or still they were all individual different ownership they had?
I don't know that because I was not,
Because
I don't know that
concern is that
information as I wrote the report.
when we give the condemnation power to developers, still each place owned by individual owners, then they're going to cause a serious problem, you know what I'm saying?
I think we can get you an answer to that. I don't know off the top of my head, but I can get an answer.
So you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Let's say 38 units, maybe 27 units is ready to own by one of the developers, but 10 units still owned by individually own the place. Then if you pass that this ordinance, we give the power to developer to condemn a building. That's a very dangerous idea. So first things, not just simply say 37 people out of 38 is a favor. But next question is that because of the condemnation in here, we want to make sure that how many people sign the paper willing to sell the property to X.
My report is based purely on the facts of the structures themselves, not of the owners, not of who's in favor of
Okay.
what. It's just purely on the facts.
So another, can I add it one more? When I see that you guys present this council, all the photos, ugly photos, those point like a circled red mark, those are all repairable items. It's not because when I see that, because of those items, not give it any definition of that area need a redevelopment.
It's, when you look at the photos as a whole, with the entire, all the different parcels together, and the reasons why most of them happen to have these wear and tear looks and other things. There's also, when you look at the tax maps, you can see that the internals of the buildings are bizarrely shaped. It's like almost like puzzle pieces being put together, like a jigsaw. And there's a lot of different things that come together that create a picture from afar that shows something that needs to be redeveloped. And that's what the criteria really points to. And it's, you know,
Okay.
while an area in need of redevelopment, like Councilman Boggiano was alluding to, it's like it's a dirty word. It's more of the legal jargon that goes along with this, so that's why that's in there as well.
Tim, has a developer been picked for this project? Has a developer been picked for this project?
I have no idea.
He's just studying it.
Just
Rolando?
did the study.
Yeah. So to Councilman Yoon's point about, the domains, and Councilman Yoon's point, Councilman Boggiano's point about the language. So what's the distinction between redevelopment and rehabilitation? And can you just explain further as to why you chose redevelopment and the use of that? And then secondly, why eminent domain, you can have an area in need of redevelopment without eminent domain. Can you explain why you chose to include eminent domain?
I would look at it like this. When Henderson Street South was the original redevelopment plan that was for this site. And at the time, it served its purpose, and it, brought a lot of these buildings as they are now in the late 70s. And at the time, I've seen older images. I think I have an older aerial that shows, like new concrete and everything else. And as the years have gone on, it has become more and more of an issue for upkeep and other things. And the neighborhood profile around this block has changed drastically to the point where rehabilitation of these really would not be in fitting with the development of the overall neighborhood moving forward. I just feel like it's not something that can be...
Tim, all the respect, the way you describe, unacceptable, really.
Thank you, Tim.
You understand?
We don't agree.
So in other words, that the way they say that, please, if we say different way, because of Jersey, 90% of the people, resident is young people, so old people come to move out. The same kind of concept. If you come up Jersey, this is 1970, the way you say. Old, yes, old. But if you come height, they were 18, 19, all, so 100, 150 years old building. So because of their reason, age, they have to be redeveloped to be quiet? No.
Well, I think that's why sometimes you keep historic districts.
So what we better be saying is,
necessarily.
they are not up to maintain. Maybe they poorly maintained. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they need to improvement, rehab to be quiet. I mean, that is then better than redevelopment, actually, the way you describe. You know what I'm saying? But anyhow, long story make short.
Use a better choice of words.
Yes, we want to make sure that.
That's it. Come on.
I'd like to just get on the record on that as well, which is that
Okay.
I would concur with Councilman Yoon. So the idea that the properties around in the area, they may be of a different housing stock, and they may even be better maintained. They may be for the properties themselves of higher value and whatnot. Those homes in Laurel and Sadler Court would be homes that would be prized homes in other parts of the city. Make no doubt about that, right? Let's be clear about that. Folks would love those homes. Now, just because it doesn't fit the milieu of what's there now, doesn't make it dilapidated or undesirable, right? And so you have to really, truly, if you're going to declare this as an area in need of redevelopment, you have to be able to justify that, because we could just go about this entire city, marking every home throughout Jersey City as an area in need of redevelopment and making it a home for the affluent and the wealthy and the folks from Brooklyn to come on down and say, this is your new home down here in Jersey City. For my part, that's not the way I want to go about redeveloping Jersey City. And
Well, I look at these homes more as like modular homes created in the late 70s on the heels of a redevelopment plan, and that these homes at the time were made of materials that might have been inferior at the time, as opposed to buildings twice the age of these buildings that are in historic districts that are built with brick and mortar that look a lot nicer than these buildings. These buildings are, have popped up all over the city, and they're cheaply made buildings.
Well, I think that they were actually also built, this is my neighborhood, so actually they were also built, back then, geared to people that can afford, houses like this. And, like Councilman, you said, the fact that you guys, I really took offense to all the circlings that you guys did here, because it seems like, if you go to that area right now, 80% of your circles are gone because the graffiti has been removed, like the trees have been trimmed. You know, I thought that was kind of like a smack in the face for the people that lived in that area.
Yes.
So can I just, I think.
Please.
I just want to finish it up. Right? There's a legal criteria that I think that Tim is addressing, right?
Right.
Which is different than, and I would certainly use a different choice of words, but the plan, the document in front of you outlines why the planning department and unanimously the planning board said, yes, we believe this should move forward, right, unanimously, right? But I think it's key, and if you go in there, is the testimony of the homeowners themselves, right? So we can sit and say, well, you know, how dare you say this? It's the homeowners themselves, right? Their testimony at the planning board, right? They came to the planning board and sat and put it on the transcript, right? This is the issues with the area. This is why we want this to move forward. Right? So I think it's clear to just be clear whose voices, right, spoke at the planning board. You'll see the transcripts, you'll see who they were, right? And then I believe they were provided to people today, but we can certainly provide them all to you again. So it's not a planner that went in there and just said this is bad, but you actually have the testimony of the homeowners there as well.
I want to chime in on that, and I think Councilman Rivera will probably back me up on this. So I spent a lot of time in these neighborhoods, Laurel and Side of the Court, growing up, and those homeowners and those folks who came, many of them, I call them my lolas and lolos, Filipinos, in large part. There's the Philippine War Memorial over there. And so most of these folks came there because there's an opportunity for them to sell their homes at 70, 80, 90, 80 years old to say, I'm going to be able to retire on this. And I don't begrudge them at all, and I'm not likely to stand in their way on any of that stuff. I want to be clear about that. But I want to be also clear about what road we're going down on this, and that we're making a deliberate choice and an intentional choice to begin, and in this case, folks who want to be gentrified out because they can't afford to continue living there, and even if they wanted to, they can't resist the idea and the allure of a 1.2 million, 1.5 million payout, or whatever the dollar amount that's coming out to them. I don't even know what that is.
Right on the head. You hit it on the head.
So I don't begrudge them for coming up, and I love them all, and so, but I also want to make sure that we do this the right way, because by doing that and setting it up for more luxury development and other things like that, and not allowing for affordability to be set in place into this area, we are, I mean, I could tell you stories, and they could tell you stories about how back then, how that was a neighborhood, and Danny will attest to this. He said it all along, growing up in downtown, how these were unsafe neighborhoods, and how that wire fencing and everything, the walls that were built around it, was because the area was so unsafe back then that they wanted to be secluded and shut out the rest of the neighborhood around that, for whatever that meant back then. They literally will tell you there are neighbors there who set up cars to drive people from the Grove Street Pass Station back to their homes that were 4 blocks away, literally because it was so unsafe to walk back there. They did these little caravans to get people there after work, to pick them up after work. This is what those folks lived in. This is what they established out there in these neighborhoods. And for us to just say, this is an area in need of redevelopment, and these are areas that are disposable and we need to toss them aside, I take offense to that. And again, I'm not going to get in the way of folks making sure that they're able to retire in comfort. But I think we need to be a lot more honest about it, and we need to be able to make sure that we do this in a way that actually not just preserves the history there of that, but also makes it affordable to the communities that Jersey City and the generations of Jersey City residents who are still going to be coming forward. That's my saying that.
And I just want to be clear, the residents there, Rolando hit it right in the head, but the residents there do want this to happen.
Yeah.
You know?
They do want this to happen. The residents want this to happen.
Okay, so.
We have to make sure that it's out there.
Okay.
Because what's happening, we are getting involved personally and forgetting what these residents want, and we represent the residents. Now, we may not agree, but if this is what they want, then we're trying to work with them to give them what they want. Poor choice of word. The council don't agree with the words that you selected. Okay, we want to make that known.
Just want to make sure.
I know.
Yeah, it does.
But I'm
using the legal terms provided.
No, but I'm just saying, I just want it on the record, this is what this is going back and forth with, is just that word. So could we move forward with the next one? Doug's. So, we don't agree, but we gotta keep going, we going back and forth.
Hi, good evening,
10.33.
Council President, council members. We're dealing with 1033 and 1034. 1033 is the month-to-month extension for the janitorial contract with Temco Building Maintenance. There was a request made by the council to have
Yes.
representatives of the vendor come to the meeting, so
Yeah.
they are here, so I'll turn it over to them so they can
Yeah.
put their names on the record and take those questions.
Please.
Okay?
Well,
Gentlemen, Temco here?
Yeah, Ryan's on that. Who is he?
Oh, just let me know the other one takes. We requested it last time because when we was getting ready to vote on it,
There were a lot of questions.
there was a
that were
lot of
answered,
questions on
1033.
on the employees, on the treatment of the employees. It was like a language barrier. The employees felt like they wasn't getting response to when they reached out to managers. The managers was treating them with disrespect. And so we want to make sure that the owners know this before we vote for it, because we do represent those employees also. So could you explain and tell us what's your process, how the employees, reach out, how do they get their answers resolved?
Sure, absolutely.
They're overworked, underworked, all that type of thing, so.
Appreciate
That's
your
the
time.
complaints I received.
So we can just state names for the record.
Sure. Caroline Pudas, and with me is Matt McKeon.
Okay.
So, absolutely. So we have a site manager designated to this location, and we also have an area manager, Furtis Mulai, who's been on the account for as long as we've had it, essentially. So I understand that the employees sometimes are not happy. They have two sort of vents to go to. Essentially, they can go to us, their manager, their area manager, up through to myself. I'm the vice president at Temco. They also have the outlet of the union. This is a 32BJ locations. These are 32BJ locations, and they can also go to them. For any language barriers, the union also allows for education around that. But we make every effort to, we can't speak every language,
Right.
but we have human resources that are available to speak, I'd say 3 or 4 languages, particularly Spanish.
Let me ask you a question. If your employees have a problem with the manager, how do that get resolved? Because if the manager is the one that's causing the problem, and evidently everything may not be getting to you guys because the manager would block it, because who wants to hear that, they're not doing such a great job?
That's a very good question. So essentially, if the manager's the problem, and we've heard of this issue, I'd say in the latter part of 2019.
Okay.
We have made the employees aware of how to reach our human resources department, and they should be able to, at any point, reach the human resources department and speak confidentially to them about their issues.
Okay, you said you had this problem since 2019.
I've heard of this in the last quarter of 2019, that there were some employees that felt that they weren't getting their sort of grievances heard or their concerns heard. And at that point, we had a conversation to let them know that they can speak to human resources.
So you just let them know that they can speak, so nothing has really been resolved. All they know that they can keep speaking. Because you say they can speak, but it's since 2019 and nothing has been resolved. But if nothing is resolved, why would they continue to speak to HR, and HR is not helping them?
I understand. I've not heard that Human Resources has not resolved their issues. I haven't heard that these are continuous grievances or issues, concerns at this point. But I can further delve into it, make sure that, if there's an employee that does have a concern, that he has been heard, and then, that the process is working.
And how do you reprimand a manager? What do you do for a manager that's kind of abusive to employees? I'm just curious.
Yeah, absolutely. So, typically that's a human resources matter as well. So it would be on Furtis to speak to the manager, let them know just the way that we go about our disciplinary actions in terms of, you would have to sort of, the way we speak to the employees, how to make them heard, when there's issue, conflict resolution matters, and we speak to them around that.
Is it documented?
Any concerns that have gone to human resources would be documented.
Okay. Go ahead. Anybody else?
So, can I ask a next one? They pay the employees, they pay Hudson County bargaining units and labor rates? That's what you guys pay?
We paid the 32 BJ, the collective bargaining rates.
So how much is per hour?
As of 2000, so the contract expired in 2019. I believe currently it's at around $16 per hour.
It's a new contract for like 20, right?
Right.
So in other words, Hudson County bargaining unit's labor rate is like $20 an hour?
It's not effective yet, but
No, it's not effective yet. You're correct. The rates are effective. The wage increase is effective in July.
yeah.
The health and
16,
welfare.
we're still operating under 16.
Right.
The 16 or 19?
Oh, which one?
So $16
What are you
an hour
operating
is-
on currently?
The contract we're operating under the 2020 contract. The wage increase is still, right, is not effective until July.
So
The
what's
only
rate
increase
under
that
the
we're
20?
incurring so far is the health and welfare increase.
What's the rate under 2020 contract?
The 2020 is a $16 rate.
$16.
Currently it's $15.50 per employee.
How about the 2018?
I would have to look at that. It's in the 30BJ contract. I would imagine that the increases have been roughly around 50 cents per person per annum.
So last time, when it was this one is a presented to City Council the last time, I bring up the issue is that your company provided many years services to the City of Jersey City. So years ago, 2013 or 14, or 16 or 15, you guys have to send to the manpowers 10 different locations. But thank God, Jersey City actually built up the DPW and we built up the City Annex building. So instead of you send to your manpower 10 different locations, now you guys only can send to manpower to 2 different places, you know what I'm saying? So actually they have some kind of a cost of savings involved. But when I see that the cost of savings involved, not in the price.
I'm sorry, are you referring to our last bid?
Yeah,
That there were no cost savings in the bid?
not really, I didn't see anything.
Okay, so our costs are largely in line with 30BJ employees, the employees that we have there.
Yeah.
We're bound in terms of their production rate. So it's a production rate as terms to how fast they can clean this room, how fast they'll be able to pull trash, all of that's within the CBA. So we have a certain number of employees. We're not talking about 10 buildings here.
No.
The RFP has something like 700,000 square feet of property that we service. And that includes periodic services, including stripping and waxing. All these services take time. So in terms of cost savings from 2014 to today, or the last RFP, I can't exactly speak to that, but I can tell you that the pricing or incremental pricing that we've gone year over year largely just tracks the CBA and what was agreed upon with 32BJ.
And also, let me ask this one. Why we have to follow the Hudson County bargaining unit labor price? And legally we have to take that? Or we can set up, or vendor can set any price they want? Why we have to follow that, the union price?
I mean, I don't know what the legal reason is, but I would assume that from a policy standpoint, we want.
It's a policy?
Well, I don't know.
No, he don't know. He says
If it's part of a bargaining unit, then the prices are set within that unit. And generally, it's, the advantage of scale is that, they are able to negotiate a better advantageous rate for the city.
I mean, I think it's a good thing that our, mentioning the 32BJ contract, it's a good thing that our staff here is getting living wages and getting a good, rate.
Absolutely. I mean,
is.
we do
That's the good
security
thing.
in the area, union, non-union, and if you're at something like $12 or $13 an hour, one, it's not a living wage for this area, and two, essentially you're going to have a problem with turnover.
You will. Okay, anybody else?
No, not really.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Mallory?
I have separate questions for the administration
Okay.
related to this. I just wanted to follow up, similar to the security issue, to explore the whole shared services. Although I'm pretty sure Jersey Public Schools does it in-house, so I'm not looking to outsource over there, so if that's the option, but I don't know that for certain, but I'm pretty sure they do most of their stuff in-house. but if there was any sort of shared services opportunities there.
Yeah. We're exploring that. Yeah, we're trying to understand exactly what they do and what options are out there right now.
Come on, Doug, I didn't know you had another.
Okay, yeah, no, there is one more item. It's 1034. It's an open-end contract for the provision of paint and related supplies for the Department of Public Works.
Any questions?
Did this get through, this is a local vendor, right?
It's Sherwin-Williams. They have a store in Jersey City.
Did this go through diversity and inclusion? Were they being aware of these bidding opportunities?
This was procured through the Educational Service Commission, so it's an open bid, but it's performed through the Educational Service Commission of New Jersey. So
That doesn't answer my question. So.
No. That's the answer, no.
All right.
Yeah, it's an open public bid, but it's cooperative purchasing, so.
So we passed legislation, sponsored by myself, Warderman, and Robinson, about ensuring that diversity and inclusion was looped in on all contracts and awards, and whether they're local contracts and the like. So this one happens to be local. Well, there's a local store. It is a chain, national chain, I guess, right? So, but if we can ensure and
we make it a practice to try to use Jersey City vendors. This just happens to be a vendor that we've used in the past, and we're continuing the contract.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right,
Come on,
thank you.
Valerie.
Good night, folks.
Alderman speaking on this. Come on.
Hi, all. Mallory from City Planning. I think we're going to talk about all three of the master plan consultant contracts. So, sorry? So the first number would be 10.23.
Yeah.
And Lindsay will be talking about 10.22. And Tanya, I don't know what number you are.
Yeah, there's a late item, which is. What's on there? Which one was about
The land use.
land use?
I think 10.72 it looks like.
Yeah.
72.
So 10.22, 10.23, and 10.72.
Okay.
So I'll speak to 10.23, which is for the prime team contract. So if you remember, probably about just under a year ago, I would say last April, I was here to get the resolution passed to seek consulting services for the master plan prime team. We took a bit of an unorthodox approach to how we structured our prime team or our master plan update this year, in that we awarded 3 element contracts. One was for a land use consultant, one was for an open space consultant, and the third being the prime team. And what our goal was in this was really that we would capture the technical experts in the land use and the open space, and we would capture more of the creative thinkers, the graphic design strengths and project management strengths within the prime team contract. So we put the contract or the RFPs out to bid late summer. We got responses in October for the prime team. We had 6 responses, and one of those actually was deemed not compliant for all 3 because they submitted 1 RFP for all 3 contracts, so we weren't actually able to evaluate their scope and or cost proposal on a contract by contract basis as was outlined in the RFPs. So you'll see a scoring sheet. I believe you all should have received the kind of summary packages for these, but you'll see a score sheet from the criteria evaluation committee, which consisted of multiple employees of city planning as well as the director of HEDC. So we evaluated all 5 what we consider valid RFP responses. From there, we actually called in 2 for an interview. So we had a second phase for the prime team contract, which was a little different than the other 2. We interviewed 2 different consultants, and based on the scoring that came back after the interviews, we are seeking to award this contract to AECom. So if you have any questions on the process or factors that we considered important in making the decision, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions?
So,
Go ahead, Rich.
So how many elementary consultants do we have to be hired? First is we have to hire open space.
Yes.
We have the traffic. How about parking? How about housing? we know that you guys talk about that the open space and the land use, but how about the most important thing is that the traffic, parking, housing?
So the parking study is already currently underway. That consultant has been hired. I think they're about halfway through that study right now. The housing element has already been completed also, so the only...
How about traffic?
We did that in house.
Yeah, that was done in
You're
house.
talking about the land use element?
I'm sorry?
You're talking about the zoning, right?
Not the zoning. When you talk about the master plan, you have to understand the parking issue, you have to understand traffic issue, you know what I'm saying? Those kind of called elements. But you're talking about the open space element, you're talking about the land use. Those things we understand, but they have to be worked with that we hired a citywide parking plan.
We have one underway.
How about the traffic?
Is there traffic?
We have a circulation element that was.
Why not?
A circulation element that's not even, I believe, has been updated. Barker keeps updating it. The bike ped plan, the traffic, the parking study, and I believe our next NJTPA grants are to discover, or to study travel demand.
I think that's what it is, yeah.
Travel demand models, which are coming up with alternatives, not just bikes or pedestrians, but traffic patterns or traffic calming.
Because when you create a master plan, all the major elements have to be involved, you know what I'm saying? So
Correct.
I just want to make sure that we talk about the other things, but
Yes, so part of the prime team's responsibilities actually are analyzing the other elements that have already been completed or updated prior to this current contract going underway. So they'll be analyzing the other components of the elements, and they'll also be coordinating with the active studies such as the bike master plan and the parking study. So any active work that's going on, they are tasked in their scope of work with coordinating with those efforts to make sure those recommendations get captured into other components of the master plan.
How come the bike lanes were put on Bergen Avenue then not before the study was completed? Because it's a disaster up there right now with the bike lanes. Even going down Montgomery Street, it's horrible, the traffic. I mean, you're saying they're considering this and they're looking into it? This
So
should be-
that's traffic engineering.
Yeah, that's
Why
not.
not just say bike lanes?
We didn't
They're
lead
looking
the
into
study.
it.
Well, the circulation element, the bike plan, and the PED, they're all a part of planning, and they're all part of the master plan, which is regulated within the municipal land use law. But that has been kind of branched off, and that's for transportation planning, which I'm sure you know with Barbara and Elias that works with us.
Yeah, well, so far, nobody's listening to the people in the communities. And I can tell you that for a fact. And a lot of people are really upset with what's going on in the city. And Tanya, before you go, I'd like to speak to you outside.
Okay, all right. Next.
Well, I have a question about this. This is we're still on the AECom, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the ranking and scoring includes 7 different criteria, and one of them being commitment to diversity. So how do you guys determine the point apportionment around this, and then how did you evaluate commitment to diversity? And let me, obviously, my question around commitment to diversity is, I think you're undervaluing that in your assessment, but, and then my second thing is, where inside of these different criteria does their experience in outreaching to diverse communities falls among those criteria?
Sure. So in terms of the diversity, the way that we had discussed it in evaluating the prime team was not only just the team makeup, but diversity in terms of their experience in working in diverse communities was something we valued. That was something that we actually touched upon with both consultants who came in for interviews. We felt that AECOM gave very strong responses in terms of their experience kind of catering the community engagement process to diverse communities, and they actually had very pointed examples of how they catered their engagement process to disadvantaged communities, communities with higher senior populations, community with ESL populations, so where there's translation services needed to get the community involved. So they spoke very directly to how they've worked in more diverse communities to make sure that any of the feedback that feeds into these kind of larger visions actually captures the full resident base of the area it's serving. And then in terms of the team,
Did any of them speak to like their experience in dealing with low-income Black and Brown communities?
Yes, so they had talked about how They actually have an array right now of contracts that they're working on dealing with resiliency throughout the New York City metro area. So they had 2 major contracts in the state of New Jersey. They have a major contract in Lower Manhattan right now, and the Lower Manhattan portion specifically, they had a project that was focused in directly in front of a public housing community in Lower Manhattan known as the Two Bridges neighborhood. So they actually gave a very in-depth analysis of how they've catered their engagement strategy within that community, and also kind of pairing with that, they, on the other end of the spectrum, I would say, they are currently doing a contract in Hoboken, New Jersey, and actually recently won a community engagement award from the New Jersey APA on creative engagement strategies. So they've really, I know I can't speak entirely on behalf of the other people on the committee, but I felt that they had a very strong showing of understanding the range of strategies that would work in maybe a community where someone's priority might not be coming out at 7 o'clock at night for a master plan engagement meeting, and how do you capture different strategies within engagement to get those people involved versus the people who might be well versed in the master plan and planning board process and understand on a much more deep level how the master plan will impact development in the future. So I think that...
Did they propose specific strategies?
Yeah, so one of the things that I thought was very helpful was that they actually had talked about how they had structured a series of walking tours, particularly on certain contracts where they were dealing with projects that were heavily engineered and kind of hard to translate to the lay person who might not understand technical jargon at a certain level. So they structured walking tours with these different community groups to actually show them in the field the impacts of what could happen based on certain decisions or scenarios that the community would then later vote on in a more traditional engagement setting, say at a meeting with a PowerPoint presentation, something like that. But they gave people more real life understanding of the implications of decisions and the push-pull that happens in making the decisions on these larger projects. And then also, similarly, they actually talked about how they had, for example, within the public housing project, they had a very large senior population, so they actually restructured their community engagement program from the original scope to break it down to smaller meetings so that they could actually go to these different senior buildings, because they were, there are large towers in Manhattan, and a lot of the times the seniors were saying that they couldn't get to where the meeting was in the next neighborhood. So they actually broke down their engagement strategy to allow them to go to individual buildings and capture those residents building by building in order to feed it back into the larger community feedback loop.
You're so fast. I feel like I ran on the bullet train. I mean, really, nothing is to stay here. It's so fast. So now, Tanya?
Yes.
Tanya, I'm going to ask a simple question because we're not the professional person understand all those things you explained. Let me ask this one. So total cost around $800,000, correct?
What is it?
Total cost of master plan cost around $800,000.
The total cost, I think it was over nine. Actually.
9?
Yeah.
Because of?
That's what was awarded with the original.
Maybe we budgeted $900,000, but actual spending not that, right?
So I think the total set aside was 9.
You're not included the parking.
Parking is separate.
It's a separate. So we
Parking
have.
was NJTPA, I believe.
Yeah, NJTPS, that's what it's a separate. But we talk about the prime and the ACOM.
10.23.
That's like a 230. We talk about the land, that was the land use, was it?
Yes.
That's like a $200,000. It's $236,000.
No, that's open space.
That's open space, $200,000. Land use probably pay around that kind of dollars. So approximately around the $700,000. Which element consultant we have to be high in the future again?
BFJ, the land use is 434.
No. I'm sorry?
The land use one was 434.
Oh, land use of 400.
Yeah, so it's roughly about
100, close to $1 million.
All three of the elements. Yep.
Mallory, you said that they had walking tours.
Correct.
Has any one of you council people been on a walking tour?
No, I'm saying that was some experience they brought from other contracts that they suggested as things that could be useful in the master plan engagement process. So once the contract.
Don't you think they should have come to the council people? Don't you think they should have come to the community leaders and included them in the walking tour and listened to what we got?
They haven't happened yet.
It will.
It will. This is a technique that they'll use.
The contracts.
Yes.
Okay.
She just was explaining certain things that they would use, that's all. Okay. Go ahead, Lindsay.
All right, so this is item 10.22, resolution authorizing the award of the competitively bid contract to Agency Landscape and Planning, LLC, to produce the open space element of the city's master plan. It's been a while since I've been before you all, so I'm Lindsay Sigmund, the environmental planner with City Planning, and I'm going to be the main point person on staff as we move forward with the open space, recreation, and community facilities element. So I guess just a bit of background what we looked for when we issued the RFP back in August. The last time the open space and recreation plan was updated was back in 2008, so a lot has changed in the past 12 years. And also the last plan was more of an inventory of parks and open space and a capital improvements plan, whereas this time around we want to be more strategic and want to look at the gaps in access to parks and open space, not only gaps in access but quality of said facilities, looking at barriers such as, is there a major roadway or a rail line that's impeding people from accessing parks and open space. So for example, the consultant will be looking at where are residents not within a 5 to 10 minute walk of parks, open space, or a recreational facility and/or. So that's one piece, and then based on that gaps analysis, they'll be doing a needs assessment, and the final deliverable will be a comprehensive network of parks, open space, trails, walkways, and you were talking about how are we going to look at transportation, things like that. We're looking at all those layers and how they overlay and either affect people's access to parks and open space. So I already mentioned we are looking to award the contract to Agency Landscape and Planning. They are made up of planners and designers, and one of the main reasons we selected this consultant over the other 4 respondents was because they have something unique. They have a recreation specialist. It's something that's important, especially in Jersey City. We have a lot of programming associated with a lot of the parks and open space. They're either shared with Board of Ed, other leagues in the city. So that was something unique that the team brought to the table, is how do we look at recreation as it applies to our parks and open space.
So let me ask this one, because the master plan is a very important things with the city of Jersey now and the future. So now, say open space, I keep saying that, land use, and we're talking about the other things, but see, even though when you talk about land use, one of the major facts to talk about the land use, how about the transportation issue, those kind of things without it, how are you guys going to be talk about the land? This year we're going to build it, every unit is 100 streets building, but if they have no transportation available, they're going to cause a traffic issue, you know what I'm saying? So when you talk about the land use, the another fact that they have to bring up the transportation element in the master plan, but it's not there today. So how are you guys going to talk about it, master plan, without talk about it, transportation, and without talk about it, parking? Parking we already hired. They're going to be coordinated with by your plan. But at least the transportation, that's one of the number one. You guys approved that to build like a 50 street building, 100 units in the height, but without transportation study, you know what I'm saying, you're going to cause a whole mess in that area. So why are we missing the transportation and the traffic together, that element? We should be, actually we do the transportation study, right? So you guys use the data what you have. So the company, the prime consultant, they're going to all put together with that what we've done already?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah?
Yes.
So the company will look into our transportation study, our parking, they will do that, right?
Yeah, not just them, also the land use team and the open space team, the more of the technical experts. Their first task is looking at existing conditions. So all of our plans that have already been completed or that are in the works.
So they are all coordinating what we've done, okay, good. I just want to make sure, okay?
Yes.
All right.
So part of why we did it like that is to do that coordination. The prime team, really that's their job, is to be project manager and to be the lead face to show that this is one collective effort. There's normally when you have a grant, there's just the TAC, which are folks like us. Sometimes you guys are on it, but it's mostly your staff professionals and then other professionals from the consulting team. But what we created here also is a constituents council representative group, which is a separate thing, which would be you guys and then a few community representatives who have more of a vested interest in this. So we've got a couple of different groups running. One is the TAC, one is what we're calling the CCR, right? And then the other is the in-house staff. And so there's the 2 big elements, and there is, of course, what Barbara is doing. And so she is updating circulation and transit, not necessarily cars, right? But cars are part of it. And the ACOM team is kind of like that middle pin that's supposed to keep it all together.
So
Because
now,
ultimately,
I
we
just
don't
wanna-
want to plan for one thing to be missed over by another.
I just want to make sure the the company not put the final product to the community, but meantime, there have to be several, the community input opportunity they have to provide, other than that, if we just a final product, here you go, take or leave, it doesn't work. So somehow they will have some kind of community engagement have to be involved there. Also, we consider this final product probably not our term, I guess, right?
You'll be involved in the whole process.
I mean, that the problem, when you see that the final product of 2022,
It's an 18-month-long process.
18 months, so, you know what I'm saying? So, in other words,
Keep us up to date. Yeah, they keep us updated.
because of their reason,
We'll be on, what,
Yeah.
the committee,
Yeah.
Tom represent representatives to the CCR, which will meet throughout the whole grant, but I mean, we'll be doing community engagement within your board,
Okay.
within your communities, so.
because of their reason, because 18 months, so maybe we'll see the final product 2022. That's the reason I hope all the council members here get re-elected.
Yeah.
So we can bring accountability to you guys. Oh, God.
What's next? That's it? You guys?
That's it, I mean, the land use is the only part that we
Okay.
didn't talk about, sometimes it's a
Okay.
little bit obvious, because that's the part that we talk about the most whenever we're here.
Okay.
And as our goal is that, the master plan is way out of date, and we really do need to update our zoning, and one of the main focuses that I would like to do is to try to figure out how to work through these 90 redevelopment plans, and what that really means, because right now, basically, we have like 90 little cities everywhere.
That's true. We
So
need that
really
master
do want
plan.
to kind of coordinate
Yeah.
all those redevelopments and come up with consistent standards across the board. So that's going to be a task in itself, but that's really kind of my goal going into this, and obviously updating some zoning that doesn't really work.
Thank you, Tanya.
All right.
Come on, Joe. This is back on the agenda, 10.24. 10.24.
I'm sorry?
10.24. Yeah, 10.24. 10.24. 10.24.
So this is the scattered sites.
We pulled it last time, remember we pulled it, and they
Yeah,
sent
yeah,
us an
yeah.
email out to see if we wanted to add anything to the list. So he's back. Did y'all email? Did y'all want to add? Because now we're going forward. That's why I just want to make sure.
That site is not back on, is it?
We pulled, the only thing we pulled from the list from the last meeting is the 440 site, which we'll come back to after we meet with the property owner.
Just for clarification
Go ahead.
though, because in the title here,
It's there.
it's still there, but it's not in the resolution, so I
In
just want to
the
make sure.
agenda title, it's there. When you click on the resolution, it's
Resolution.
not there.
Correct,
Yes.
so
Yeah,
will
yes,
that be,
yes,
that
yes.
would be fixed for later?
Yeah, and,
Okay.
sorry, so I updated the resolution, but I can't update the agenda itself, so we'll talk, we'll fix
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay, you didn't know about that, Sean, you wasn't here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I sent out an email to the heads of the neighborhood association to ask if there are any properties, and I've gotten one or two responses back, but I will send them to you now, so prior to Thursday, it could be updated.
Yeah, I'm not so sure this is your last chance either. I think we can bundle another set and go through again.
All right, that's it.
Oh, man, that's good.
Oh, that's it.
That's it?
What was the block and lot that
Well, I
was?
think the question,
It was the
ahead.
one,
I'm so sorry.
10.24.
It was 246.
24602, lot 1,
Yeah, I'll email you after this, yeah.
Okay.
So I
Are we
just
done with
want
this
to...
scattered site?
Yeah,
This
we
is what we
pulled
have
it.
from the title of the agenda,
Right.
but the title of the resolution and the resolution itself.
Okay.
Can I just ask about scattered site?
Yeah.
yes.
He did.
I wasn't here at the last meeting, so this was on before, previously?
Yeah, we pulled, yeah.
So these properties, so I was under the impression that they had to meet a certain criteria to get onto the scattered site. Is that not?
This is step one, where we are asking for them to be studied. And,
This is just to get them studied?
yeah, so they will have to meet the same criteria that you've been familiar with from all the other applications.
The subject of, I don't know if it qualifies to be studied even. Are there qualifications just to be studied or no?
You know, they're primarily vacant, abandoned, bank-owned properties that the community, the agency, our planning have identified as potential candidates for redevelopment.
So did the subject of 33 Suburbia Court come up in the last? I don't know if it's abandoned or vacant, I just know that.
I know they asked us to give them lists.
Three deaths in, I'm not laughing, that's 3 deaths since July 2019, right? So, in that building where presumably somebody had a drug overdose and other things like that going on, so.
Well, look into that property.
What was the address?
33 Suburbia Court.
1024.
Oh, that just, yeah.
1024.
but that wasn't, nobody included that, but look into that and that
Okay,
could probably
you got it.
be- Okay?
So I just want to make sure that we do that, you know what I'm saying? So when I see that the list, we have a 45 property in the existing schedule site that we do on the plan. So 2015 or 16 we do that, right? So 45, but when we see that any progress, very few. Can't you some little expedite or push it harder?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
Because
a,
when I see that, I mean, if
You
we
want
see, I mean, really,
We want
I
something
got,
done.
I agree with you 100%. It's resources and how to allocate them at the agency for
what is
sure.
the problem that we can achieve more than like, really? So
Yeah.
what was the reason? So they provide, I think everybody had their
Yeah,
email,
they
right?
emailed
Yeah.
us.
An email?
Yeah, they emailed us all.
So the 2016, we put in 45 property as a one of as a schedule site list, 45. But if we see that real actual take any actions,
It's
only
rare,
few.
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's partly amount of resources and what's the list of things the agency's trying to tackle at any one time, and these probably are, because they're small individual properties, probably don't get the priority you're looking and attention when you have limited resources, but I'll take it back to the director and make sure she understands we need better progress.
Yes, because we add more now, and we didn't not much accomplished it. 2016 list, you know what I'm saying?
I got it.
Yeah, we just keep add to list with accomplishment, then what is the sense to have it?
Not enough
Does
accomplishment.
that report give the progress of all those properties?
Yeah, we provided everything.
What's the general gist of it? How many?
Out of 45 or
45.
5 or 6 have had progress.
Five or six what?
Have progressed on that list, I think.
Only 5 or
It's a
6.
small percentage, 10%,
Yeah.
5 to 10%.
Do we have, sorry, I wasn't at the last meeting, so I don't know if this was.
So-
Was there reasons for that, or?
What had happened, Councilman, was at the last meeting, we presented the list, and the council asked us to go back and tell us what has happened on everybody's, that's been on the list. We prepared a chart, which hopefully it's in your inbox, I'll get it to you if it's not. And there's somewhere we have RDAs, somewhere we're working through it, and then there's a substantial number that haven't had any progress at all. And that's, I don't have the answer to why, other than I think it's what's most important at the agency and what they're tackling, so, but I'll follow up.
Yeah, so maybe designate one.
I'll get you some detail.
Yeah.
They go
We
after,
need follow-up.
some follow-up, other than that, I mean,
Yeah, some of them we may have put out to bid and no one responded, some of them we may have been able to find someone interested.
So I had previously suggested when I was once on the commission there, that you go out to bid, to have someone just follow up on all of these things, figure out if they get a cut of the pie or whatever, like from the sale of the property or something like that. For somebody to get on these properties and just have a financial incentive to make it happen somehow, right?
I'm with you, yep.
You follow through with that, because I
Okay.
think that's a good idea.
Councilman, thanks.
Thank you.
yes, because politically
Marty?
correct, but you keep add up the price list, but they have some accomplishment have to be followed.
Right.
Follow up.
Thank you.
Come on, Marty, you got quite a few.
So Marty is here for items 1035 through 1040.
Good evening, council members, Madam Council President.
I know we did 1040 earlier too.
Yeah, we did 10 We did 10
Yeah, I don't have 40, I have 41.
41? Oh, it said 40 on the sheet, so 41.
Go ahead, Marty.
So, first one,
1035 is the contract with Northeast Auto and Truck Parts.
Didn't we just renew this not too long ago?
so, this is an annual, the one we did it towards the end of the year was an addition to their original one from the beginning of the year. So, Northeast Auto is pretty much our only, our main source of heavy-duty truck parts. As most of you know, over the years, I mean, you couldn't drive a block without finding an auto parts store on a corner. Greenville alone, I know, growing up, there had to be about a dozen of them. Well, I mean, we're down to pretty much 3 companies in the city that supply auto parts. Northeast is the primary, again, for all heavy duty and, parts for both DPW, police, and fire.
Any questions?
Yes, I have a really lot of questions. So now, when you call that the definition of the heavy duty means that at least each trucks have to more than 15,000 pounds. Okay?
No, 15,000.
Yeah, 15,000.
Right.
So my next question is that how many vehicles over 15,000?
A lot.
Don't just say lot.
No, I could get you, I don't want to give you a number, I can get you an accurate number, but I can tell you just on the fire side alone, we're looking at approximately, I think, 34 pieces. Just on the fire
pieces,
side.
not a whole lot, 34 pieces,
From a fire side.
That's just the fire department.
Fire truck, okay. Plus,
Sanitation alone, 15,000 over, probably about 40, 50 pieces.
okay.
Emergency services unit, every one of their vehicles, probably another 40 vehicles. So you're looking, estimating 150 vehicles, heavy duty, and that's not including recreation and housing, health and human services with the school buses and stuff like that.
School bus too.
Yeah.
How many school buses we have? Too many.
Recreation, I believe we have about 8 to 10. Health and human services, I believe we have about 3 or 4.
So like we have 130.
About 150, so about 150.
So it gives 150. So now, my major concern is that if you see 1035, most heavy duty vehicle, what we do, we repairing or maintenance outsourcing. Correct?
No, we do a significant amount of in-house there. We do send stuff out. I mean, how can I put it? The overage, we try to do it, as much in-house as possible. Right now, we're at a very low with staffing. We've been working with the BA on trying to hire mechanics. Unfortunately, the lack of mechanics being out there, qualified mechanics, aren't there, so the outsourcing does go out. Absolutely, but I mean, we do a bulk of, I can tell you unequivocally, on the DPW side, almost 90% of the work is done in-house.
90%?
90%.
So, Murray, do me a favor.
Sure.
Because if we say 1035, we purchased a part for heavy duty, $900,000.
Correct.
And 1036, we purchased another heavy duty, just a part, $200,000. So almost $1.1 million. 1035, 1036 together, we purchased for heavy duty auto part $1.1 million, probably more than that. And 1037
right.
and 1038, we maintain heavy duty vehicle outsourcing out of Jersey City. They cost almost $500,000 too.
So there's a typo in the resolution on 1036.
Okay.
That is for light duty parts. So again, here I'll give you a quick
Okay,
breakdown.
just make sure that.
Did you upload that?
No, Danny does all
Danny
of
does,
that.
so can you have Danny correct that
Yep.
on your
Yes.
version? I really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Okay,
No
so
problem.
1036, the $200,000 not for the heavy duty, it's a light duty, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So, I can give you a pretty much a breakdown very simply, Councilman. So, there's 3 auto parts dealers in Jersey City. Bywise Auto Parts, Napa Northeast, which is Bayonne, and Bayonne Auto Parts. They are the 3 primary auto parts dealers that we deal with for every part we purchase. When it comes to repairs, we have light duty companies, local companies in the city. There's Zoland, which is the Ampco dealer up on Damperton Boulevard. We use Dave's Transmission up on Central Avenue. We use AGM Transmission on Communicore Avenue. Plaza up on Tunnel area. So with the amount of staffing that we've had, this is, basically how it's been working. We are trying to pull the reins back and try to do as much in-house as possible. It's just the over, exorbitant amount of work. I mean, let's face it, unfortunately, we are dealing with a significant, aging fleet. On average, our fire trucks range anywhere between 15 and 25 years old. Our sanitation equipment, which is our garbage trucks, our snow plows, things of that nature, on average anywhere between 20 and 26 years old. Our light duty side, our police cars are 10, 15 years old with life expectancies of 5. So unfortunately, the money we spend, I agree wholeheartedly with you. We are spending a lot of money. Upwards of, like you said, close to probably $500,000 when all said and done. But that number is not going to change unless we take significant steps to try to upgrade the fleet, which is a monumental task, and, we're not talking pennies. We're talking millions. A fire truck alone, you're talking about a tower ladder truck. Danny, correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at $1.4, $1.5 million for one truck. When you get into the, DPW trucks, we just bought a new line lift truck for forestry to trim trees, was close to $315,000, $320,000, and that's without $100,000 added on for the chipper. So the stuff isn't, it's not cheap. And, we're trying our best, but, the older the fleet gets, the more repairs are required. I've spoken to you in the past about...
Do we have a replacement plan at this point?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a replacement plan, or like...
We do have a replacement plan. Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, we're pretty much in final stages of just finalizing that, correct?
It's getting there.
Final stages of final?
So, again, Councilman...
There's a couple of things that we're doing, actually. One is we're actually auditing all the vehicles that we have to make sure we need them, and that they're on the lot, and that they're usable. And we're actually finding that some of the vehicles on our list, we can just get rid of. Some of the vehicles we can assign to different people, and that sort of thing. So that's sort of what we're going through now. And then, once we have that final list, we will better understand what the needs are going forward. We don't just want to replace what we have over and over again just because it's old. We want to make sure we're using it.
So then we look at it the other way around. So heavy truck park, and just today, we're going to purchase 900,000 heavy duty. So 1036, you say not heavy duty, it's a light duty.
Light duty, correct.
200,000.
Correct.
The next page is 1039. Another light duty, we're going to spend 200,000.
Light duty trucks can also mean, light duty vehicles can also mean diesel trucks or more, which is just a...
Light duty is basically trucks plus vehicles,
So let me finish it. So we talk about around the 1.5, but with the other plans probably was $2 million parts we purchased from the outside. My next question is that, do you have some kind of maintenance inventory or control system our place, your shop?
Yes, we do.
So when we receive the merchandise, the part, the part for which truck, which vehicle, what is for, right?
That is currently in the implementation process. If you remember, late last year, we approved the purchase of a fleet management system as well as a inventory control. So we finally got the fleet management system implemented.
Okay.
Along with the BA's help, we did pretty much an audit of all the city vehicles. So we got vehicles, a lot of the lists that you guys have seen over the years, there was vehicles on there that we no longer had. So we did, over the summer, we did a significant amount of legwork, I'm gonna call it, in identifying and everything else. That fleet management system has been implemented. We are just in the process now of implementing
if any
parts
councilman
management.
in this room stop by your shop, okay, ask that, can't you open the inventory rooms, let me see, and the printout documentation, and when we check the physical check with a part with those things, you think is everything matched together now?
Inventory.
I'm gonna vouch for that. I mean, for the DPW, I go there frequently, and what we're talking here is, if you go into DPW, which I suggest just when they go visit, you have the 2 bays of the fire trucks, then you have all the heavy equipment bays. Those bays are constantly full every day. I don't think these parts, if for example, let's talk about a fire truck that you gotta repair a brake that costs $6,000. I don't think they're gonna have that ready, hanging from a hook. You have to order that.
So what I try not to do, Councilman, to be honest with you, on the heavy-duty side, certain parts we do stock. But when you get into the light-duty parts, everything is readily available within an hour. I mean, like batteries. I stack a very small quantity of batteries, because one phone call, I could have 5 batteries there. I mean, I want to limit my stock, what we keep on hand. What I do stock is the stuff that takes time to get. Snow equipment, like an example, a conveyor chain for a salt spreader. That I stock because that's not something I can pick the phone up and say, I need to replace this. We are, like I said, we are just implementing that part of this. And eventually, yeah, to answer your question, yes. Okay. But like I said to Councilman Rivera, I suggest that you come down, take a ride. I'll be more than happy to give you a tour, and show you what we're trying to do. We're trying to get into the 21st century, but it's taking time.
As long as you maintain the well, the inventory, that's what we want to do, okay?
That's what I'm trying.
Marty, can I ask you a question? We fuel the school buses, correct?
Yes, we do.
Do we get reimbursed for that?
I believe we do. I don't handle that, Councilman.
Could you find out for me?
Sure.
Who handles the school bus?
The billing aspect of it was done by Steve Miller.
Okay, oh yeah, it was Steve, yes.
I'm not quite
Is that a possibility, not to interrupt you, Mark,
Yeah.
but I believe, if memory serves me correctly, I think John Lynch has basically taken on most of Steve Miller's duties, so.
I think, but I'm not 100% sure, so I don't want to throw John under the bus.
I'm not throwing him under the bus, so give him extra work, but I would check with him first.
Just school buses?
Okay.
I don't know what he does, John Lynch, but he
does-
wanted to know about the school buses. Just school buses?
Yeah, school buses.
Okay.
Jersey Public Schools.
Yeah.
We refuel them down.
Right, we refuel
Yeah, and we
them.
get reimbursed, I mean, we took a $690 million.
I'm not sure who
So
handles
we'll ask John. John could probably point us in the right direction.
Correct, because I believe that Steve Miller's duties were transferred to John Lynch.
Yeah, they were.
Yes. If that was one of his duties, then I believe John Lynch was the contact.
Come on, let's roll it. That's it.
All right,
That's it, right?
so we pretty much went through. 35 was for the heavy-duty repairs. 36 was for light-duty, parts, light-duty parts. 37 is for heavy-duty repairs. 38 is for heavy-duty repairs also. 39 is for light-duty parts. And 41 is for the computer software that we use at the compound.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be good, Marty.
Just
Bernadette.
to the administration, to the BA, to look at the idea again of shared services around mechanics.
Yeah.
This is Jersey Public Schools.
Yeah, sure.
Bernadette, can I ask you a question?
They have a small fleet, I think less than 20
Schools.
20 vehicles that they own. What's that?
You know, it's gonna be taxi driving that in-house.
Do what?
We're gonna look into it. Yeah.
The W-2 forms, where did they come from?
The what? I'm sorry.
W-2 forms that were sent out.
From payroll.
No.
So from Max.
Why is there a city tax?
City what?
On if you look at your pension, your W-2.
Yeah.
It has city tax and they have an amount. I thought.
I have no idea.
Yeah. Look at W-2 form.
We have no city tax.
We have no city
I
tax.
don't remember seeing that either.
I never seen that.
I'll look into it.
Bernadette, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So Bernadette is here for items 1050 through 1052. These are resolutions for network management solutions, H&L systems, and
PMC.
Phil Casting.
Okay.
So our first resolution, 10.50, is NMS. This is network management. They are our outsourced network support.
This is just renewal?
Yes, sir.
This is a renewal, you said?
Yes, sir. The city's been using them for quite some time.
So they compare with the price of last year's, any price change?
No, it's the same.
Same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, Bernie.
10.51 is H&L. This is the city's financial system. It also does the property tax. The tax collector uses it, as well as all the finance folks throughout the city for doing requisitions, purchasing.
This is also renewed, right?
Yes, sir.
And the price not changed with last year, right?
I don't believe so. It was very, very close, if it was a minor increase, but it was very close. We did add a payroll tax system, so that's why I think it is up a little bit this year for the payroll tax that the city has implemented. They did a special module for us that the tax collector is using starting now.
It's up because of that. It will be up because of that,
Yeah.
So this software into the payroll tax?
They're building a whole new module for us custom. It includes an application process and seamless integration with the payments that can be done through the payroll tax. It's very similar to the way the traditional property tax module works. The problem is that the state's not giving us a good mechanism to do this, so we have to make our own, basically.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bernie.
And 10.52
Yeah.
is 10.52 is the wireless links. It's 2 wireless links from the Beacon to the DPW Linden Avenue complex, and then also to City Hall. This is replacing the ones that we had in the summer. I did a very thorough review of options, both hardwire as well as wireless, and this is the most cost-effective way for the city to proceed, and it has the least impact into our budget.
So cost-wise, we able to save more dollars this way?
Yes, sir.
So what kind of saving do you think involved there?
Well, we're not really, it is less expensive to continue our current network infrastructure that we have in place, which is these FCC microwave wireless point-to-point units for our wide area connection between our buildings, than it is to move to a different solution, which would be having to pay monthly fees on an ongoing basis. So we did a 5-year total cost of ownership of what it would be for these units, as opposed to, doing something where we're leasing and paying every month, and it is less expensive to continue to move forward with these units.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
10.63.
So
We have Dan here. Did someone request someone to come from?
Yeah, that's
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
sorry.
because that's what
One of the,
I'm like,
I
you
expect
know.
the next week.
Yeah.
Decrease.
You know.
She's sorry. I did it again. Everything's great.
Okay.
What is it?
10.63.
I'm sorry?
The 10.63, this is the professional service contract with Blau. I got that right? Okay.
Hi, I'm Chuck Blau. This is Dan Canoff. We're
Nice to meet you.
here to answer any questions you have on us doing affirmative tax appeals. What we do is we find underassessed properties, and we file an appeal of the assessor's assessment to bring in more revenue to Jersey City, and we pay all of the costs.
Do you check into overassessed properties?
We do underassessed properties on behalf of
On behalf of the city. So
the city.
So we're not looking at the single-family homeowners kind of thing. We're looking at commercial properties and the larger developments. So those who have overassessed properties routinely go through an appeal and get their properties reduced, but this is sort of the other side of it, where there's a large commercial warehouse and it should be assessed a lot higher than it should be. This firm goes out and has done this in cities across the state to help us get those assessment levels to make sure those properties are paying their fair share.
Do we feel there's a large number of, we just completed a revaluation.
Well,
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Well, even with a revaluation, if you think about a revaluation where they get a third of them wrong because everyone appeals because their assessments are too high, that doesn't mean a third of them are too low. You never hear from those people. So even after a reval, there might be properties that are too low. If we find them, we recommend an appeal, and if we're authorized, we file an appeal to bring in more money. If we don't find anything, it doesn't cost you anything. But it's normal, even after a revaluation, that there could be large properties that aren't paying their fair share, and they will never pay their fair share until the next revaluation.
Well, what's a large property? What's your threshold?
Like yeah, I mean, just a larger commercial.
For instance, I saw an example, doesn't mean it's under assessed, but there's a property on Caucus Road, it's assessed for $21 million. They just got a mortgage for $36 million. That means the bank might think it's worth $45 or $50 million. Now, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily overassessed the way the tax court looks at value, but it gives us an indication it might be way, way underassessed. So one of the things we do if we're authorized is we subpoena the bank to get the appraisal that the property owner used to get that loan, as well as the income and expense statements. And we have found in some of the other towns that we've worked that sometimes the income and expense statement that a commercial property owner gives the bank to get a big loan doesn't match up with the income and expense statement they give the assessor years earlier when they were appealing. You know, they're bleeding, they're doing great, depending who they're talking to. I mean, sometimes a property is underassessed because you had to give them a check back 4 years ago, and now the property's improved.
Wouldn't that be criminal to say you gave something to the tax assessor that undervalues your...
That's not what we're here to determine.
Well,
we would take appropriate action if that was, yes.
I mean, we're trying to help the revenue.
It's not necessarily apples to apples because it's not necessarily at the same point of time. So when the assessor asks for the information, it's as of October 1st of the pre-tax year, which is for valuation purposes. The loan could have been 3 years ago. It could have been doing great. It could be vacant now. I mean, it's just the first step. So, you know, it could be criminal, but it doesn't mean it is at all.
Does your contract limit it to certain properties? Is that,
I'm sorry.
is the contract limited to certain properties and
No,
commercial or otherwise?
We make a recommendation of properties to the city that because we're paying all the costs, we're not looking for something that might be close. It's very expensive to get appraisals and experts and hourly fees if we have to litigate it. So we review the properties. Usually if we're in a city more than 1 year, there's more appeals in subsequent years as I start to understand the data. My background, I believe I'm the only tax appeal attorney in New Jersey who's also not only a real estate appraiser, but I've qualified as an expert witness in the New Jersey Tax Court, Superior Court, U.S. Bankruptcy Court. So there's sort of a knack in trying to find them, but it's not, I'm not targeting any particular kind of thing. There's some properties I've learned from other towns that are hard to value for the assessor. The assessor might just not get it right, such as a cell tower. So the assessor's manual might put it on as a steel pole, but a cell tower is a cash cow. They make a lot of money and they might be very underassessed. We haven't litigated one in New Jersey yet. We're getting a lot of comparable lease data. Self-storage facilities often are put on the books too low. They're metal-clad buildings that are often put on the books with something called the cost approach, the cost of acquiring the land plus the cost of the building it. They make a lot of money. We've settled a lot of self-storage cases throughout New Jersey where the municipalities got more money, and even after we're gone, you continue to collect that higher revenue every year until something else happens. But it's not a particular class. I can tell you generally in New Jersey, in the suburbs, office buildings are not generally good for a reverse tax appeal because they're not doing well. In the suburbs, shopping centers aren't doing well. Other properties are. Warehouses throughout the state are doing great. But it's property by property. A lot of properties, you know, the filing deadline is April 1st. There's a lot of properties I can't make a recommendation. I don't even know how big they are. I don't know what's going on. As I collect data, I can start to figure out values if other properties are underassessed. And right now what happens is you have the taxpayers, you have the residents basically subsidizing a lot of these other properties.
So,
Legally, I'm confused because we just went through this reval process, and my understanding was, you know, the assessor sets your home value, that, you know, your home value, you don't do any repairs or improvements, and would just apply to a single family home, would apply to other properties. So I'm just trying to understand legally how we're allowed to do this.
The same statute that allows an aggrieved property owner to file an appeal and say that their assessment's too high allows the town to file an appeal and say the assessment's too low. The assessors actually, even though they work in Jersey City, they're actually an employee of the Division of Taxation. So it's the same, they're kind of in the middle, and the town is actually the plaintiff filing to have saying their assessment is incorrect. Additionally, when you had the revaluation of the last year or the year before, did tax appeals go away? A revaluation is a mass, they're doing every single line item. They can't get everything exactly right. The cost to do an appraisal on every single piece of property will be exorbitant. So sometimes they're wrong, and sometimes they're wrong too high, and the taxpayers appeal, and sometimes they're wrong too low, and that's what we...
The other thing is the assessor can't just raise your property that's spot assessing.
And illegal.
Yeah. That's illegal. So
Okay.
So
I just want to...
So if you built, they can do an added assessment. Right. If you had a house and you added a deck or a pool, they can do that. But they can't just raise your assessment.
What if, can I just ask a question on that? What if, you know, my house is assessed at $500,000, 4 years later I sell it for $1 million. Can the assessor then increase the assessment to $1 million?
No, that would be spot assessing. There's a case that's called welcome neighbor.
Okay, yeah, that's a separate issue, I just wanted to ask, just a separate question. I guess you know, to one sense it makes sense, right? Like, of course, you know, if these are under assessed, overall taxpayer is getting hurt. But I have two concerns. One is, if that's the case, you know, we have the policy option of trying to do annual revaluations, which is something, you know, I pushed back when we did the first revaluation, which we didn't adopt in the city, but if that's the argument, then you're making it fair. Hopefully it's a rolling process. And the second one is it's making sure there's some degree of consistency. Not that I never mentioned you guys before, not that you guys we can choose, but my worry is it creates this process where we could, you know, pick, you know, there are two properties that might both have bad, you know, under assessments, but we pick A and don't pick B.
We're trying to get both.
Well, what you got, I think,
I can tell you, that can happen.
But how do we ensure that the process, there's some apolitical aspect to this process, so that if we go forward with it, that it isn't a tool that can be used, you know, for the wrong reasons?
Well, all we do when we originally get hired, we review your properties and we make a recommendation. It's up to the council to decide. Should we?
List back to the
yes.
council?
Ultimately you have to authorize the appeals. So you will see what the properties are. But one reason why property A might get appealed and property B doesn't is I don't know enough about property B. I'm paying all the costs, win or lose. So if we file 50 appeals and I don't get you any money, it costs me a lot of money, costs us a lot of money. You don't get anything, it didn't cost you anything. So I got to be very careful. I'm not just going to appeal every warehouse in a row because I got to be pretty sure something is under assessed. So I might pick A, B might be under assessed, but I don't know it. I got to have some good faith reason to believe it. I send the list to the city, and all of our, everywhere we've gone, you know, we don't want to recommend an appeal and you go, well, we're negotiating an abatement. We're going to do something else, and then we don't file.
And you have to file by April 1st?
Yes, every year.
So if we were to approve this contract, you basically have 2 months to come with your initial list, less than 2 months?
We have weeks, because once we give you the list, it takes a long time. The filing doesn't happen overnight. My staff will be working all weekends, and they already are.
Okay.
So I'm already doing that work, whether or not you hire us.
Right.
Because you can't wait till the end, or you'll go, okay, file 50 appeals, and it's March 27th, and then we go, well. What you don't do as far as reassessments, because you mentioned it before, you could do that, and you might or might make it better or worse, just like a reval. It's better or worse.
And how just in theory, what's the range of the number of appeals you might be looking at filing this year?
I would guess between 50 and 100 in this amount of time, depending on what I find. Jersey City is a much harder market for me to get a good handle on. The values are already much higher than other places in the state, and you have a lot of properties where I think it might be a good case, but it's actually already abated, or there's a pilot, so there might be a lot of other reasons unique to Jersey City that the number might be lower.
But it's different. If it's a tax abated property, if it's a rental unit, yes, the way you say, but if it's like a condo, you can go after them too. But let me ask you this one. This is the first time we try, right?
Yeah.
Brian, you did a damn good job, that part of it. Really. Really, this is the way actually we protect, bring up the fair shares, a fair tax to the general public. But my concern is that, I give you a lot of credit for the business administrator, but the fee, one-time contingency fee is at 33% of the taxes. We're gonna pay you guys the fee, 33% of, you bring up the extra dollars, what total tax?
Oh, whatever we bring in.
Extra.
Extra.
So if we
can
bring
you
in,
change that 1063? If you see the 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth whereas, okay?
In the whereas, yeah, it's in the contract.
Each one-time contingency fee for 33% of the taxes. So we should be change that.
Yeah.
Or whatever we just say,
Right.
whatever extra dollars, the extra taxes. You know what I'm saying?
Of tax increase.
and it's in the years that we litigate, so when we're done, you're getting 100% of that every year going forward in the
We
future.
know that, but I mean,
He'll correct it in the
I'll do
system.
that.
yeah, the fee, okay,
All right.
and or
What else?
250,000 if any increased assessment occurs. So the 250,000 if any increased assessment occurs. So can't you make it clear for that part of it?
So that's saying that it's 33% of the new taxes up to $250,000.
That's what they mean?
For a single case for a single year.
Okay,
so we file, unfortunately, tax appeals, sometimes they take a couple of years. The tax court's still relatively backed up, so we might not see the inside of a courtroom for another year, and so we file every year. The good thing is we're filing against those taxes, the underpayment every single year. So if we settle a case where our fee would be more than $250,000, that's the cap, right?
Yes, okay, capture 20, but now, when we collect their tax, used to pay $1 million because you guys did a great job. Now we're able to go $1.5 million.
Right.
The extra $500,000, we not get one shot. We're gonna get the quarterly, you know what I'm saying? So when we pay you guys also, we pay quarterly.
Well,
You know, we're gonna pay 30%, but 33% is not one, because the reason is that if we really good job, can be cost extra couple of $1 million, 3, 4 million, something we never reserved the fund for. So we pay not in one shot, we pay continue 33% of divided by 4. So that's the way we as a taxpayer, well, the business didn't get any financial stress, you understand? Does it make sense?
Yeah, how we've been working with our towns is we don't even send an invoice, we don't send anything until you collect the money. We're not sending you a bill when
Collect
you
the money, but we collect the money every 3 months.
Okay, Councilman Yun, sorry to interrupt.
How did you know my name?
It's been a long meeting. It's been a long meeting. So what typically happens in our towns is that for the overage, the tax collector will send out a bill for that entire amount of overage. So you'll get, so say it's $500,000 over, they'll send out a bill with either, there's 2 ways they do it. One is they'll add it onto the quarterly, and sometimes they'll just do it separately. It depends on how you guys want to operate, how your tax collector wants to operate. We can help you guys through that. But they send out a bill and they get that $500,000. The taxpayer has to write an extra check on top of the quarterly, and you get the whole amount at the same time. You don't get it quarterly, you get the whole extra at once.
Yeah, but we can say that, but we don't want to hurt the people.
Well, what we do sometimes is we spread out so if we have a 2 or 3 year case, what we will do sometimes is, in order, especially they'll be able to pay more if they can spread it out. We'll say the first year they make the payment right now, and then we wait 6 months or even another year for them to make the second extra payment so they can weather that storm.
And when we settle a case, you know, it's not easy to get someone to agree to pay more property taxes.
That's what I'm saying.
But take the example of the warehouse assessed for $21 million, that they got the $36 million loan that the bank thinks is worth 50. When they agree to pay more, they got the wherewithal to pay more. They're still not paying probably their fair share.
Right.
And if we, as Dan said, if we need to stagger the judgments, you know, we work with them to make it easier for them to send the money to Jersey City, and we make it easier for Jersey City till you collect the money till you pay us.
So in other words, you guys go all the way to tax court, appeals, or whatever you do.
Everything's got to go to court, so it's not like we're just saying arbitrarily whatever number.
To go up to state, right? We don't have to hire another company, right?
No, and you don't have to hire experts, you don't have to pay filing fees, you don't have to reimburse us for anything.
We don't pay $1 until we...
Okay, collect.
Okay, last question, Rolando. We got to move on.
Can you provide us with a list of your clients, the state of New Jersey? And can you tick off a couple here in New Jersey?
City of Elizabeth, we've gotten since 2014, we brought in over $4 million.
How much?
$4 million since 2014. They've gotten more than that.
4 million annually or 4 million?
4 million as a result of directly as a result of our filings, but they've collected more than that, because if we settled the case in 15 for $50,000 for them, they're getting $50,000. That's not part of the 4 million. City of Newark, Linden, West Orange, Springfield, Red Bank, Gloucester, Voorhees.
Just provide us the list.
Just provide us the list.
That's the list.
All right,
So
thank you.
What we can say that below bonus of dollars, something we can see.
Okay.
Keep moving on.
Take it from the top.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good job.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Brian, what they call the innovator idea.
Yeah, so actually, you guys where'd we find you? Greg Corrado?
Greg Corrado,
Yeah.
Greg Corrado? Oh, God. He did that?
Yeah.
But he did a good job.
Yeah.
But why we hire only one company then?
For this?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Why we only hired only one company for this kind of job? We should be hired a couple of them more.
Well, they can do it all.
They can do it all.
There's no one else in the state who knows how to do it as well as Joe.
Yes, we sort of invented this, and if you hire someone law firm, because they're not a real estate appraiser, they might be a tax bill attorney, they can't figure out the value. They would have to hire an appraiser basically to do a revale.
We'll see. We want to just see extra dollars.
You can see extra dollars.
Thank you very much for your time.
Sean, we're going to start at 10:58 because the law department, they have to leave. 10:58, 10.5.
I have to leave in a couple minutes, so I just want to go over the law.
10.58?
10.58, resolutions.
10.58 is a settlement of litigation. I believe the memorandum was brought down. If it wasn't, did anyone get that? I'm sorry.
58?
Yeah, 10:58.
I don't recall getting it, by the way.
Okay, well, I'll make sure you have it before Thursday.
And we're also withdrawing 62.
62 is good.
Can you repeat that? What did you do?
So 1062 is being withdrawn,
Yep.
and 1058, Peter is going to submit that, is it memo?
The settlement memo. It's a
Settlement.
confidential.
Is emailing them that?
Excuse me.
He's gonna
We'll bring a hard
say
copy.
Is 1058 paid out of risk management, with the insurance fund, excuse me, or is that? Yes.
Peter, can you go over 10.58 or?
If you want to discuss, and if there's anything confidential, it will be in the memo that you get. If you have any subsequent questions after that, I can talk to you offline, or we can do a closed session.
When will we receive the memo on this?
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
You'll get it tomorrow.
Peter, I got the paperwork, but this is what I got. It says nothing.
But he's going to give it to us.
He's gonna give it to us.
He didn't get it yet.
Okay, which one?
Yeah, there's some memories from
1062 is being withdrawn.
1059, professional services agreement with the law firm of Murphy Orlando. That's a renewal of a previous contract. They're representing the city. Due to a conflict, we cannot represent all the parties. Going down to 1061, once again, that's a renewal of a previous, it's the same situation there. Due to a conflict, we cannot represent all the parties there. And 1064, that is a new matter. We need to retain outside counsel due to a conflict of interest with a party who we cannot represent. That's a resolution ratifying the award of professional services with Hardin, Messner, and Susser.
What's the matter? You said your parties can't represent. Can you speak about it, or?
I can't speak about it in open session.
We just need to have a closed session on a lot of these things. Off the line?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just off the record.
Did you discuss 62 and 63?
62 is being withdrawn.
62 is withdrawn. 63 was the gentleman who were just here.
Okay.
64, I can speak to you offline about that. 65 is, we have some pending foreclosure matters. I can get you some more information on that. But we have outside counsel who handles those. The foreclosure matters tend to be a lot of monitoring, which is not high expense, but it requires handling. But I can get more information on that for you as well. And I believe that's it.
Go ahead.
You guys, I think it's you guys, item 1073, might be used for us to be the condo expenses for 311 Washington.
Yeah, Nick was working on that.
Are we still paying this?
Yeah, that's what I was just asking.
Yeah.
So there was a flood recently in this, one of the units.
We're still here.
We had to, yeah, they're gonna be auctioned off through the JCRA as we pass a resolution for shortly, but we just had some more stuff coming there.
Wait, so we, because I thought that we were going to sell it.
Yeah.
I thought we'd authorize it.
Yes, you
So-
did, and I don't know why there was a delay, I'll get back to you on that, but
Okay.
in this time period, since when you authorized it and now, or a few weeks ago, there was a flood in one of the units, and so we had to replace some of the floor. But it's only like $10,000, I think it was for 5,000.
It was about that.
Okay.
For,
And what caused the flood?
I don't remember.
I think it was the first pipe in the wall. I don't know. I'm not aware of whether I pinpointed.
I think Nick had more information on
Okay,
that.
yeah, if you could have
Yeah,
your-
chat to you in the morning.
Yeah, because I think,
I think we were responsible for those, for the
Yeah.
You were
additional
responsible.
rehab, and this is just, I think, something.
This
that-
was unforeseen damages.
You can explain it.
Yeah.
okay, yeah, just if they could.
Can you find that for the town council?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His explanation?
Yep.
Yeah, just like they could love to be done with these.
Go ahead, Sean, take it from the top.
Okay, right from the top.
Not much left.
I like that.
10 minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes, I got. All right, don't put any pressure on me now. All right, so we're gonna go through the first read. I'm not gonna read them into the record because you know that's done at the council meeting, so I'm just gonna do by item number. Any questions on item 3.1?
This is Councilman Young, this is yours, right?
Right.
So did you say that the housing authority units are exempt or could be exempt, or they're not?
They are not.
They are not.
Yeah, because we had a meeting with them, housing authority. They are happy with that. There's certain things is that instead of what they call the uniform security guard, attendant, or the security guard, you know what I'm saying? So they are happy with that. Actually, those things, we had a couple of meetings, you know, based on that, you know, we drafted. So only difference that they are 100 down to 75, that actually conditioned by what they call the Councilman Dennis. That her says makes sense. So other than that, not much difference. Only thing is this one. Dennis. So we just changed one word here. They say the maintenance of a security camera. We should say the maintenance of high definition security camera. I don't want to put in the chip stop. You know what I'm saying?
Say that, sorry, say that again. There's one change?
Yeah, just one word. They say, you know, the maintenance of a security camera, we just say security camera. Instead to do the security camera, we say the high definition security camera. So just put in the
High
HD.
definition.
Okay.
Okay?
Also, there was one other change that Vivian was telling me about, that they wanted a confirmation on the start date for this.
Yeah.
So it doesn't take place
Not
20 days from
right
now.
away, because
It's months from now or something, right?
Yes. Months, whatever she feel comfortable.
So whatever she says
Yes.
is fine. Oh, okay,
Yes.
great.
Because they need to have a preparation of the hire, the manpower, whatever.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
so
okay.
I understand, you know.
No problem.
So if she feel like a 30 days.
Just for housing authority or for everyone?
Keep it straight across the board,
Keep it
probably
straight.
easy.
When we do that, we have to give everybody.
Right,
No
keep
problem.
it straight
And
across.
even the private company, they have a time to hire people. So
Yeah.
30 days or 6 days, 9 days, whatever we feel comfortable with, so fine.
Got it.
Okay?
Okay.
So we just added to maybe this one after 90 days, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
All right, you can put in the edit, right? Good.
Can I,
Okay.
can I ask you a question? Just so I just make sure I understand it. So 28-1, that applies not just to senior buildings, but to any building? So basically any building with more than 100 people has to have a uniform?
Senior
So
housing.
28-1 only, so, okay. Because so 28-1, the Uniform Security Service, I read that as saying, you know, every owner, agent of an owner of a multiple dwelling of 100 or more dwelling units shall furnish a minimum of 1 guard. I don't see, you know, in 28-1-1, it then talks about senior facilities. But I just want to know what the intention is, because the intention is for security, is for seniors
Right.
versus any building.
It's a senior and disabled housing.
Okay, senior
Yeah,
disabled housing.
yeah.
Okay, so we'll just clarify.
Right.
And then for 218-2, the security cameras, is that for just senior buildings and disabled buildings or for all buildings?
No, senior and the security.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the language is clarified to make sure that's what it applies to.
Wait. Senior?
Senior
What
housing
section
and the
was this?
disabled housing.
So the requirement for, in 28-1, Uniform Security Service,
Yeah.
when I read that first clause, it's not clear to me that it applies only to senior and disabled buildings.
Okay.
And same with the clause about the security cameras in 28-2. I just want to make sure that the language
It's
is
only for
clear.
senior and
Maybe I'm
disabled
misreading it here. I
Okay.
just want to make sure that it's clear that it only
Okay.
applies to senior
Yeah.
buildings.
Yeah. Okay, so
Can I just ask, nothing here is underlined or strike through, so.
you know, actually, we did that somehow when
Yeah.
things when it didn't show up. That's why I was so. This one actually, that kind of stops when we have a problem. That Brian?
We
We
have
have
to.
a problem, so we gotta work it out there.
By Thursday, I'm
Yes.
working with your aides
Because,
on this,
you
yeah,
know,
yeah.
we right on that actually, if we have changed it, we have certain rules that they are
Yeah.
underwriting and structure, or so and so.
We'll take care of it, yeah.
But it doesn't work somehow, so we gotta make sure that they're part of it.
Yeah.
And this is actually change only, James Solomon,
Yeah.
Councilman, senior citizen disabled people.
Right, okay.
building.
Yeah.
Other than that,
What's a disabled senior,
Go ahead,
disabled building?
Sean, what is it you want to
Because
say?
it's really important that we have that be underlined,
Yeah.
especially for a
Yes.
codifier.
Correct.
So I want to make sure the codifier doesn't have any questions. 'Cause
Okay.
If the codifier sees it where it's, nothing's underlined, then it's going to be
I
pushed.
agree
Yeah.
100%.
I'll take care of it.
Okay,
Thank you, guys.
go ahead.
So, item 3.2, any questions on item 3.2?
Yeah, I guess who put this on? I guess Brian Weller. So it says Brian submitted it.
This was just a transfer of the deed to the city to turn it into a park, I believe, right?
It says
Tell him to send
the
a memo.
JDEP requires the association.
Yeah,
If you
I'll
can
Brian
send
Weller send
Brian.
a memo.
Yeah.
Yeah,
send a
I didn't
memo.
fully
They
understand
need
what
to
was
send
going
a-
on.
Have them send memos,
Yeah.
that'd be the easiest thing.
Yeah.
We covered 3.3, 3.4, 3.5, any questions? And hearing none, 3.6. And 3.7.
I think you should pull 3.7 for now. You got J7?
3.6?
No, 3.7.
No, I got 3.6. I had a couple residents call me off of
Yeah.
Ocean Avenue. Did anyone call you?
But they was concerned about Garfield. This is, if they want Garfield, they have to do their own petition. This was people just on that block. You understand? There's a certain.
Segment, Dwight.
Yeah, they did a petition. Those people did a petition.
Yeah, but the people on like Ocean Avenue, and I know it, they told me it was like a commercial district, so they couldn't get it like shopping. But we got some homeowners right there on Stegman and Ocean, and she came to see me last week. I know she's from Ward A. She said she's coming to the meeting on Thursday
Okay, she
to
can come.
speak out, but like she can't park anywhere. It's like 5 parking spaces on Ocean because of the store, the firehouse. You know, they got like the diagonal.
But they say they can't park there, but I'm trying to figure out, the stores ain't open all night. I'm just trying to really understand it, because it's
she has
public
the
parking.
She has like a bus stop in front of her door. She has the firehouse. This is between Dwight and Stegman. And it's only like 4 like parking spaces on Ocean right there. and she can't park on Stegman, she can't park on.
Because her address is on Ocean.
Because it's a house too, it's like, it's probably 4 homes there.
Well, I have to see it, I have to go visit it and see it, but this one here is from those people who gave the petition.
No, I
can't hold it any longer for that, but I'll go see what she's talking
And
about.
the time, she said it's like, you know, of course, at 12 o'clock at night, and she's
But
like.
this ain't even, this didn't come to pass, you know, it didn't happen yet, so.
What do you mean? The signs are up already?
They don't put the signs up, but nothing is intermediate.
No, I agree.
That's what I'm saying.
But she said she was coming out with her neighbors, because it's like
Oh, that's
4
cool.
houses there, that, you know, she's like, I'm a homeowner, I don't like rent from upstairs over to the store or something like that, like it's homes there, and it's only, I think, 4 or 5, right between, on Ocean between MLK and Dwight. So if you want to take a look at it, you know, I said if you want to take a look at it, or
Yeah,
some
I'm gonna go there and look at it. She has to give me her address, what she's talking about, and I'll go look at it. But I can't hold this up no more, because the other residents, they calling me about this.
No, I got you.
So I can't hold it up, that I can't do. Now, Rich, you said you wanted to pull 3.7, why?
I'll tell you why. 4 years ago, when this was brought up, it was a little peace and quiet, we had one incident. You have JSEP right now, you have the Jersey City Board of Education issue, you have the revale issue, you have recreation. People want to get up and talk. I've gotten about, I swear to God, 50 calls from people, they're saying no. Right now is a bad time because a lot of people are aggravated out there, especially because of the Board of Education issue. I would hold off on this.
I understand what you said, but at this time, the only reason why I'm not gonna hold on, you get 50 calls that way, but I get 50 calls the other way, because people come out, and what they're frustrated with is because they press their way, and because it takes so long, they can't even get up and speak.
Well, here's the reason. Look at this. This is the reason why. We have all these
You know.
ordinances, all these resolutions, 50 resolutions. I brought it up with Wanda, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Let's start cutting back on the resolutions. Let's start cutting back on the ordinances. Let's have a, you know, like, this never has been like this before. This is ridiculous. This is this meeting. You have it on a computer, but this is in the paperwork, which I went through this weekend, and I know Michael went through it. And it's a shame.
We all went through it, we just went through it different ways.
So the council can decide to remove anything from the agenda by a vote of five council members.
Correct.
At the start of a meeting.
You're talking about the 3.7, right?
I know, I'm just saying, you just said that there's too many items on the agenda.
There's too many items,
I'm saying the council can remove at any time, any council member can make a motion to remove any number of items.
Correct.
At any given time and not consider them for the agenda. And it just takes it doesn't just take 5. It takes 5 votes to get it done.
Didn't we bring that up 4 years ago or 4 years ago?
I know, I'm just saying.
But we still have a means to do it, and not only that, this 3-minute allow more people to speak, really.
Yeah, you know what, actually, this is why the.
And then when it comes to the budget, we still allow them to speak as long as they want.
We do choose. You know what, actually, 3 minutes is better than 5 minutes, and the 1 minute is better than 3 minutes to our side. You know, because we don't have to spend time go like this. But as you look at it, actually, say right, if people very training and maybe they are more experienced to speak, public speak at any times, so 3 minutes to 5 minutes is more than enough. But actually, if we heard that people show up to city council, there are a lot of things, they're very emotionally, they bring up the issue because they believe that the city council is the last place to can bring up the subject. So I don't want that they limit their problem, and also
I'm but I'm having a problem with other people who can't speak. I understand
yes,
what you're saying, Michael.
what we can do a lot of different way to, we can do a lot of different way, but I think that Councilman Rich Bojan is to say right.
We all right.
I mean, can
We all
I
right,
jump in
because-
here?
go ahead.
Why don't we, I understand what we're talking about, but then let's put a resolution to limit the council members from talking for so long.
Okay, that we could do that.
You know, we can do that and keep it
So
for 3 minutes.
then what I'm going to like to put in the ordinance, now when we should be appointed council people instead to elect, then maybe we can pick up the better authority than what we expect the board of ed, and here too. So please, don't just say like that. It's not right. You understand?
Michael, we're trying to come up with a better solution.
Yes, but if we that one of the colleagues say like this one,
But Mike,
I'm not happy to do it.
we've had conversations for 27 minutes, a council member talking. That's unacceptable.
So listen, I know that it's unacceptable, but at least we proud ourselves. We give each councilpeople to enough time to express their concern and issue, whatever it is. Actually, that's part of our. You see, even though we do not make it satisfied our public 100%, but still we get some respect because they public said, "Oh God," they take all those things. So please. So
I'll suggest a compromise, which I suggested back in 2018. But actually, which Councilman Boggiano suggested prior to me, and that was the 5-minute limit, somewhere in between 3 minutes and where we are today. So 2018, it was defeated 4-1 at the time for 5 minutes. Interestingly enough, my office, and it's, of course, moving things around, and found an old memo from September 28th, 2017, and the subject was questions posed by the public at municipal council hearings. And so the question was really, would city officials have to answer questions from the public? So it was a different topic, but the very last line, and this memo comes from Joanne Monahan from the law department. It reads, the rules impose a 5-minute limitation on all underlined public speakers, whether during the public speaking portion of the meeting or the hearing on second reading ordinances. I didn't pick up on that back then. That question was about whether we had to answer questions at the public hearing, but my staff read that and found that at the time and said that the law actually exists already around to enforce, according to Joanne Monahan, and if the law department concurs with what Joanne wrote back in September of 2017, the law actually suggests, imposes the 5 limits on both on second readings and public speaking portions. And if we just enforce the law, then essentially...
It's already on the books.
That's what she's saying, it's already on the books.
That's that you can interpret it that way. And
the public speaking portion is definitely 5 minutes on the books. When he actually, Councilperson Navarro showed that to me, and I don't recall seeing that in our rules of order, but I'll take a look.
It was my understanding, speaking to someone who was here when Joanne was here, that is the case, and that the council decided not to interpret it that way. It only interpreted that the 5-minute rule applied to the public speaking and not to the second read ordinances. I can't say that I've looked at it personally to see what the change is, but I trust this individual who told me that they were here and knew what the interpretation was. That being said, even if you limit the second readings to 5 minutes, which most of the time people do anyway, that doesn't address the public speaking section at the end where you still have the 5 minutes and you curtail, or people leave.
Right.
So
that's the challenge I have, because I'm getting complaints that they're leaving. And I understand that if you're pressing your way from work and you want to be heard, then you get here. And the list has been like 57,
So why don't we do this way?
Right.
So the best bet, we got to ask ourselves, what is the role of the public speaking session? And what is the role of the second reading, the public speaking? It's two different. So when we have a discussion with the, what are they called? Airbnb issue, short-term rental, right?
Oh, that's the other thing,
Yes, we prepare for like almost, how many hundred pages was it, James? Like a 7 page, and the people come out to try to convince the city council, please vote for no, because like probably 25, 30 different articles, they challenge so article, A, so-and-so because it's not right, so it's 3 minutes or 5 minutes, the minute, and 7, 8, 10 pages of ordinance. I think that we just tell
You
them.
can't do it in 5 minutes, to be perfectly honest, Michael. What they have to do is when they complain to us, what we should do is really set an appointment for them, because some issue takes more than 5 minutes. If they really are passionate about a subject matter, to be perfectly honest, and they really want to sit down and talk to us, it takes more than 5 minutes.
Yes.
It really does,
Yes.
and we know this. My concern really is to make sure I hear what everybody wants to say. Then I can say, okay, let me schedule an appointment with you, because this is going to take more time. But because they're coming and they're not being heard, I am getting complaints. And the ones who normally come, they always get their point across in less than 5 minutes.
It's a second reading ordinance. the public has only one chance to try to explain to the 9 of the people, council body. If it the way you say, if we have issue, call me, then this person have the 9 different meetings with each council people.
No, 3, they can do 3.
4, but you know, still, so actually we give them, the general public, to one-shot opportunity to speak with every council members, try to convince that what you believe that we should say yes or no. If we do that, individually as a call, actually, so we have a wrong approach to try to get the feedback from the public. So I'm not supporting that idea, but if we go second reading, they can speak whatever the issue, you know, like we're gonna bring up like what are they called, rent control. There were probably like how many different articles, probably like 15 different articles. People come out, 15 different regions say, please don't vote for this one, please. So those kind of opportunities, we take away the public.
No, we don't take that away, because what we did when we came to short-term lease, we scheduled special meetings for that. See, and that's what you see, we doing other things really to hear the public. When it came to short-term, we had special meetings. We did. The public was heard. And we still have the authority to have special meetings. We're not taking away nobody's right. I'm trying to hear everybody, trying to give them ample time.
How are we going to decide which one we're going to call the special meeting, or which item we're going to discuss?
You have rent control, just like you did short-term lease. You seen the passion that was there. That's what made us decide, you know what, we need to do a special meeting for this, because we've seen the people. The people determine that, to be perfectly honest, what is special and what is not.
I mean, listen,
Go ahead.
I'm very serious when I say we have to limit ourselves. I didn't say that in a joking way. I'm very serious about that. You know, we really take advantage of that, and then couple on top of what the constituents' concerns that we're discussing now, okay, we don't have to dialogue 27 minutes. We just don't have to do that. If we limit ourselves, then we have a better shot at this.
But
let's move on.
Agree with the public, just the general public speaking. You know what I'm saying? After we second reading, the minutes of 3 minutes, understandable. But second reading ordinance, leaving it to 5 or 3 minutes.
Well, that exists now, they say. Second reading exists now. We just haven't been enforcing it.
I've been around.
So find that out, because if that exists, we definitely make sure that is enforced.
Sean, how long are you working for?
Okay. Next one.
How long am I working for the city? I'm going on my 27th year.
All right, I've been around coming back and forth for over 40 years in council. We've never had these many issues come up. We've never had this problem. It started a few years ago, and you know, I said, like I read, JSEP, Jersey City Board of Ed, Reval, Recreation, Airbnb, rent control. It's got to stop, because people are just getting tired of it. And, you know, it's out of hand. And that's the reason why these meetings are on. Like this caucus meeting should not last 4 hours.
It shouldn't last, but look how much time we spend talking, not to take nothing away. And in all due respect, some issues do take longer than others. That's why I sit here and listen, just why we all do. There are issues that are more pressing. Even though we all know we have to get out of here, even though we all know we want to go home, there are certain issues that requires more time. And if we say we really want to represent the public, then we put the time in caucus to make sure we get it right, for when we really go out there on the council meeting, we really don't have to go through this. But at times, we still go this way and spend a lot of time in it. But this is what caucus for. So, I mean, I'm not apologizing for how long some of these meetings take, because some issues are more serious, or more, you know, people are more into it than others. So, only thing I'm trying to do with this ordinance is get to hear more people, and that's just it. Now, they said there is a 5-minute limit on second reading ordinance that exists already. If that exists, I will definitely make sure we enforce that. It already exists. The law is the law.
And that's it. I mean, if the law's there.
If it's there, then we're fine.
People can't come back and go after every one of you. But as I said, we've never had so many issues come up over the years. It's like one thing after the other.
So Joyce, if it's true, if it's there, then let's look at it and let's follow by it. But again, I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but we have to control ourselves.
I agree.
So look at this one.
Go ahead.
Even though they were
Also looking at to limit the public speaking to 3 minutes, and also the second readings.
Yeah, so let me find the 5 minutes. I'll give them that fair. If I find that ordinance that exists 5 minutes, then we will work with the 5 minutes. If it doesn't there, that one definitely stays.
So, but can we impose it on ourselves?
Yes, I'm quite sure we can.
I'm serious about that.
Because I do understand it, because some
residents.
residents do come out. I understand. At that time, like, we're here to listen to the departments. This is what the caucus is about, to figure this out. Okay, the council is to really hear the public, all right? So I'm here to really hear the public. I'm not trying to shut them down. I'm trying to hear as many as possible, and I get complaints that we do get the regular ones that come, and they just go on, but that's not our place to say who and who cannot speak or what they speak about. My position is to try to hear more people as possible. That's all. That's all.
So I'm going to disagree a little bit about the council as a body, and just the idea that I won't disagree that some people go on extraordinarily long. I've been guilty of that at times. I don't think I ever gone to 27 minutes, but I have gone extraordinarily long times. That being said, I think limiting it, the speaking time in that regard, certainly we need to be more mindful, and certainly the clerk and the council president can all hold us to account on that stuff, and more so, but at the same time, I think it's important to kind of, for the public, to be able to allow the council to see that debate, and so if there's a question that comes up and it requires a rebuttal, that can be able to have the time and the opportunity to rebuttal, because conversations are fluid in that regard, and I would say, with regard to limiting the council's time, I'm not as keen on that. I just want to put that on the record.
I think if a council sponsor an ordinance, then the council should have a little more ample time to rebuttal it. Just that person who sponsored the ordinance or a resolution or whatever the case may be. I think they should, because what will happen is then people will come up and will want to speak, and you want to give that council person enough time to defend why they put that ordinance there. And it may take more than 5, it may take 10, but I don't think we need 27 minutes. Because that's another whole day almost for folks.
I know from on the south side where I'm at, people do say that they don't come out because they don't get a chance to speak. And the young lady I met with on Ocean Avenue, I met with her 2 weeks ago. And I told her, listen, call now so you don't be last on the list trying to stay here till 11, 12, 1 o'clock. So that was 2 weeks ago. I told her to just call as soon as possible. And I usually tell all the residents that. Like, if you got an issue, you call the day after council to get on for the
get on the list.
Yeah, like, you just call immediately, because a lot of people do say that they can't stay here at 12, 1 o'clock in the morning and that's really the speakers list is the end of our meeting. We go through the pages of
it's at the end. And right now we got 17
resolutions, but that's the end of the meeting. And a lot of people say that they not coming because they can't stay to 12 o'clock, especially when they got kids.
Correct.
To get ready for school.
If that's so, then let's stop with all these issues that are being created, like a list of them that just goes on and on. And it's getting worse and worse.
See, I'm
Go ahead. Go ahead, Sean.
So we're on to item 3.8. Any questions on 3.8?
Oh, this is in the Heights, Councilman Yun.
That's just the little corners on top of the building, right? It's a little green strip.
Yeah. There's a building has like a corner come out a little bit, things wrong.
So should we,
it's like on top of the building.
So are we granting them something, and should we monetize that and figure out a way to?
There was there 100 years already.
I know, but we're giving it away to them. Should we monetize it?
Right.
No. It's a different.
What are we getting back for the city?
Those face was a history with the building. They want to save them.
That's what it is. It's fine.
What are we getting back?
So nothing to do with this.
I scratched my head.
All right.
I didn't even know that.
I'm sorry. I couldn't resist.
I just want to clarify 3.9. So we went back after we passed this on first reading and realized that the language in it was not quite what it was supposed to be. It just was sort of, we don't really know what it was. So this is the original intent of the mass transit parking tax as back as the first reading. It was just too many changes. It was substantial changes.
So the intention is that
we should defeat the second reading. Yeah, we should defeat the second reading and go to this.
You pass this parking tax. I got a call from a person down in Point Pleasant saying, good, we're going to pass a parking tax on all you people from Jersey City and Newark coming down here. All you're doing is opening up a can of worms, and all these towns down South Jersey are going to retaliate against us.
So let me, I just want to point out two things. Number one, just for the council's awareness, I believe it includes in Article 8, Section 4, Roman numeral 4, dedication by rider, which I think is a new addition to what was previously there.
Yeah.
I've requested that, and if you look at the state statute, there's a dedication by rider that's permitted to ensure that it goes into a dedicated fund. It can't be spent for other purposes, right?
There's a resolution on here too for that, right?
There was, yes.
Yeah.
The second thing I just wanted to ask is a question. I was not here for last meeting, so my understanding is that the mayor's intent here, and I should have brought this up when he was here to ask him, but is to fund a light rail to the Holland Gardens area, or Holland Tunnel.
Yeah,
right?
that and it could go to Bayfront Light Rail, could go to a lot of things like that after that's funded, yes.
So I believe it came up, and I didn't get to watch the video, but and maybe Councilman Solomon raised the question of, well then, as a result, we could be able to do more affordable housing since there's not a commitment, there's not a need for a developer to pick up the cost at, which is literally the Jersey Avenue light rail redevelopment area, which we've been talking about for months upon months upon months at this point, right? So, and so my question to the administration, is there a commitment to doing that and for that area to be, to enable or allow for additional affordable housing?
Yeah, I don't think I can speak totally for exactly what the intents are there at this point of changing any plans in that space, but the intent for this here is to fund mass transit access and light rail stations, that sort of thing.
And did any other suggestions come up from the council? I mean, or is this just simply the only option that's being considered?
This station and the Bayfront Light Rail Station.
The Bayfront's being funded by the governor, right?
Yeah.
So,
hopefully.
Yeah. But nothing else came up as possible options?
No, not at the time.
Yeah, we have.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Did anyone contemplate the idea of, I know that's been briefly discussed in community meetings, of some sort of a pedestrian bridge to 440 over across 440 and the like?
Yeah, could be that. There are a lot of options. We're only going to get, I think it was $1 million or $2 million out of this a year, so it will be enough to fund the debt service on a project like that Jersey Ave light rail station. So it's not going to be tens of millions of dollars. We're going to get and have lots of projects that we're going to be doing.
So I'll just, whatever the intent ultimately is, if it should end up being in the Holland Tunnel, I just want it on the record, for the public record. Similar to Bayfront, the only intention for me in terms of ensuring that we bonded and spent an inordinate amount of money on that was that there was a commitment to doing 35% affordable housing on properties that we acquired there. 100 acres, 65 acres developable. For me, and I want it on the record, is just the idea of charging a parking tax and then using the money to fund luxury housing in the Holland Gardens area for tens of thousands of units and to subsidize public transportation for the rich and wealthy is not something that I'm inclined to do, and I would urge the council to not consider that as well. That's not to say to oppose a parking tax, because a parking tax can be used for multiple purposes, but I would say kind of moving forward, as you consider and contemplate what the purposes would be, that doing that without affordable housing or commitment to doing that, I would think, as we talked about earlier today, the gentrification of Jersey City, that if we're not committed to doing that, shame on us if we aren't going to ensure that we're funding public transportation that allows, that's available to the people, to low middle-income families and others who could live there if we made that affordable in some way. That's my soapbox for the moment. Okay? Thanks.
Okay. Your argument makes sense.
Any questions on item 311?
Oh, 311, Brian? The business administrator?
Sure.
I read that, that I think my recommendation, if you withdraw this one, I'm going to sit down with you, get input for you. First things, zone 1, they pay $10,000 per year.
Yeah.
But the zone 1 is more desirable area for every movie vendor.
Yeah.
But if you go zone 2, they say $7 per hour for the parking, If you calculate that one, it's cost around $18,200 a year.
Right.
So they cost more on this other area.
For how many hours?
How many hours they can run the business? 10 hours a day.
It doesn't even say, and you know, you should have a minimum there too. It doesn't have a minimum, so it's
So
like
you
just
get
per
10
hour.
hours a day, 5 days a week, 52
Right.
weeks. That means the guy who working hard, man, gonna be paid $18,200 per year, and not prestige area. But guy who do the movie trade, the prestige only pay $10,000. So it's a wrong. That the fee have to be some considered.
But I wanted to ask him about the $10,000 fee.
Wait, so can you go back to how you got to $18,000?
No, $18,200. So now this is the way to do it. $7 an hour times 10 hours a day, times 5 days a week, times 52 weeks per year.
Right.
Yeah, so they wouldn't be doing 10 hours a day. None of them are gonna be there 10 hours.
But still.
Yeah, but this says between 10 a.m. and 11 p.m.
Yes, and so they can do it during those times. But so we've had many meetings with food truck vendors. We have many meetings with SIDS and all the stakeholders involved in this. And what we've come to learn is that for the most part, there is one of two sort of sessions during the day. There's a lunch session, and then there's the dinner and late night session. Most of the food trucks are doing lunch, and so they tell us that's between like 11 and 2. It's like 3 hours or so. That's if they're there longer, it's because they're doing setup or cleanup and that sort of thing.
No,
they don't want to.
They definitely there longer. I know I go down sometime 3 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah, so there's that afternoon sort of like dinner late night session as well, and it's not. There are certain parts of these areas that it just doesn't exist, and there are certain parts of it's great. So no one's going to be there. Hopefully, no one's going to be there 12 hours a day, and that's the point of this.
How are we going to watch how many hours they're there? And then the other question, the other thing is like Councilman said, I was looking at the same thing. We should just make it even, right? If it's $7 an hour somewhere out of zone 1, then it should be $12 an hour in zone 1.
Zone 1 is very.
I just wanted to ask about zone 1.
Yeah.
Because
And
based on
also-
$10,000 a year, that's really like only $193 a week they're paying.
So, yeah. So
that's more like
here's how we got to that number. So we have comparable data from the food truck, from the National Food Association, from the New Jersey Association that says that the average is like $70 a day or something like that for a food truck to park in. And so we also estimated that they're probably only doing about 150 or so days a year. So that includes, they're probably not doing weekends. This is what they've told us, the food trucks. This is exactly how much time they've told us. So they're probably doing weekends. There's a lot of days in the winter where they don't do anything because the weather's terrible. They basically don't come out and can't at all. So that's how we calculated that number. It's also sort of close to that other number we had of $200 a day.
Still, whichever look at it,
yeah.
we put the same situation, guy who do 10 hours a day, 5 days or downtown, only pay $10,000. But guy who is
we could change the rate in that.
That's what I'm saying.
That's fine. That's fine.
So now also another
that's
one,
fine. So we can lower it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you want to help them good. And another one, you put in
Stuck
that.
on downtown. I think they should be paying more.
Yes.
They should be paying more.
Okay.
They should be
What are
paying
their rates?
more.
What are their rates?
Rates in these trucks, that fire up on Mercer Street, you know how that
They only
started?
paying
One of the trucks.
$193 a week.
Blew up.
How much?
$193 a week. That's, you know how much they can make a day? A week is a shame.
I think it should be even, right? Hours, or day, or year.
All I know is.
How did you arrive at those numbers?
So
we have comparable data from other food truck rate zones across the country, from the Food Truck Association of New Jersey and the state. They told us about $70 as an average per day rate.
Per day?
Per day.
This one is $193 per week.
A week.
So the rate is extrapolated to about 150 or so days a year that they could be active in that time. So that includes, a lot of them aren't doing the weekend service. There's a lot of weather issues that say that they're just probably not going to be out there in December and January.
So
that's how it comes out.
whichever look at it, that the zone 2, the operating business costs are higher than zone 1, so.
So we can lower the zone 2, that's.
Yes,
yeah,
or
yeah. And
raise the zone 1.
The intent for zone 2 also is compared to zone 1, where you're sort of like leasing a space at a monthly rate for the year sort of thing. Zone 2 is a food truck who maybe only wants to do a couple hours, is just starting out, wants to be there for just a lunch twice a week or whatever it's going to be. They don't have to make this long-term commitment. But we can definitely lower that rate.
Another one is that the location-wise at zone 2, Summit Avenue, 2 location. Actually, this location is what problem, because I got several complaints. It's a 2-lane, the westbound 2-lane. 1 lane is a left-turn only. Left-turn only. So 2-lane northbound, but 1 lane is only left-turn.
Okay.
So when they try to be people go straight, that lane, when you cross that crosswalk,
Yeah.
have a food truck.
Where is this location?
The location is the Summit Avenue.
Summit.
Okay, location 0043, 35-foot north of Reservoir Avenue, extended 40 kilometers. That's the place was it?
Yeah, okay. We'll take a look at that.
Yeah,
And
so-
there's some other changes that we're doing to some of the spots. We have to remove a couple of spots on Grand
Yeah.
Street that there was just a little miscommunication
So
on the
instead of like a 2, if we put you 1, I'm pretty sure it's okay. Like a Summit Avenue, 0044 location.
Yep.
I think that maybe make a sense, but not 0043. That's very dangerous, you know what I'm saying?
Sure, okay, so we'll
Because of that, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
no problem.
And another one. City use of mobile food vendors parking spot. The city, blah, 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 they say, mobile, appropriate parking mobile food vendors parking spot, no more than 5 days per year, any spots in advance notice. So now, so they can only work 5 days. So it's okay. So I'm pretty sure that based on my experience over the food vendor, they do 5 days. They're gonna show up almost every day. So it's okay. But now, the city the right to prohibit. Okay, so now, so city reserve the right to prohibit parking in mobile food vendors parking spot no more than 5 days per year. So in other words, I'm doing business over here. City come up because we have event and so on, so move.
Yeah.
But we cannot ask more than 5 days. It's a very generous one, but problem is that when the PSNs do any street opening work, and what JCMUA have to put a sewer line, a gas line, then opening, the band have to move to more than 5 days, you understand?
Okay.
So then we're gonna give the money back because of PSNG?
No.
So
Okay, so how do you want to change this? You want to make
See,
it more days?
so that's why I'm like to discuss with that part of it. I just point out, and also,
What we've been reaching out. Margaret and Eric are reaching out. Yeah, they were part of it.
Brian, another one is C, application process and the content. They put in your name.
For what?
The application process and the content. So actually, they have to be submit to business administration.
Yeah, we're doing an online application.
But I'm feel uncomfortable. You got tons of work.
I'm not going to look at it. It's my department that's going to look at it.
But already those people, when you get the license, they're going to get license from the health department.
Yeah.
Let them handle it.
It's going through. Yeah, it's going through traffic and engineering because there's a parking permit.
Right, so let them do. Why you involve them? That's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So those things should be changed, that the parking or health department, whatever, I'm not feel comfortable your valuable time spent for those kind of things, you know what I'm saying? So now another one, renewal permit. This is a funny thing is this one. The vendors, if I do business XYZ area, it's like a build up the relationship with the people. So renewal permit every year, or we're gonna do every 2 years?
Every year.
Every year. So every year time, that location can be different place?
It can be, but the intention here is that we are going to collectively discuss with the food trucks and the SIDs and the council people, curating the trucks where we all want them to go. And that part of that is so we can not have like 4 taco trucks next to each other. We can spread them out, sort of thing. And if there are a lot of complaints with one truck, this allows us to get rid of them and remove them from that site, but it also allows us to move them to different sites if we all think we want to do that.
So reason I say that, let me see, Ron Robert, the food vendors, okay? When he look at location, is their location worth to invest $20,000 to buy mobile trucks, so and so. But whatever he invests or whatever I invest, I'm not able to recouping my invest in 1 year. So if you change that, the location every year, it hurts a lot of food truck vendors.
We don't think we're going to be doing that. So if they want to stay in the same place and everyone's fine with it, that's fine. We're not just going to say, okay, you're out, you don't get a spot.
You understand, sir? Because when I invested $30,000 trucks and all the equipment, because I'm willing to spend the $30,000 because of the location. So now those people every year have to be, you don't know where you have to go. I think it not help them, it hurt them more. So we should have if you get the license XYZ by lottery, you secure at least 2-3 years. You understand? So instead of the renewal every year, license every.
So the food truck license is renewable every year either way.
Yeah.
Aside from parking, so it's
whatever
we wanted to line it up exactly with
Okay.
that. That's why the time starts April 1st as well, which is when the food truck license is renewed.
All right.
Brian, anybody go down and speak to the hotel, the restaurants down there, or?
The SIDs and Exchange Place, the SID and Exchange Place has been a part of the conversation this whole time, and they've been telling us the spots that they think work best. And again, there's a couple of spots on Grand Street which we're going to remove, and they shouldn't have been on there at the request of the SID.
So
and part of the reason why we want this ability to curate is because of them. So maybe they want to open a taco restaurant in front of where some of these spots are. We want to be able to not have a competing food truck in front of that restaurant, and vice versa. We don't want to have food trucks stuck in front of a restaurant that competes with them.
So now H, continuous use of the parking spot. They say the parking spot more than 20 days per month. So in other words, if you not absent to the parking space more than 20 days a month, this sounds like great, but has a problem is that when the vendors usually go vacations in winter time, they go
The food trucks have said this is okay with them, so they understand it. And the point is to have food trucks in all these spots. If they're not going to be there for most of the month, then we're going to find someone else that wants to go there. And they've agreed to this.
They agree?
Yeah.
They who?
The food trucks, yeah.
Well,
I mean, that's a good point. Like, we've met with multiple groups. It doesn't seem like there's one person who is speaking for everybody. We're trying to talk to all of them, and we're getting emails. Yeah.
Sorry, so business administrator shared this draft with me roughly a week ago, give or take, because it was a lot of downtown. And a bunch of food trucks had reached out to me over the last 3 previous months.
Yeah.
And so we sent it to every food truck who has at least reached out to my office. And they don't agree with every provision, so there's definitely back and forth, and I still have things that I think maybe should change. But I would say that overall, the response from everyone who reached out to me was, this is going in the right direction and moving forward. And I can't say that, again, I can't say that speaks for everybody, but I know that every food truck owner who reached out to me, we have now shared the draft with, and I've given them a chance to feedback, and they have some changes they want to make, and one person says X and the person says Y, but overall, it wasn't as if they felt like this was a bad thing.
The food trucks also, some of them say the rate is too high, some say the rate is too low. I mean, we're never going to get full agreement on all of them. And same with, the local business owners too. We're trying to protect them
So,
as well.
would it be possible, I'm sorry, I'm jumping
Yeah,
back.
go ahead. It's okay.
But would it be possible to get a list, doesn't have to be comprehensive, of the food truck owners that you all have spoken with? I just want to do like a spot check over.
Yeah, we'll try.
Okay,
we had the
Because
largest.
I've had a couple reach out to me since, but I haven't had any new information.
Yeah, I'll see what I can say.
But
We had a meeting, the largest meeting we had was maybe in December, and there were probably 50 or 60 people there. I'm not sure how many of them were owners or relatives of owners, that sort of thing. We've had smaller group meetings with 2, 3 here and there. We've had a lot of one-on-one email conversations, but I'll see what I can say.
like, it doesn't have to be comprehensive, just
you
sort
just
of
want
get an
an
idea of
So when you,
Rolando.
When I met with you, Brian, and some other folks at the table, and James, I believe, you've been there as well. But when you talked about releasing the new fees and things of that nature at the time, we talked about just doing a simple mailing to the operators. I don't know if you've done that with this ordinance to make them, I mean, everyone who's got a food truck license or permit or whatever.
Yeah, we're, the draft of this,
Yeah, draft of this and letting
we've
them know.
been doing it by email. We've emailed, I don't know how many of them.
Okay.
So, and I think James has been reaching out too.
but I mean, even 20 days is a straight 20 days or
Within the month.
straight 20 days? No, just any days
Yeah.
more than. So some people go vacation. I know that the food vendor people, they go vacation sometimes more than when you go Greece, they go more than 1 month. They go to winter time, they go like 2 months. You know, so I don't know, but it's okay if they're all happy with that.
Yeah.
But down the road, if they're not happy, they
You
come.
can adjust
We can
it.
change it, yeah, exactly. Look, I mean,
When
this
will
is,
this be phased in?
we want to start for the April 1st
That's when we started.
season this year. And based on our timeline now, we can get that done. What we can do is once this is passed, we can get the form out immediately, and it won't take us long to organize all that. And then
So
assign the spaces.
then the Brian, just my concern is only two things.
Yeah.
So fee, $10,000 a year and the $7 per hour, we have to adjust that.
So we can lower the zone 2 rate and
It's up to-
increase the
yeah.
zone 1 rate. We can
We
sort of
have to increase the zone 1.
Okay.
And the zone 1 increase, and the zone 2 have to be a little lower. Because the $7 an hour actually not easy.
I do, so we just have to be mindful of the fact that we can't arbitrarily increase the rates. We have to assign those values based on some service that we're providing in response to that. So we're gonna just double check our calculations and make sure that that's.
So we think that in order to pay $7 an hour, they have to make at least $70 of sales per hour. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So $70 per hour, how many hot dogs we have to sell? He charges $2. He have to sell the 35 hot dogs to just pay $7 an hour to feed.
Yeah, okay.
And then what are you gonna make it? You know what I'm saying?
That's true.
So we lowered the hour fee for the zone 2, but $10,000 for zone 2, zone 1, they make a pretty
Getting
good.
money, yeah.
They're better than any restaurant outside of here. So we raise it, and also some revenue. If we instead of 2 locations, 1 location probably is okay.
Go ahead, Sean.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay.
No problem.
On
Thank
to
you
the
all.
second readings, item 4.1, any questions? Hearing none, item 4.2, any questions? 4.3, 4.4, 4.5, and 4.6, we have intentions on the fee.
Yep.
We're not even gonna hold a public hearing, we're just gonna go right to
Yeah.
the fee,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
And the public speakers are now at 17. Any questions on items 6.1 through 6.37? Hearing none, we have 1 officer's communication, we have 1 report of directors, and we have the claims and addendum, and then on to our resolutions. Item 10.1, resolution introducing the calendar year 2020 municipal budget.
So can I ask a couple
Sure.
questions? One is there any change to this than what the mayor emailed us all?
No changes.
Same document, okay.
Yeah.
So I had asked the department director, but for 2 things, and I think I'm sure the council would be interested. The first was just what is our rateable base?
Yeah.
And try to get that number. And then the second was,
Tax rate.
well, yeah, so can't do that, yeah, so municipal tax rate. And then the other one was the Department of Finance, and just so, because, when we created it, certain parts of HR, so when I see that budget, I kind of want to understand how, what are the different streams that went into it, if that makes sense.
Sure, and I apologize, I talked to John about this. He was supposed to respond to say
Yeah.
we could just do that during the budget hearing for finance, or do you want us to send it in advance?
If you could, it doesn't
Send it
have to be-
ahead and then we
Okay,
could.
Sure, it doesn't have- So I'd love the tax rate and the rateable base number as soon as possible, because I think it really just helps evaluate the whole picture. For the finance, it doesn't have to be tomorrow.
Okay,
It'd be
no
great if,
problem.
Like in a couple weeks before the
No
hearing, we
problem.
had that, that'd be great.
So the concern with the tax rate at this point is that we don't have all the other numbers, the county.
Right, you just
So we
municipal
should
one.
municipal, yeah, okay,
Just municipal one.
no problem.
Questions?
Yes.
So, I've not had a chance to review the budget as it's been presented, but just a couple of questions. Does the budget include any school funding?
Not right now.
No dedicated school fund?
No.
Okay. Does it include funding related to shared services with Jersey City? Anything new outside of what we've done besides trash collection and things like that?
Nothing new, but as we've talked about, there's, the school security stuff, there's a waste removal contract, there's some things in there already.
But is that incorporated in the budget itself?
It's incorporated, yeah. Yeah, shared services, yes.
Okay, so does that increase those dollars in our budget?
Nothing increases this year. It's things that we put in budgets in years past, last year and the year before. So the increases were during those budget years.
So if they're not increasing as dollar amounts, so for example, I'm just making something up, mechanics.
Yeah.
Outside mechanics or something, or are we doing it in-house, or and not hiring more staff, or how is that? I don't understand, like.
What do you mean?
Was it just, if
in the past.
picking up the mechanics cost, are we just saying,
we are only
giving you
doing
more work?
right now, so we're exploring a lot of shared service agreements with the schools. We haven't executed any new ones recently. We only have the school security guards and the waste removal contracts. I think that's it at this point. And we can talk more about it during budget hearings too. So at the time, yes, there was an increase when we made those changes. We decided that we were going to take on all the costs of the school resource officers, the JCPD officers that they were paying for, $2 million. At the time, we absorbed the $1 million cost that they were paying for waste removal at all the school sites. But there's nothing new at this point in this budget, right now. But, as the mayor said, he wants to work with the council and try and find more ways to find more funding for the schools. So we can have those discussions as we move forward.
There have been the council through our rent control committees talking to housing preservation about staffing up. Does this budget include their staffing needs?
It does, yeah, it does, and I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but we can talk about that when we go through the budget hearings.
Okay. Does it include any additional funding for the affordable housing and tax abatement compliance units?
Yeah, it has an office of affordable housing in there. I can't remember the exact number again, I'm sorry. It would take a while to just pour through this, but Gigi Gazon, the director of the new affordable housing office, started last week, a week ago today. We have space for a couple more people in that office as well. So the first funding we're putting for dedicated people addressing affordable housing.
Is that new additional funding towards those units?
It's technically new, it's new funding, but we're trying to make sure that things are as flat as all departments. That's in HEDC.
And how much more staffing is that going to? Do you have a sense of that?
Yeah, it was about 3 people. We're saying 2 or 3 people budgeted for the year, prorated some of it, because not everyone's starting on January 1st.
Can you provide me for those 3 units, affordable housing, compliance, tax abatement compliance, and housing preservation, the staffing numbers?
You should provide that with all of us from the budget.
Yeah, but we can do that.
I want to know before I vote on this. I personally want to know before I accept it.
On the budget?
Yeah, those specific issues.
Are we gonna adjust?
I don't want everything, I just want those
Yeah, okay,
particular
okay,
before
well,
I.
we're gonna have to
Okay, so
adjust the budget.
you want to just email me all the questions you have?
Right.
Or?
I want to put them on the record, so.
Okay.
How about the tax office? Any changing, any additional staffing or reductions in the tax office, in particular with also, and that also relates to the payroll tax?
No reductions. We're starting a payroll tax unit. We have, we're backfilling some of the open spots that we've had. So we have now 2 deputy tax collectors. Over the last year, we've only had 1. One of the 2 deputy tax collectors will be managing the payroll tax. We are also looking to hire additional staff to audit payroll tax, not just collect it, but audit who's paid and how much have they paid and if it was the right amount.
Okay. Policing, does the overtime, is it increased or staff?
Flat last year, yeah.
Go to 10.1? Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Let me just ask one more, this is my final one, as far as 10.1. Does the budget include funding for mounted police? And what does it include? Does it include horse diapers?
So that is not going to be operating this year. It will be a capital expense when we build the facility. And I'll just confirm exactly. I'm pretty sure there's nothing in here right now for that.
And there are no horses currently?
No horses.
We have no horses.
No horses. I thought they were in Newark being trained, the horses.
No
That's
horses.
what the
It's a long process. Yeah, the horses are going to be free. It's it's gonna be the supplies and maintenance of horses that cost money down the road, but that's not, we're months away from that.
So there's no food for the horses, no horse diapers? Jim Shea told us about the horse diapers that collect their poop, stuff like that?
The horses
We
are
ain't
going to
dealing
be.
with horses, we got
horses
issues.
are gonna be-
We can,
Just checking.
yeah, we're not, there's no horse-related expenses in this operating budget right now.
Except for the capital dollars, and not this
Yeah.
operating budget.
Yeah.
But really, we're gonna be horse?
No.
Hope not.
Okay, so item 10.2 is a resolution authorizing calendar year 2019 appropriation reserve transfers. 10.3 is a resolution authorizing emergency temporary appropriation. 10.4 is a resolution to cancel tax sale certificates in sold in error. 10.5, same thing. 10.6 is a resolution to cancel and refund tax sale certificate sold in error. 10.7 is a resolution to cancel and refund tax sale certificate sold in error. 10.8 is a resolution authorizing refunds due to overpayment for property tax accounts. 10.9 is a resolution introducing and approving the 2021 budget of the historic downtown special improvement district.
So I talked to Rachel, the executive director, and Steve, and we have this committee that's been meeting to discuss some of the issues, and we have knock on wood, final 2 meetings this month. So one coming up on Wednesday, and then one coming up 2 weeks from now. And so what I told Rachel that my goal was that if we could hold off on introducing the budget, because I think potentially the committee might talk about issues of enforcement, which might impact the budget. So the second meeting would coincide with our second budget meeting, so ideally we'd be able to put this just on in the next budget one.
So you wanna hold this one meeting?
For one meeting, because we have our committee, it's literally Wednesday, and then.
Wednesday's a holiday.
I know we're still meeting on the holiday, we're working.
You can meet the community.
We already scheduled it, they're all.
They're ready.
It's on their calendars, they're meeting.
Go ahead, they holding this.
You're gonna withdraw the...
Yeah.
Is Rachel aware of this?
I can text her, but I'm pretty sure when she came to me and asked me about the budget, I said, I'd like to first discuss.
I think when is their budget year start? July
1st.
Yeah, so we're okay on timing.
Which is definitely okay, they're early.
Okay, yeah, that should be fine, I'll talk to her about it.
Okay.
Just wanna make sure we're not getting too close to the.
And Rhonda, when you
Do you want me to
email him
put
the questions
withdraw
that you
or-
asked.
Get to the questions.
Let's just.
About the budget.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. 10.10 is a resolution authorizing the business administrator to execute a mortgage subordination agreement affecting 1209 Southern Avenue. 10, 11, and 12 are withdrawn. 10.13 is a resolution authorizing an agreement with Fisher Telecom LLC for providing maintenance support services, Department of Public Safety, Intrado 911 system without public bidding. 10.14 was touched on earlier. 10.15 is the Jersey City Police will apply for the fiscal year 2019 drunk driving enforcement fund in the amount of $14,368.21. These funds will be used to combat drunk driving for officers, to conduct sobriety checkpoints and DWI patrols. Overtime salaries will be covered 100% and by the DDEF funds for these specialized enforcement activities. 10.16 is a resolution authorizing the Jersey City Department of Public Safety to participate in the acquisition of surplus Department of Defense equipment under the federal 1033 program.
Can you explain that? What are we doing now?
It's a program, yeah, so the fact sheet does an okay job explaining this. It's a program where we aren't buying the equipment, we have a year to use it. It's sort of like an audit before and after. We're not going to be buying any, what's it called, armored vehicles or weapons. It's just sort of like other surplus equipment.
So not like...
What's that?
Not like tanks or something.
Right. No, like Apache helicopters.
Yeah.
Unless you think we need them.
I don't think we need to militarize.
Go ahead.
Item 10.17 is a resolution authorizing the change in custodian of petty cash funds. 10.18 is a resolution establishing a petty cash fund in the Division of Housing Preservation and appointing Yvette Sanchez custodian of the petty cash fund. 10.19 was touched on earlier. 10.20 is a special resolution for somebody.
No.
It's a resolution appointing yours truly as the city clerk of the city of Jersey
Heard
City.
that, yours truly.
Don't we all have some sort of conflict with that and have to abstain?
Where's your resume?
Resume's attached. Resume's attached, and if you have any questions about where I live, I'm just gonna go on the record and say, I spent 26 years of my life in Jersey City, my first 26 years of my life in Jersey City, and that should definitely stand for something. And I've dedicated 27 years of my life with the city of Jersey City, and continue to dedicate more years. And I live in, technically, I live Jersey City South, so go ahead.
And what else? Sean?
Rolanda said what?
Yeah, I have a question. Council President?
Yes.
Still not enough.
Okay.
Still not enough.
We'll have to take it up on Thursday. 1021 is another one, resolution appointing myself as the local registrar, so if you do appoint the first one, we'll have to appoint this one too. 1022 through 1024 were touched on earlier. 1025 is a resolution authorizing a linking agreement with Jersey City Development Agency for the use of 174 Newark Avenue, allowing the city to continue use of the property for parking. 1026 is a resolution authorizing an extension of a license agreement with Jersey City Redevelopment Agency for the use of 693-701 Newark Avenue and 30 Cottage Street respectively, allowing the city to continue use of the property for parking. 27 and 28.
Can I just jump in there? Can we get an update on that as to where that's the Newark Avenue parking lot that's
Yes.
to the Filipino stores and
They're
Indian
closing,
stuff?
you know.
I know, but where's this development going? It doesn't sound like seems like it's moving and we sold the property.
Yeah, they received bids and they, I think they,
They sold it. They picked a winner, but then I'm assuming they closed the sale, but and the parking lot's a mess.
Yeah.
Like, it's filled with,
It's like
just all
Okay.
potholes everywhere, everything's just a mess there.
Okay, 27 and 28 were touched on earlier. 29 is a resolution of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City commemorating the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage. 1030 is a resolution authorizing the use of competitive contracting to procure a vendor for the provision of food services in the Gimli Square Plaza, Journal Square Plaza, Lafayette Pool, Aquatic Center, and Pershing Field Skating Rink.
So how does that work? Is that one vendor for all of them?
Yes, this is gonna be an RFP for all of these sites. A respondent can bid on one or more of the sites. So we could have different vendors at all the sites if we wanted to. We tried this once before for a couple of these, maybe 2 or 3 years ago when we didn't have any responses, but we're gonna try again with making some tweaks to the RFP. Some of these sites could be just a local mom and pop business that wants to sell pre-packaged foods or sodas or something like that. But anything we get out of this, we're not really looking to make money, we're just trying to activate these spaces.
Yep.
Okay, item 1032 is a resolution of the Municipal Council of the City of Jersey City requesting the New Jersey Department of Transportation to evaluate the establishment of pedestrian and vehicle railroad grade crossings. And the rest of them we touched on from 33 to 41 down to 49 is a resolution, 1049 is a resolution authorizing the award of a contract to CBW Government LLC for the license renewal of Carbon Black Cybersecurity and CB Protection license renewal for the Department of Public Safety Communications Technology Center through the Educational Service Commission of New Jersey. Going to item 1055, the rest of them touched on, is a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application to the New Jersey Department of Law and Public Safety, New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic Safety for the 2020 Distracted Driving Crackdown Grant. Item 1056, resolution rejecting all bids received by the City of Jersey City on August 22nd, 2019 for a contract for employee medical services to conduct medical examinations for civilian and ununiformed employee and applicants for employment. 1057.
I'm sorry, let me just jump
Sure.
in here on this one. So, this is, I believe, the second rejection, if not more, right?
I can't remember how many
Yeah.
it was. Well, yeah, we're
Actually, not to interrupt you, Brian, but I
Yeah.
think this was on a meeting that got withdrawn, and then it was supposed to go on the 23rd, and
So I think, yeah, I think you're right, yeah.
Slipped through the cracks, and now that's why it's reappearing in this meeting.
We made some changes to the RFP as well to get more responses for this, so.
Can you give me information about the bids that got rejected? Is it already in here?
I'm not sure how much we can share about that, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know, actually. I'll get back to you on it. Rejected bids.
Okay, so,
I think it's in here, is it?
is it in there?
No. No.
Why is this being rejected?
Because this is the one, this was a while ago. I think this was the one that we got 2 responses, but one of them was CarePoint, and we were unsure at the time if they were going to be able to continue to provide the service, because we're not sure if CarePoint's going to be around. And we just wanted to cast a wider net, just to make sure. Because then it leaves one good response.
Okay, 1057 is the resolution requesting permission for the dedication by rider for the mass transit access parking tax as required by law. Going down, we're withdrawing 1062, so we're going down to 1066 is a resolution authorizing the award of a professional service contract with French and Corallo Associates in connection with engineering services for Ferris Triangle Park. Improvements project number 2018-11 for the Department of Administration Division of Architecture. 1067 is a resolution authorizing the award of a professional service contract to Suburban Consulting Engineers in connection with boundary and topographic survey for the Livonia and Marin Park.
Sorry, let me just go back to 10.65,
67. 66.
Yep.
So is the community aware of this?
Yeah, so we have a design that the community has developed over months with the Division of Architecture.
And I'm on email threads right now where they're asking about information about cost estimates and things like that, and whether this is going to be fully funded, all of the...
Yeah, there's so we don't want to share cost estimates before we're about to bid, just because we don't want to sort of cause issues with the public bidding process and put a number out there and then, sort of have issues there. But we have internal estimates, and we are confident that we're going to be able to fund this.
Okay.
So we're going on, right, thank you.
Yeah.
68 is a resolution authorizing the award of professional service agreement with non-union.
I'll just talk about 68, 69, 70 all as a group. So these are the 3 contracts for outside vendors to audit all of our pilot agreements. We're going to audit every single pilot that we have that's active right now and go back 5 years. We're having CPAs audit the books to make sure that it's 2 phases. One is that they're paying, that they're calculating the excess profits correctly, that they're calculating the service charges appropriately, and that the receipts that we have match what they should be paying based on the agreements. They're also going to do any audits as we see fit for any of these pilot agreements.
So
we're also going to hire at least one internal employee to do this long-term down the road. This is sort of like catch us up kind of thing. We've done a few very, very small pilot contracts on these pilot audits, pun intended, to see if we were actually going to get anything and how long they would take and how much they would cost with these 3 firms, 2 of the 3 firms actually. And it's seeming like it's going to be positive, so we're going to extend these contracts as much as we can.
Okay, can I add a couple of things?
Yes.
When they audit, they have a different level of audit they can conduct.
Yeah.
So one audit can be done if they claim the gross gross income XYZ amount, then auditor can verify that claim that gross income is the right amount. So in other words, auditors ask them to developer to ask that all the copy of the lease for 5 years, or auditor can be sent a letter to all the tenant to get the verified rent they pay. That's one way too. And the second most important thing is excess profit, the expense You know what I'm saying? Because when you say annual service charge, the deductible expense is very limited. But when you go excess property, deductible interest is different.
Yeah.
So they have to be also verified that their expense is the correct numbers they claim. You know.
Yep. Yep.
So if you make sure that gross income was the right amount, and make sure that gross expense is the right amount, two things have to be, you know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And this one is just not about paper. They're auditing.
Yeah, and that audit that you're talking about where that we or any of our vendors that we contract would physically take their books and go through their books can be very expensive, but those costs can be passed on to the developer.
That's
as
what
part of
I'm
their
saying.
pilot
Yeah.
agreement. So
I just
that is
want-
another phase as well.
Yes, just make sure that every numbers they should be confirmed by.
Yeah, sure. And that's why we wanted to hire CPAs. There aren't a lot of firms that do this sort of thing, and we've actually reached out to a lot of financial advisors and accounting firms, and a lot of them have said to us, look, this is not something we do. So these are really the three firms in New Jersey that do it. So that's why we didn't do like a full RFP. This is what we got.
Because of this is auditing company, they care.
These are like the most three familiar firms, with all due respect. And I'm not even opposed at least to at least one, two of them. I'm not familiar with the third one, but or I'm vaguely familiar, but they're very familiar to our contracting here in the city, right?
Yeah.
So they're not like specialized in like this area. I don't want to like, with the exception, they may have some expertise in like corporate auditing and so forth and whatnot. I probably would expect that from Donahue Gironda. They got a big portfolio of businesses, but I'm not as familiar with the other two in terms of what they do. Although I'm familiar that they're contracted with the city, or they've been contracted with the city in the past.
Yeah.
So that being said, I wanted to ask, you said you're going back 5 years. Why did you determine 5 years as a
part of it's statutory.
I think you're allowed statutorily to go 6 years.
Yeah. So we're just trying to, if we find a lot, we can always go back more, but we're just trying to get these done.
So now, can I recommend it? 5 years, all to see that the excess of profit, this is what happens. All to see excess of profit, you gotta see that when they have a lowest gross income, their lowest gross income not happened 5 years ago. Because of 5 years ago already, market rental was pretty high. So you're not gonna see that much the excess profit, but if you go at least 1990, 2013, we elected 2013, right?
2013.
So if you go like a 2012, at least 7 years, then you will see that there are big difference in excess profit. So that's why 5 years already market is hit the top.
Right.
So you're not going to see that much here. And also it's a brand new buildings. But if you go on in longer years, then when the market was lower, the rental market was low, like a $2,000 average, then and now it's $4,000, you will see $2,000 different excess profit. It's like 5 years ago, already market the mess up.
So to clarify, they're taking into account those factors. And for example, we've already looked at a few that, maybe the start date was wrong and it was 15 years ago and that sort of stuff. So they're looking at the whole time frame of the pilot. But we're just looking at the payments over the last 5 years. And yeah, you're right, that the excess profit is going to be affected by conditions from years.
Yes. So you will see more down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Sean.
As only to our business.
I have plenty of questions on this.
Well,
if I may. So I'll get right to the point. So number one, this was precipitated by the Sudan Thomas audit.
No.
That didn't have anything to do with you.
No. So
I'm fine with you doing it. I'm just saying. You did an audit, right? We're aware of that.
We've been talking about this and working on it for quite a while before that. The Sudan Thomas audit is not an audit of the pilots. It's an audit of the difference between pilots versus traditional taxation. And that's what the auditing firm has told us as well, that they were asked to see what the difference would be if there were no pilots, how much money the schools would be getting. So the number that they're throwing around of inaccurate billing is not that we are inaccurately charging the developers on the pilots. It's that if there were no pilots and they went away, that they would be charged, the schools would make $16 million more in regular taxes. That was the purpose of that audit.
So actually, the general public misunderstands that part of it.
Yeah.
So a couple of points I want to make out, just to correct for the record and for the public as well, right? So, so you're suggesting we're doing things that haven't been done and making up for missed opportunities or lost time, I guess, and so forth around that. So let me rewind back to 2014. For the council members who were there for that time, we approved the increase of the salary for the tax collector at that time, with the stipulation on the public record in the caucus, that was with the stipulation that she would assume the responsibilities of monitoring and auditing the tax abatements at the time. If council members remember back at that period in time, back in 2014, she recaptured $11 million in funding for us at that time. And in subsequent years after that, she recaptured millions of dollars as well. I don't recall what the exact numbers were around that. She had actually done that prior to that with under the Healy administration, as I understand it, but that was formalized. She retired in October 2016, according as if I recall from the story with the former president of the Board of Ed. He suggested that that the Board of Ed did their audit, and that they suggested that as of 2016 that we weren't billing, that they were underbilled for their tax abatements, which would coincide with the time that Maureen Cosgrove retired as the tax collector at that time, October 2016. The audit occurs after the 2016 year period, and so that would occur after April 2017, which is my understanding is the time at which audited financial statements for tax abatements have to be submitted to the city in order for the tax collector to assess. We have since then appointed 3. I missed the last meeting to appoint the 3rd tax collector. The first tax collector was fired and terminated and is currently suing the city. Had that person here for a year. She was paid the same $10,000, unless you can tell me otherwise, that somehow we appointed her without paying, and had the responsibility of auditing, because those dollars were appropriated and her salary was given at that time with the intention of her auditing those abatements at that time. So there was a lack of accountability and a lack of her follow-through at that time to be able to do that. You should use that in your lawsuit in that regard over there. And then the subsequent tax collector who came in never even got fully appointed to the city council, by the city council, and after multiple attempts, ended up, I'm not sure exactly what happened, resigned and stepped away and whatnot, but she also, I assume, collected the same salary at the same numbers and same dollars, and had that responsibility and accountability. I recall, and I don't have dates and times on that one, but that the council raising in caucus meeting, in budget hearings and in caucus meetings, as to whether or not there was an audit of tax abatements, and if there was ongoing around that, and there was assurances or suggestions that, in fact, we are looking at these things and making sure that we are in compliance around that stuff. And then we have our last tax collector, who just came in as of last meeting, which I missed and was appointed, and I would have pointed out the fact that we appointed her, and I don't know if it was raised, but I believe it said the resolution appointing her suggested that she's been hired since August, essentially August of 2019, even though the appointment is in January of 2020. And it was suggested to me, and I don't have evidence of this, but that she's actually been working for the city since April of 2019. So my point is, in all of this, is that...
She had a different job in April of 2019.
I don't know.
Okay.
That being said, so August then, okay? However you want to do it. I can share the story that we sat in an agenda meeting where the tax collector was supposed to be appointed, and nobody at the table who was sitting around the table at the time suggested that they knew that the council had to appoint a tax collector. So my point in all of that, and even pointing that out, is to basically suggest that this is not some proactive effort to say, let's clean this up and like we're really looking at things that people do. It's revisionist history in saying that, and I want the taxpayers of Jersey City to know that. There's a lack of accountability, and there's been a mismanagement since we've lost a tax collector who served us for over 25 years, and we've lost, as a result of her, since her departure, 3 other professionals who had over 20 years to 30 years experience in our office, at the tax collector's office. And that's why I also asked the question in the budget, as to the budget document, as to whether or not we were restaffing at the tax office, because, so I would suggest that it's not enough to just say, let's do an audit. Number one, let's make sure that we're not re-auditing things that were already audited, right? And spending money unnecessarily. Maybe Maureen Cosgrove didn't audit every tax abatement in 2014, 15, and 16 at that time, or 2013, 14, 15, I should say. If she had done that, we shouldn't be spending our money re-auditing those years if she did a comprehensive audit in those years for all of the abatements. If she didn't do all of the abatements, we should at least preclude the ones that were already audited, because we know there were ones that were audited, and then we retrieved money as a result of that. The second thing I'd say is making sure, and you suggested, and we'll find out more as I'll send you the budget questions, as to what the staffing is there. And I'm glad to hear that one of the deputy tax collectors, but that's long overdue, to say the least, to say that somebody should be held accountable for that, because that should have been being done, because we've been paying someone, literally paying someone $10,000 more than they were, than that position initially called for as a salary, because they were supposed to assume the responsibilities of auditing our tax abatements and pilots. So that's my soapbox again, and I'll get off that.
Go ahead, Sean. It's the last
Hold on,
one.
Mary,
Go ahead.
sorry. So with the scope of these audits, I guess will they be produced? I guess let me ask this first question. What is the end product? Right? Are they gonna produce a report for us?
So what we're going to do is, as these firms finish their assessments, we're going to meet with them. We're going to talk about next steps. If we think it warrants a letter to a developer or just a meeting or something like that to address it, then we're going to address it with them, and we'll see where it goes from there. It's possible that some of them are going to sue us or say no or whatever it's going to be. Right. But we're going to move forward as we can. I think what we'll do is maybe over the next few months we'll think about a good way to send a report to council. I don't know what it's going to look like yet. As far as what these audits are.
Yeah, I think to Councilman Morales' point, and I think I do remember sitting in budget meetings in 2018 and 2019 where this was brought up, and Councilman Yoon was the one who brought it up specifically in those meetings. So, I think we want to be sure that the product that comes out of this is, as transparent as possible, right?
Yeah, sure.
And so, I would like us to be able to sort of say, look, they're gonna, produce a very detailed report of everything they're gonna do on this front. All the documents.
Send you guys a sample.
All of it. I mean, a sample would be great as a starting place, but I think we just want to make sure. To me, in my mind, all this is made public, right? As much as possible, so that the public knows, what has been found, and that it's as transparent as possible.
Yeah.
So that's first point. The second point, and I don't know if this is in their scope, right? Because this isn't directly an audit, but it's, looking at ways to make the program, kind of tighter and better run. Mm-hmm. So, for example, I know the way New York City runs some of the things and the type of information they ask for, and making sure that we act, maybe we can say, look, well, here's what the developer provided, but we should actually be getting way more than the requirement, right? So I don't know if that's in their scope to provide recommendations on how to strengthen the audits, but I think that should be maybe a part of what is in this too.
Okay, that's not in the scope right now. We can definitely talk about how to do
Yeah, because what I'd love to make sure is that, we don't just go through this and say, okay, he turned in his docs, she didn't.
Yeah.
We can also say, look, well, we can make this stronger and better. Right? So those are just two thoughts I wanted to add before we kind of moved on.
Okay, so now, James Solomon brought a very good point, but I'm going to add to the business that don't forget. If we find the excess profit, what they mean is that we find the two ways to find that excess profit. Number one, their gross sale more than what we expected. When they gross sale more than what we expect means that our annual service charge, we can collect more. So means they finish that, because they pay annual service charge based on 10% of gross sale, gross income. So in order to get to see that their excess profit, we gotta find out their higher gross income more than what they report to us. Sure. Okay, so when the gross income the higher, then we have an entitled to claim more annual service charge. You understand? So city will be gonna increase the revenue two ways. One, by excess profit, and another one, increase annual service. So minutes they finish that, you gotta tell the tax collector, claim that annual higher annual service charge.
Well,
You know,
should
whatever
we
it is.
recommend that to the tax collector department?
Yeah.
So in order to do that, my strong recommendation, instead of 5, you gotta go a little longer. Not only that, it's easier to spend the time to, the tax amendment to go like 4 or 5 years ago. Instead to do that, go with the old pilot program.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah, okay.
So you will see more, but you gotta give the guideline to them.
Sure.
You understand?
Okay.
Okay, 71.
All right, 71 is the last one.
We have 74, there's a late item.
Oh, yeah, I can talk about that.
And
All right,
this
let me
one.
get to 70. 71 is a resolution
Right.
honoring the 25th annual Jersey City West Indian Caribbean American Carnival.
74.
Brian?
Yeah.
If you say 1068, this accounting firm, they contribute pretty good dollars here and there.
How much? 300?
They actually contributed, this is a 1068. They contribute around the $4,700.
Yeah.
Go ahead, please.
They fill out pay-to-play forms.
They fill
Yes, they did
Yeah.
that, but they contributed $4,700 county, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So when I see that they contribute any dollars in Jersey City and the Board of Ed, I scratch my head, they kind of behaving to contribute to county politics. I'm pretty sure they contributed it. So I'm not feel comfortable to have like a 4,700 contribution, but if they provide $5 more for us, I don't mind it.
They're gonna provide us way more than $4,000 in return, I guess,
Yeah.
right?
All right.
Okay, so last one, 74.
Yeah.
I'll just go through this real quick. So we've been working with VIA over the last few months since we approved the first contract in September. We have made some decisions on some specific funding rates and fees and that sort of stuff. There's also, you'll see in here, and VIA wanted us to put everything in the contract, including, as we discussed when we first did this, some of the metrics that we've been talking about with VIA. So you'll see in here in the document, and I don't have to go through it all, there's a $5 rental fee from the state for every day they have to rent the vans. There's some of the metrics are in here, and there's some other clarifications on some of the rates. Just wanted to put it through council again, just so you can see it, just so we're making sure we're doing everything the right way here.
Is this a late item?
It's a late item, yeah. We didn't realize that,
Yeah, so we just carry this over to the next meeting. I haven't had an opportunity to review it, I don't know about others.
so we are trying to get vans on the street at the end of the month. We wait until the last meeting, it's sort of delayed, so we're, yeah.
This is what was you saying?
It's 74. It's just some clarifications on the contract with VIA.
Okay. All right.
If you have any questions,
So,
let me know.
and I have one other item.
Yeah.
So there's a request from folks in the community to take 1112 off the tabled agenda and just take it, just to defeat it, which is the Marcelli's redevelopment plan amendments, which we discussed last year.
Yeah.
So the short version is, since that conversation, there's just been we had a community meeting, we tabled it to have a community meeting. We had the community meeting. There's a lot of discussion, and there was no support in the community for the proposed amendments. So, that's why nothing has happened for the last 6+ months, but they emailed to request that we take it off the table agenda, so.
So 11, what was it?
1112. So I'll motion to take it off the agenda, and then we'll vote to just remove it.
Okay.
So yes, remove 1112.
Good.
We're voting to remove from the
Table
table
agenda, and then just
Yeah.
vote it down. And then
Just
vote
vote it
down.
down.
Yes, correct. So,
I'm just making a note, I'm sorry.
right.
Okay, so that is the last order of business, so that I just wanted to put on the record that I forgot to say it on the record. Councilman Robinson arrived at 4:32, which gave us 8 members in attendance, so I have a motion by Councilperson Prinzary, seconded by Council President Waterman, motion to adjourn at 9:20 p.m. Everybody by acclamation, please say aye. We are out of here at 9:20. Thank you, good night.